because music is everything.
Akira.
Question, I guess it keeps coming up to me was, what are we supposed to do?
Well, I keep saying, de-emphasize anxiety, reassure people. You meet people who say, I'm really scared. I'm scared about my job. I'm scared. And so don't worry. You don't know enough to worry. That's God's truth. Worry. Who do you think you are that you should worry, for crying out loud? Don't worry. That's God's truth. It's a total waste of time. It presupposes such a knowledge of the situation that it is in fact a form of hubris. Now what you do is just pay your bills and, pack heat if you need to, and don't worry. That's all. Yes. Worry is praying to the devil. That's great. Worry is betting against yourself. Wi Po Yang, a great Chinese Taoist who wrote many, many commentaries on the I Ching. He was asked at the end of his life what was his conclusion of a life of studying the I Ching. He said, worry is preposterous. That was it. Don't worry. You don't know enough to worry. That's God's truth. Worry. Who do you think you are that you should worry, for crying out loud? Don't worry. That's God's truth. Worry. You don't know enough to worry. That's God's truth. Worry. Who do you think you are that you should worry, for crying out loud? Don't worry. That's God's truth. Worry is preposterous. Don't worry. Worry is preposterous. Don't worry. Worry is preposterous. Worry is preposterous. Don't worry. Worry is preposterous. Worry is preposterous. Don't worry. That's God's truth. That's God's truth.
And now for my next number, I'd like to return to the classics.
Jung had a patient come to him who felt alone, and she drew a picture of herself as caught in the rocks.
Well, I'll be damned.
From the waist down, she was bound in rocks, and this was on a windy shore, the wind blowing and her hair blowing, and all the gold, which is the sign of the vitality of life, was locked in the rocks. The next picture that he had her draw had followed something he had said to her. Suddenly, a lightning flash hit the rocks, and the gold came pouring out. And then she found reflected on rocks round about the gold. There was no more gold in the rocks. It was all available on the top. And in the conferences that follow, those patches of gold were identified. They were her friends. She wasn't alone, but she had locked herself in her own little room and life. But she had friends. But she had friends. Do you see what I'm meaning? This is killing the dragon. This is killing the dragon. And in doing that, you save the world. Kill the dragon. dragon saves the world. Kill the dragon saves the world. Kill the dragon saves the world. Kill the dragon saves the world. Saves the world. Saves the world. Kill the dragon saves the world. Kill the dragon saves the world. Kill the dragon saves the world.
How do I slay that dragon in me? What's the journey I have to make, you have to make, each of us has to make? You talk about something called the soul's high adventure.
My general formula for my students is follow your bliss. Study, find where it is, and don't be afraid to follow it. Follow your bliss. Study, find where it is, and don't be afraid. If the work that you're doing is the work that you chose to do because you are enjoying it, that's it. But if you think, oh gee, I couldn't do that, you know, that's your dragon locking you in. Oh no, I couldn't be a writer. Oh no, I couldn't do what so-and-so is doing.
Unlike the classical heroes, we're not going on our journey to save the world, but to save ourselves.
And in doing that, you save the world. I mean, you do. The influence of a vital person vitalizes. There's no doubt about it. The world is a wasteland. People have the notion of saving the world by shifting it around and changing the rules and so forth. No, any world is a living world if it's alive. And the thing is to bring it to life. And the way to bring it to life is to find in your own case where your life is and be alive yourself, it seems to me. If you have someone who can help you, that's fine too. But ultimately, the last trick has to be done by you. This is killing the dragon. And in doing that, you save the world. Kill the dragon, 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 save the world. Save the world. Save the world. Kill the dragon, 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 save the world.
Right now, today. This is the real me, obviously. I'm a very philosophical person. And I'm gonna go there with you real quick. I believe in a higher power. Don't know the name, don't know where it's coming from, don't know anything like that. But I believe that this power, and visualize me real quick. Let's say it's a man up there or a woman or whatever, and they have a chart. And when you're born, they say David Goggins, born February 17, 1975 at 6 a.m. They write the chart down because they can see everything. They know exactly where you're fucking supposed to be. They know where you're supposed to be. You die, you go to so-called heaven. You arrive at heaven, I'm 300 pounds. I retired as an Ecolab guy, which is okay, just a job, whatever. I go up there, and God looks at me, and he shows me my chart. And my chart on there says you're supposed to be a Navy SEAL. You're supposed to weigh 185 pounds. You're supposed to be one of the smartest people on the planet, this, all this. You see this. And now you're in heaven, you made it to heaven, but you're like, God, Doug, I was supposed to live that life. I was supposed to live that life. And then you find out that the reason why, because we all think that if we pray on it, if we do this, if we do that, whatever, it's gonna magically happen for us. No. I believe that when I'm all said and done with, my whole job is to outwork the chart. Whatever the fucking chart says about me, the all-knowing power up there, I want to get up there and him look at me and say, I know everything. I didn't fucking see this. I didn't fucking see this. I want to feel that. I know everything. I didn't fucking see this. I didn't fucking see this. I want to feel that. I want to get to the other end of this fucking world, and however I'm being judged, whoever's judging me, to look at me and say, I did not fucking know. I had you at 185, I had you at this, but all this other shit, I was riding as you were living it. I want to find more. All I can. And in that fucking sack of shit, you have to dive in that to find more. Because if you're not willing to go in there and face yourself, you're not gonna find anything. You're gonna live right here on surface, man, right here on surface. So if there is an ending to this world, and there is somewhere to go, and there's a judgment, you're gonna get there and you might see a chart. And that chart might tell you who the fuck you should have been. And now you get the rest of your life to think about that. Man, I could have lived a much better life if I just would have just suffered a little bit more. If I just would have went in that shit and realized I had so much more. But fear and the 40% and living here versus living here, being afraid, stop me. So that's, I'm a big guy in visualizing. I'm a big guy in making a world, it may not exist. To me it does. To me it does. And I'm overpowering myself every day. And you gotta find tools to do that. That's the tool that I use. So that's what it's all about. I believe that when I'm all said and done with, my whole job is to outwork the chart. Whatever the fucking chart says about me, the all-knowing power up there, I want to get up there and him look at me and say, I know everything. I didn't fucking see this. I didn't fucking see this. I want to feel that. I know everything. I didn't fucking see this. I didn't fucking see this. I want to feel that. 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 I want to feel that.
You know, it's funny, I never used to think about the fact about loving myself. I just wasn't that guy. The thing about loving myself came when I hit rock bottom. And I really hit bottom, and it was a desperate attempt to save myself. I really fundamentally believe in the power of commitment, and making commitments to yourself, you gotta keep them. And in this desperate moment, I've made this vow to myself. I was at bottom. My company had fallen apart. I lost everything. I was really sick. I was miserable. I was depressed. One morning or one night, it was dark. And I just got out of my bed and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore.
Oops, I clicked. Sorry. Hold on. The mouse. Okay. My mouse ball wasn't in the thing. Look, I'm not going to explain. I'll just try and find this file again, hopefully. Okay, sorry.
And in this desperate moment, I've made this vow to myself. I was at bottom. My company had fallen apart. I lost everything. I was really sick. I was miserable. I was depressed. One morning or one night, it was dark. And I just got out of my bed and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore.
You're deaf now? Why, bro? Here, should I turn the music up louder?
To die trying. And I walked over to my journal, grabbed grabbed my pen and I wrote. I knew I had to make a vow to myself to get out of this. I didn't know what. And I just sat down and I wrote, it was freehand. I vow to love myself. 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 Where that came from, I had no idea. I still don't. It was a pure primal vow. It came from like a deep place of literally I was trying to save myself. When I realized that, what I'd done, I was like, okay, I don't know how to do that. You gotta figure out, because I made a commitment to myself. And a vow to yourself is a sacred act. You do that, you keep it, and life will change. And I had to figure out how to do it. I knew I had to work on my internal self. It wasn't about taking bubble baths. It's an internal thing. It's a mindset. It's a belief. It's a rock solid belief where your thoughts, your feelings, your emotions rise from. If they rise from there, then your life rises from there. I vow to love myself. 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 We're human beings, and fundamentally, we're stuck with the human mind. This monkey brain that runs around on this untamed horse, right? The details differ. Core is the same. And fundamentally, it's fear and love. I had a literal near-death experience, and that's what I experienced. The only things that came up were fear and love, fear and love. And those are the primary motivators. Fear and love, fear and love. Fear and love, fear and love. You can't fight fear. You can't fight darkness. Darkness is the absence of light. So what you do is you work on the light. You bring the light in. And that takes away the darkness. And so that's something I actually really learned trying to save myself. If I worked on the light, it would take care of the rest. And that's love. And that's love. I vow to love myself. 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 I vow to love myself.
Where am I at? Where are you guys at? Where's anything? Let's see. On, off. Carl? Exist? Hello, I'm Carl now? Oh, the eye chart is not on either. Hold on. On. Carl work now? Turn it on. There we go. Okay, color. Carl appear. Carl appear. Guys, I'm smart now. I got books in my brain now. So I'm smart now. Okay, chat? We're gonna be starting doing smarty pants kind of streams. We're like philosophical and stuff now. Here, I'll turn the music down. We're like philosophical guys now. I have books in my head, you know? You guys following? Where are you guys, by the way? Oh boy, books on the brain. I have books in my brain. So, if I'm not smart now, how else do you get smart? Look, I can't turn too much. The stack of books is too tall. To look, it gets cut off at the top there. But if I keep my head like this, it's fine. You can't tell the illusion. Oh no, there it goes. You know, hold my head like this. The books are so heavy. Ah. What are you guys up to? Let's turn on this music, turn something else, and get chat working. I want kind of hype music. What's hype? Old school DJ vinyl. Here we go. This is hype. I know. Let's get chat working. Chat. Why are you busted? It looks like it's capturing it. I think. Right? Why is it blue? Ooh. Okay. Bye. Bye, chat. See ya. Let's see. Untitled Chrome, is that you? No, that's the other chat. Okay. Second one? Oh, that's the thing. Well, then where's this one? Bro? This one? Disappears. Maybe it's not open anymore. It is open though. Oh, there it goes. Parkour? Big shot. Yeah, he thinks he can read now. I can read now, guys. Guys, I can read now. I put books in my brain. Hey, Cobron. Hey, Contorted. Hey, guys. I can read now. So we're gonna start doing Smarty Pants streams. Oh, here's a DJ guy. What if I put effects on him, bro? Oh, there we go. There we go. Look at this, bro. Check that shit out. Welcome to the stream. We are, I don't know what we're doing. We're doing Smarty Pants streams today. Smarty Pants stream today. Big shot? I am a big shot now. You guys want to smoke weed before we get into the philosophical debates? Anybody want to smoke some weed? But I am a Smarty Pants. You can see these books, bro. Look at all these books on my head. How are you gonna even say I'm not smart now? You know? How are you gonna try that shit at me? Look at this. Look at this. I have so many books in my head. I would love to smoke weed. Alright, let's go. Ryan and whoever else. Let's start the night off right, or the morning off right. Wait, middle of my day, and bake. Let's do it, yeah? Alright. I'm done. And then we're gonna watch the Jordan Peterson and Destiny thing. Cause it seems like it has a lot of good, like interesting stuff in it. I normally, like I said, I'm normally like whatever on Destiny. And I don't really watch a bunch of Jordan Peterson stuff because I've seen a bunch back in the day. So it's like, you know, whatever. I like Peterson, obviously. I think he's a smart guy that gets a bad rap. All's well with Craggy in chat. I hope all's well with you too, bro. Weird. Let's do it. What's weird? What's weird? Where's my torch at? What's weird? What is weird? What are you talking about? Guys, stop being saying stuff's weird. Forever, please. Today is a real normal day. It's a normal stream. I'm doing normal stuff. I found it. You can't wait for the weekend. Is it? What day is it now? It is the week. It's Monday. Wait, is it Monday or Sunday? It's Monday now. Is the weekend's over? Never mind. You guys lost your weekend. Bless you, Gio. I'm coughing. Too tired to sleep. Well, hopefully you can enjoy some of this great stream, which will be Smarty Pants and educational and mind-blowing. And look, I'm smart now. Okay, don't fight it. It's just true. I'm just a Smarty Pants now. You can tell from the many books on my head. We're gonna do philosophy, philanthropy, masonry, maybe some masonry. Hey, David. Happy Easter. Yeah. I hope you guys had a good Easter too. Happy Easter now that it's passed. Hope you guys was good or whatever. I don't think I don't know. I didn't really do anything for Easter. Okay. That joint sounds weird, bro. What a weird sounding joint, huh? Laying down gets annoying, so it just collects the back of my throat. Yeah, sometimes you gotta get up, bro. I'm confident. Yeah, bro. Here, you know about the sleeping tricks? Like, if you're having trouble sleeping, the first thing you do is you get up, right? You go, okay, well, I'm having trouble sleeping, so fucking get up. Number one. Number two, then you like do something, right? Figure out. I don't know, why can't you sleep? Now, I know I talk about an issue with sleep, but I also beat issues with sleep a lot too. I made chicken and ham peanut butter blunt. Ugh, that sounds really gross. You should put that in the trash can. April Fools, you shouldn't put it in the trash can. You should put it in the dumpster. April Fools. April Fools, I was just kidding. You should put it in the dumpster. Guys, today is Smarty Pants Day. Who's ready to be Smarty Pants? Are you guys feeling Smarty Pants today? We're all everybody get a fat ego and think about things and like you know everything and pretend you know everything. Today is the day. Everybody, from now on, that's how we all behave. We all know everything. We're all so smart. And everybody disagrees with us in any way is a moral monster and we hate them. Okay? Starting today, right now. This is real. It's not a special day on the calendar where I would do something fake and then change it tomorrow or next time on Tuesday. That's not a thing. No, we're this now. We're Smarty Pants now. It's because I'm sick, Carl. Oh, it's because I'm sick, Carl. Oh, maybe you're dead, bro. Are you dying? Maybe you're dying. I don't know. Why are you sick? Why'd you get sick? What are you sick with? For sleep, I just clear my head or do the Fibonacci sequence. Oh, are you talking about Star Trek? Is that Star Trek? They just enacted the book tax here. There's book tax? Explain to me what you're saying. I'll put you in the trash can. You try it. You try it. Ryan, I know everybody thinks you're a badass, but you try it. You try that shit with me, okay? You try putting me in. You wouldn't know the amount of times some kind of lot lizard has tried to put me in a trash can, okay? If you think, oh, I know, oh, I could do it easy. Good try. Go ahead and try. I've been tried to be put in the trash can by many lot lizards and vagrants. Vagrants at the gas station too, okay? So it wasn't just lot lizards, it was also vagrants. How about that? How about that? The trick is to go for the knees. Yeah, that's what the lot lizards thought too. You'll never hear about them again, did you? You never even heard, nobody even knows their name. I'm not saying nothing. But I'm at peace. I'm a peaceful man. But nobody knows about them anymore. They don't exist anymore, is what I'm saying. If you know what I mean. You can try it. But you're gonna be dust in these books. If you get what I'm saying. You're this little baby alien. What would be so hard about? I told you, go ahead and try. Go ahead and try. I don't have any kind of weapons on me. I'm unarmed. Don't worry. But we'll see what happens. Hey, Zoo. Not that bad. It's like the most minor cold ever. Congested my. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you could get up for that if you need to, bro, and like walk around a little bit. Like, I'm sure it'd be tiring, but if that's all it is, you could probably get up a little bit. I mean, I know like you don't feel like getting up, but you get like 5 minutes or something. Wouldn't be bad for you, probably. Your head is like a watermelon. That seems uncalled for. I'm not talking about your head. I'm not talking about you dig through the trash for French fries, and all of a sudden you're talking about me and saying my head looks like a watermelon. I didn't say a single thing about how you dig through the trash for French fries. Did I? No. So, Anyways, today, guys, get in the mood. Zoop, it's perfect you're here. We're being smarty fans today, chat. Everybody be a know-it-all. We all have egos, and everything we say goes. And if anybody disagrees with us on anything, they're moral monsters and right-wing bigots or something. I don't know what you call them. Moral monsters. Is it Nazis? Just call them Nazis. Just skip the middle. Just call them Nazis. That works, right? Just call them Nazis. Just skip the middle and call them Nazis and say, hey, how's it feel sucking off Hitler? You know, when they disagree with you, just say that. Be like, oh, well, how's Hitler's penis taste? Is what you say to him. You know, how does his zombified corpse, right, ideological penis taste? Huh? You know, say something like that. Sorry, that was a little part of my language. Sucking off age is crazy. I'm just kidding. I mean, sorry, no, we are serious today. I do, if you disagree with me on a minor thing, then that's what I'll say. I never have, definitely tastes like, yeah, I would assume so, yeah. He was on it too, yeah. I never had a penis. Is it common in America to have one, like a delicacy? I go to the drive-thru of, you know, your local Mickey D's. I don't know how to answer that question. I'll be honest with you. I've never had a penis. Is it common in America? Yeah, right? Yeah, I think so. I think the answer is yes. I think. If I'm understanding. I've also never had Wendy's. All right, okay. Wendy's. It's like Wendy's, but she's just like a brunette and just kind of trashy looking, I guess. Wendy's. Right? It's like she's a brunette and she's just kind of trashy looking. That's Wendy's. Instead of a ginger. Yeah, they do sometimes, bro. That's what the old Zoop said. Old J Gang said, yeah. Well, me Wendy's. I don't know. I used to hate Wendy's when I was younger, but that was because I had like an allergic reaction to something in it. I don't know if I have it less now or what, but I can eat it now, and it's okay. It depends on the location, though. Like with all fast food, it tastes the same, but if you have a shitty location, they can still ruin it, you know? So I don't know. I'm fine with Wendy's. There's some good items on the menu, I think. 0 + 1 is 1. You're like the fucker in Knights of the Old Republic. Is it 1, or, I think, who plays Pazak in his head so the Jedis can't read his mind? That's you, bro. That's you doing. That's you. Some nerd crap that you know how to do in your brain that you do to try and sleep. Pazak? Yeah, it was Pazak in his head. That shit. Yeah, Gio's just like that guy. What was his name? The guy that was... Wasn't he like a love interest if you were a girl, I think? If Raven was a girl. Probably no point to have Wendy's anyways if we can't get the junior bacon cheese. I can get I get Baconators and stuff. I like those. They're pretty good. I don't know, they're cheap like burger kind of things with bacon, but they're good. I don't know. The bacon ain't bad. Like, there's only a couple places that do good bacon when it comes to fast food. Wendy's is fine. McDonald's is good. And then everybody else's bacon is like fluffy. I don't know what you call it. Like a floppy something. Like just floppy. Am I wrong? Every other bacon's floppy. Junior bacon cheeseburger? Sure. No, yeah, Wendy's does bacon good, so, that makes the bacon stuff good, yeah. Raw bacon. Well, they cook it, but it's like, they purposely cook it this way where it's soft, right? Like, it is brown, but it's like soft. Like, it's not as much fatty and pink as it is just weird and soft. It's because they cook it that way on purpose to, like, not hurt anybody's mouth, I think, right? Is the idea. But I'd rather have bacon, though, you know? I think what Wendy's does is cook dinner bacon, which works okay. And then McDonald's just cooks regular bacon. They just say fuck it, I guess. The bacon is bad in most places here, sure. Soft fried bacon is fucking nasty shit, I agree. is abysmal here. Here it's just regular bacon. But I can imagine that's not something they always source the same way. Tu-Thur, yeah, they don't do that here. It's real bacon here. It's always been pretty much good bacon at McDonald's here. But it's like just regular crispy bacon like you would cook at home. On a whole burger, yeah. Well, it is still just 2 pieces. It is a rip-off for like the amount of bacon, kinda. Well, not a rip-off, but it's expensive for the amount of bacon a little bit. But it is cooked well here. But the complaint about the 2 pieces is still valid. I'm not a fan of McDonald's bacon. I don't know, bro. They must have it different out there than it is here. I can't the ketchup on bacon. Oh, well, you just not have the then it's not the bacon. Well, the ketchup is the problem, then. My favorite fast food is Subway. For real? I say I don't hate Subway, but it makes chat mad because I don't hate Subway. I like the Italian sandwich. They don't have it on the menu last time I looked though. The one that's just salami and pepperoni, and I like meatball one. I get those 2. That's it. I'll get the salami pepperoni with what do I get on it, bro? I get some stuff. I get like pickles, lettuce. I don't get tomatoes usually because I think the flavor is kind of with the other ones. And maybe salt and pepper, vinaigrette. I get the Subway vinaigrette. Maybe mayo, maybe not. Depends how I feel. And that's usually what I get. And then order the meatball one as it comes with added like cheese. Depends on the occasion, big time. Oh, definitely. No matter what you get, Subway, it all tastes the same. How on earth what are you talking about, bro? You must, I don't know, like the Subway, I eat salami all the time, bro. And again, the salami and pepperoni sandwich at Subway tastes like salami and pepperoni, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't get it. I don't get it, bro. It tastes like salami and pepperoni. Like I make those at home all the time. I'm not like when I eat the Subway one, like, whoa, this is totally different taste, bro. I don't get it. I don't know if your places are totally different or what's going on, bro. But I know when I eat a salami sandwich at home, I make myself, and then the one at Subway, it tastes pretty similar, bro. So I don't know, man. Like what you're saying is like impossible. Like it's an outrageous claim. You're claiming that there's like salami tastes like ham, and ham tastes like turkey, and turkey tastes like I don't know, or your claim is that the bread overpowers the taste of everything. I don't know what the claim is. It's outrageous is what it is. So it requires some real evidence for me to buy into that. Like you're saying yep, other than the meatball sub, you're saying, bro, that I don't know, they must be totally different experiences there. Cause I can't imagine what you're saying to be true, but I'm not saying you're wrong, cause I've never been to a Subway that wasn't like, I've only been to like a West Coast Subway, to West Coast Subways, you know? Maybe we have like they have better sourcing on meat or something out here. I don't know, bro, but the cold cuts are like gray. Well, like I said, I'm not eating cold cuts, am I? I'm eating salami and pepperoni, bro. Well, I guess they're technically like a cold cut, but it's not like what you're talking about. It's salami and pepperoni, bro. They come in like a sausage thing, you know, in real life. Like it's like, well, it's not a sausage thing, but it's like that kind of shape. LOL. How on earth can the salami taste like ham? You smoking crack cocaine over there in England. That's all I know. All I know is you guys smoke crack cocaine. You're telling me salami tastes like ham, and I'm just supposed to like stomach that. Okay, bro. I'll try, but in my pile of books, it's not fitting in there. I can tell you that much. Salami tastes like ham, he says. Salami and ham taste the same, he says. They have different FDA. Well, that's true, but how much can that affect me? Like, you can't even read. I can read. I can read. Well, let me name 5 books. Okay. Harry Potter 1, Harry Potter 2, Harry Potter 3, Harry Potter 4, and Harry Potter 5. It's better in America? Oh, maybe. That could be possible. You forgot Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones 1. You're right, bro. That's a whole bunch of books I can name. Game of Thrones 1, Game of Thrones 2, Game of Thrones 3, Game of Thrones 4, Game of Thrones 5, and Game of Thrones 6. Don't forget Game of Thrones 6, Game of Thrones 7. Is it 7 now? What was the last one? I don't know. I don't know if I'm even going to read the last books when they come out at this point. But the books aren't called... They're called A Song of You're Gay. You are illiterate. They're called A Song of You're Gay. A Song of You're Gay. Song of Your Mom. A Song of Your Mom and Fire. A Song of Your Mom and Fire. Yeah. Anyways, you guys ready to watch this Destiny thing? Or smoke one more time? What's the vote in chat? Smoke one more time or watch this Destiny thing and get all pseudo-intellectual to pretend like we're smarty pants? I'm smoking? I'll smoke one more time then. Hit the bomb. Alright, let's smoke one more time then. Oh, I cleared the bowl now. Okay, I'm ready. I should maybe roll a joint for later, but not this minute. Not this minute. We got Destiny watch now. I guess this is what I'm doing. I guess this is what I'm doing. I signed up for. Why? Am I gonna regret this bit, bro? It's gonna take all night, isn't it? This fucking thing is like, how long is it? 2 hours? That's how many hours in cracky time? Let's look at the clock. 3 a.m. That is 9 a.m. Right? That's gonna be. It's gonna be 9 a.m. It's gonna be 9 a.m. before we're done with this.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to announce
Hey,
my new
Peter,
tour
sir.
for 2020.
Okay, hold on. I'm too in the way of the video right now. Sorry. There we go.
24, beginning in early February and running through June. Tammy,
Do you guys say February like that, or what do you? How do you say? How do you say February? I'm realizing I just dropped the R completely. The first R, the February. I just dropped the R, bro. I'm realizing hearing Peterson say that I drop the R all the time. Every time I say it, I don't say the R. I say February.
An assortment of special guests are going to visit 51 cities in the U.S. You can find out more information.
I say February. You do? Is a Canadian thing to get that right? Because what about any Americans, or what about Mr. Cavron Englishman? What do you guys say? I'm curious if that's like a regional thing.
My website, jordanbpeterson.com.
So I'm gonna check his website. I don't say the R. Oh, you don't? Okay.
As well as
I say it like that? Huh.
Relevant ticketing.
Okay, then maybe it's not regional. Maybe it's just like, you know, some people do and some people don't. Like some
I'm going to use
phrases.
the tour to walk through some of the ideas I've been working on in my forthcoming book, out November.
I say it like that. I say it like that, but I didn't know there was an R in it. Huh. Kind of like magic then.
November 2024.
How did it, okay. How did okay. Right. Why
We
Never
who
mind.
wrestle with God.
Never mind.
I'm looking forward to this.
Never mind.
I'm thrilled to be able to do it again, and
Never mind.
I'll be pleased to see all of you
Never
again
mind.
soon.
Yeah,
Bye.
never mind. Library or library? I say library. I do know people say library though, but library. I definitely put the R in that one.
When you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union,
Okay, so is this gonna be the preview part first? Yeah, okay, okay.
the failure of like socialism.
No
or
reason to
communist
react to
regimes,
this.
I don't know if the issue there was.
Oh god, they really talk about fucking communism in this? Oh no, no, no. No, 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 no. What have I signed up for? Oh no. Oh no, I didn't read enough books for this. Oh no, 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 no.
That was one of many issues.
I don't think it was an issue at all, actually.
Oh no, 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 no. Oh my god. Jordan needs to stop wearing those ridiculous suits. Someone pranked him and made him like... Here's the thing. He likes them. I actually kind of think it's cool, bro. Now, you can make fun of me, man, and say I'm dumb too, but I kind of dig them because they remind... You know what they remind me of? They remind me of like Willy Wonka, like, or like that kind of character. And I don't think there's anything wrong with Peterson, who people call so ridiculous. to carry himself that way. I think like if I was in his position, I would be even more ridiculous, I think. I don't know. I don't I mean, look at me, bro. I'm an alien with books on my head. I don't know, bro. I get people like don't like them, and some of them are kind of ugly. But I kind of dig them. Not in like I like every single suit. Some of them are a little ugly, but as an aesthetic choice of choosing different suits that are like kind of wild, I dig it. I dig that. I dig that.
What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks?
Uh-oh. Let me catch it on chat a little bit before it goes on and get everything set up. Does Destiny wear a toupee? No. Why do you think he wears a toupee? He had his hair dyed, which was ugly as sin, but now he doesn't because he like, I don't know, bro. Like maybe the part of his head that was dented in that made him think that was a good idea healed or something. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I don't mean to be mean to Destiny. He's a nice guy, but it was ugly, bro. No, it would look really stupid. Sorry. I know it looked really dumb though. Am I wrong? He looks like he has depression. Is that what his hair looks like? Can you tell that from the hair? Is this hair reading I'm getting right now? Maybe you could tell that, but like how much shampoo and conditioner people use. Is that a thing? We should start that. Hair reading. He just has unkept hair. Yeah, but I think Riot has a point about that. Maybe that's true, right? I definitely take care of my hair less if I'm feeling down. That's true. He's dressed like a wop from the Jersey Shore in 2005. I never really got into that. Vienna Sausage, I don't really like him. But I don't have an issue with him, but I don't really like him. I don't know why.
I don't believe any of those presumptions.
People keep saying that, but
People keep saying that. I like how these like people keep saying that like just saying it like because they're saying it and he disagrees with it. It's just them saying it. At no point is he ever gonna realize like a bunch of people saying anything. Could mean it's right, bro. It could be.
Just got another one of them.
Turn it up? Okay, sure. Happy to. Okay, turn it up called decibels. Let me know.
Skiers on record.
That's a classic leftist argument.
Why wouldn't Putin? Why wouldn't Xi Jinping? Why wouldn't
He's on Adderall? Oh, definitely. Not there's anything wrong with taking Adderall, whatever, but yeah, definitely. It does seem like it.
Call this out. It was as horrible as it was.
There are plenty of people.
He said before that he like takes Adderall before, or somebody called him out on it before, like during a debate, and he's like only on like important debates or something. He said.
Attempting to
Does he take it?
You really
It's not Adderall. He is on something I know. I forget the name. It's not Adderall. It might just be like whatever salts. What do you mean? What is it? If not Adderall? Is it the? It's not the other one because you know the name of that. The adrifanol or something, right? It's not that. Viennese. He has a prescription. Okay. You put your ass against the bathroom walls when taking a fart. No. He's sleeping in his car.
Evaluate the scientific.
Destiny is. He has a home. He's rich, right? I think he's rich, bro. I think he one time I watched his stream and he was just like looking at guns, like I want to buy every gun from anime, and I was like, okay.
With the vaccines, do you?
So I don't know. His wife left him, so he's buying a gun. That's normal behavior.
Today, talking to.
Well, that's normal behavior, right? His wife left him, so he went out and bought a gun immediately after.
Stephen Bonnet.
I'm not inferring anything there, but you know, what does that say?
Known professionally and online as Destiny. He's an American streamer, debater, and political commentator.
Is it a stimulant? Do you know anything about it?
He really came to my attention, I would say, as a consequence of the discussion he had.
You missing out, bro? I might be.
Friedman, and I decided to talk to him, not least because it's not that easy to bring people who are identified, at least to some degree, with the political beliefs on the left into.
It's amphetamine? Oh, it is an amphetamine. Okay. So it's okay. Just say, we can just, okay. What's up, Trav? Yeah, what's up? I think it's for ADD. Well, yeah, but amphetamine's amphetamine, bro.
Where I can actually.
Well, they're all for ADD. Every amphetamine is for ADD. When they prescribe it, right? They prescribe everything, every amphetamine and methamphetamine for ADD.
Have a conversation with them. I've tried that more often than you might think.
Brand name,
But
sure.
it happens now and then, but not very often. So today we
But it's an F instead of PH. What's that about? Is it a slightly like what is the difference between amphetamine and amphetamine?
talk a lot about, well, the differences between the left and the right and the dangers of political ideology per se and the use of power as a...
He is right that it's hard to talk, like it's hard to find somebody that wants to talk about this stuff. They're generally from the left, because I find people get mad at me, and I'm not from like the right, but I like a lot of people just get mad at me and don't want to talk about any of it, I find. So it leaves me kind of like I've said before, kind of like unable to agree with anybody. Well, no, I agree with some people, but I mean unable to have like any kind of real political position, because nobody represents like my ideas or my questions or my anything. Left, right, nobody does. Nobody, you know, so.
Opposed to invitation and all sorts of other heated, often heated and contentious issues. And so you're welcome to join us. And I was happy to have the opportunity to do.
Is all right about that, being open to talking? Yeah. He did Ben Shapiro, yeah. Like I say, I think he's tolerable leftist and he's not a tanky. Yeah, but I mean, that's a pretty low bar, right? You're saying like he's not a homicidal maniac. Or like, you know, true. I don't think
do this.
I don't think he is either.
Start by letting the people who don't know who you
I
are.
think he might be like a nice guy. I don't know him. I don't know Destiny. He might be like a nice friend. I don't know. You know, what do I know?
Or get to know who you are with a little bit more precision.
Can't outlaw it. Yeah.
So,
you have a left wing, you know, and can't outlaw. Well, if you're gonna have a left wing, you know, can't outlaw it. Outlaw what? Outlaw what? I don't think we have a left wing that represents the left wing. I think the left wing now is just totalitarian communism. Now, some people disagree with me. That's fine, but that's what I think it is. It's just a totalitarian communist agenda of taking over and making everything stupid. But tons of people disagree, but that's my opinion.
why have you become known, and how is that?
So, like, if you wanted a left, you need a real left that represents actually the left, as opposed to just like communism. Like people keep saying communism is the left, but that's dumb, because then you're saying the left doesn't exist. Like then you're saying the left has no purpose. If you say to me the left is communism, then the left are just people that believe in something that's a lie, is what you're telling me. And I can't believe that's true. If there's two sides of every position, isn't reality and then the mist, right? Like that's what is being described if that's the left.
Developed.
It's like reality on one side and then just the ether, just magic and hocus pocus on the other side.
It's a pretty broad question.
Believing in like, I don't know, bro. He's not a commie though, that's what I'm saying. Right, but what is, sure, but then what is, but is he sympathetic to communist ideas? Because he is, isn't he? Then I don't know, bro.
I think I started streaming around 15 years ago.
Like, he's not a communist now, but would he be a communist if communists were the people in power for real, like everywhere? Like, they could actually, like, flip everything. If he didn't see the writing on the wall that most people are not communists, would he be more of a communist? Would he be closer of a tanky? I don't know.
When...
Cause, like, to me, Destiny seems to just follow the tide of, like, he's pretty good at reading what the tide is, and he's just kind of following that. Like of what people think, and that's why he's not too far left, because people aren't too far left. But if it was common, I think he would be. I don't know.
It wasn't really a thing yet. There were a few people that did it. I started early on. I was well, I guess back then you weren't a professional gamer yet because the game had just started to come out. But there was a game called StarCraft 2, and I streamed myself playing that game.
He's pro-Israel.
I was a pretty good player. It was pretty entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, really, when it comes down to it. Like, I know it's one of their key issues, but I think it breaks down to this. Either you like human beings or you don't. And I think that's really what it comes down to. I know that may be silly, but or individualism versus collectivism. Collectivists think they care about humanity, but they care about conceptualizations, and they actually hate themselves usually. Why? I don't know, bro, but that seems to be the case.
Watch, and then I kind of grew over, I guess maybe the next 7 years, just streaming that people would
Can you
watch.
sit for a mosque? No, I understand, but that's like the argument about like Hitler and the Nazis, because they fought with communists, like didn't have similar ideas, kind of like. I get what you're saying, but like it can go every way when it comes to accomplishing communism or whatever you want to call it.
Well, back then I started on a website called Livestream, then I switched to Ustream, then I switched to a site called Justin TV, and then that turned into Twitch.tv. So after streaming there for like 7 or 8 years, I was a semi-professional StarCraft 2 gamer. That game kind of came and went, but I had a lot of...
I didn't know any of this, bro. I was never into StarCraft 2 like that.
...of other interests. Around 2016, I started to get more involved into the world of politics. It's kind of a left-leaning figure because of my background in like esports and internet gaming and internet trash talk. I had more of a...
It's like I'm sitting in his lap, bro. I don't know how I feel about that.
...out of attitude.
Isn't it? Isn't it like that? Hold on.
And that was kind of rare for left-leaning people at the time, so...
I gotta see Peterson to see where I'm sitting
popularity came from.
Am I blocking him now?
2016 to 2018 was debating right-wing people.
But that's kind of good, right? Because Phil don't want to see his suit anyway, so I'll block his suit. Hold on.
So was there a game-like element to the debating, do you think? And is that part of why that morphing made sense?
I'll block his suit when he comes out for Cobra.
I mean, if you...
Right? That'll help you out, Cobra.
And if you get really reductionist, everything in life is kind of a game.
Do you like the dad jeans? I didn't notice the dad jeans. I was busy blocking
I
the
think I grew
suit.
up like very argumentative.
I definitely... me and Destiny have at least one thing in common, I think. Right here, I can see one thing, and you may maybe not believe this about me, that I grew up argumentative. You may not believe it. You may be like, huh? What is he talking about? What is this guy talking about?
Mom is from Cuba, so my family was like very conservative, and then I grew up like listening to the news all day, listening to my mom's political opinions all day, and then I argued with kids in high school. And I've always been kind of like an argumentative, type A, aggressive personality. So I think that probably lent itself well to the political stuff in 2016. Yeah.
Was that useful in gaming?
The dad gene.
That personality.
In some ways, yeah. In some ways,
I think maybe I sit here.
I don't know directly for the games itself. I don't know how much it necessarily mattered. But for all the peripheral stuff, in some ways, it was really beneficial.
See, now Peterson is like a boomer right now, right? He's like, what are games? But he's like genuinely interested, I think. Because have you heard him talk about like comic books? I think right now he's genuinely interested about like how games interact with somebody's like psychology and stuff, right? And he's trying to figure it out. But he's like, he hasn't really got into him enough to have a working like I don't know, context really. So it comes kind of boomer, right?
I could kind of
that's what's happening right now.
And I could be very unique, and I could kind of be on my own.
He's like, what does it have to do with games? Does it have to do with the video games? And do the video games have to do with the other thing? They're good. I mean, they're good questions. We're just wondering a thing, but he's clearly coming from like a stance of I haven't played a game.
In some ways, it's very detrimental. I can be very difficult to get along with, and I'm very much kind of like I want to do this thing, and if you try to tell me what to do, I don't want to have like a sponsor or a team or anybody. I
keep finding things that he's saying that are true about somebody else. I'm not going to say who. And the more I relate to Destiny, the worse I feel right now. I hope he stops.
Put a leash on me, so. Yeah, I guess it worked out.
It's interesting because that
the
temperamental proclivity that you're describing that's associated with low agreeableness.
He's calculating.
And generally, and that's more combative. It's more stubborn. It's more implacable. It's more competitive.
I like this part. Destiny seems to be coming at it right now, like open-minded and actually listening to him. Right? I don't think neither person is being fake or combative yet. Right? Like people are listening to each other. Destiny seems to genuinely be listening to this part.
That it's more skeptical. It's
so good on both of them.
It can be more cynical. It can be less cooperative. But generally, a temperament like that is not associated with political belief on the left, because the leftists tend.
Is that true? You think? What Peterson's saying right now?
To be characterized by
if you are more disagreeable, you're probably not on the left, because people on the left usually have higher agreeability. Is that what he's going to say? Something like that. Do you guys agree with that?
of compassion, and that's low agreeableness. So, you know, that element of your temperament at least is quite masculine, and a lot of the ideology that characterizes the modern left has a much more temperamentally feminine nature. So all right, so why do you think the shift from your popularity to political commentary worked? And you said that started about 2016, and why do you think that?
I think it worked because the people that are like into games and shit, a lot of people feel like, I think from this is from my experience streaming retro and stuff and streaming on Twitch, have a lack of like purpose or like anything like that, and so like they are looking for one, and then politics is a way to channel one kind of and feel like you have a purpose, right? Because like I'm fighting the good fight, kind of, you know, and it like some people that feels like you're really doing something, even if politics in reality is like a quicksand that's designed to waste your time in actuality, but people don't know that. So
that shift happened for you, like in terms of your interest?
I think I've always been interested in a lot of things. Like I grew up with a very strong political bend. It was conservative until I got into my streaming years.
Finally, bro.
I slowly kind of started to shift to the left.
Finally, something that I don't agree with. I was totally a leftist as a kid when I was younger. I was an anarchist, like full on fuck the man, fuck the system. You know what I mean? And I was anti-politics, and I still am today, I think. I'm still... I've always been against it. I've always been anti-political. But that makes you political in the world now. But, you know, and I lean more left because I was just like an anarchist. But anarchist really, I guess, is neither, really, because, you know, it's not really either one.
I would say that... I guess in around 2016, when I saw all of the conversations going on with the election and when all the issues being talked about, I felt like the conversations were very low quality. And in my naivety, I thought that maybe I could come in and boost the...
Do you say naivety like he said that, or was he being goofy? Naivety, is that how you say it?
Quality, at least in like my little corner of the internet.
I know it's not how I say it, but now I'm like, am I going to be able to say it how I say it? Naivety? I say naive. Naivety? I can't speak anymore. I don't know how I say it now. He confused me, bro.
Have better conversations about what's going on.
I didn't... All I know is that however I normally say it does not sound like he said it. That's all I know. That's a less phony way of saying it. If you say so, it sounds phonier.
My injection point into all of that was...
Because we say naive, not naive, whatever, naive. What did he say?
Yeah.
Don't we say naive for the regular word?
About those political issues, and then...
So naive is changing it, no?
Arguing with people about them, doing research and
naivete. Come on, bro. That's over enunciation on the A. That's definitely the phony way to say it.
And all of that, yeah.
And so did you do that by video?
Well, you have to make extra effort from the standard word to say it. Am I wrong?
To begin with as well?
You'll put a bunch of Frenchiness on it?
It was all streaming. And so I presume you built an audience among the people who were following you as a gamer first, and then that's...
But he said naive. Am I wrong? You are naive. You can have naivete.
Started to expand, is that correct?
Naivete.
Basically, yeah. Without getting too much into like the business or streaming side of things, basically, actually this probably carries over to basically to all media, I would imagine, is you've got people that will watch you.
What is your problem, guys?
For special events. So maybe you're like a commentator of the Super Bowl, or maybe you're hosting like a really...
What is your problem, guys? Why am I getting that follow-up page?
Really huge event. Then you've got people who will
watch... I'm just a bookman. I'm just using my books in my head, and I'm saying them.
You every time you're participating in your area of expertise. So for me, that's like a particular...
That's like StarCraft 2 and...
a game I might be playing. It might be when you're on like a particular...
That's really it.
Show or something.
It's really just StarCraft 2.
Thing that people watch you for.
When I'm talking about my expertise, StarCraft 2, and then 0 other things.
And then the fundamental fan, like the best fan that you're converting to the lowest.
I want to know why Destiny look a half swipe with his razor. Oh, I think that's how it grows. Naive et. I don't think so. I mean, maybe that's it. Yeah, naivety. Yeah, okay, but it's not naivete, which is what he said.
That's watching you basically.
My question is not how do I say it right, because I'm going to give up on this. It's how do. But thank you.
No matter what you're doing, and these are the people that'll follow you from area to area. Right. And I think because of the way I did gaming,
has a nice swipe on the side like that. Oh, on the side of his face. No, yeah, his I think his beard grows like that, bro. Why you don't attack a man? I don't know. I feel bad because like not every part, like not every part of your facial hair always looks how you want it to. It's not his fault that it looks like that, is it?
Other stuff, whether it was politics,
maybe
science, it's whatever.
There's no way he did that on purpose, right? I've seen people like that. There's no way he did that on purpose. It's like a skin thing. I know people have that patchiness in beard. Sure, I know people that have patchiness in beard.
I had a lot of loyal fans.
I'm agreeing with that. I do know people too.
Fans that kind of followed me wherever I went.
But like that is a while. Like it does make it. It does make his face like so asynchronicical. I'm gonna say it that way. We're gonna get a couple more pronunciation tips there. Asynchronicical. I'm making up a word here. Asynchronicical. It makes it more bizarre. It makes it asynchronicical, right?
So quite a few of them stuck in
established a reputation.
Yeah.
So how would you characterize?
He should probably just clean shave, then it would be like that. Well, he could also there's styles that would like adapt like. It's that one spot. He could shave that spot on the other side. It grows on the bottom. There are like beards I've seen people do. Like he should make it match though, is what I'm saying. If he can't grow on one side, why not shave on the other side? What if he shave the patch there for empathy of what?
How would you quantify
to like match with other people with patchy beards? I don't know, bro. It doesn't really make too much sense to me. It's hard for him to get out of bed in the morning. There will be no shaving. Ryan, you're coming up with this whole theory about his depression based on his hair. Now, I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I don't know hair theory. I'm not a big I'm not like a big student of hair theory. So maybe you're right on that. I don't know. And maybe this is an extension into facial hair theory. I don't know too much about this stuff.
I think
for his viewers, what does that help him with?
Can you be more precise?
How many people are watching your?
Right, saying this as she drinks some fries as she drinks. Yeah, as she searches for trash fries. He'd have the hair down to the neckline of that shirt.
A typical video that you might produce
for his views,
and
yeah,
what are you
I don't
doing
know.
For subscribers, say on YouTube, and total. Any idea about total reach?
I don't know. Like maybe he shaved his face for that reason. I just don't get like what it would really be doing. Like it's like I'll look stupid too, guys. You guys look dumb. Guess what? Me too. And then he just shaves that part. Maybe, maybe.
Well, I mean, I guess my subscribers on YouTube, I have around. I think that's around 770,000 on my main channel. I think I probably do between all three channels. I think around 15 to 20 million views a month.
So if he can shave his neck, he can fix that notch. Yeah, I don't know. But give him a break, bro. I get like skin stuff, right, from my allergies, and sometimes like my face gets all dry and shit, bro. Maybe he has something like that, like corona. I ain't trying to judge him for it, bro. I'm just saying. Why not match on the other side? Wouldn't that look better? Because it makes it look weird every time you see his full face. His shirt sucks too. Why does his shirt suck now? And it's not buttoned. Okay, that's true. He didn't button up his shirt, but I think he's intentionally going for this look, right? Of unbuttoned casual or something. So if he can shave his neck, he can fix that notch. Like all the guys who put band-aids on their face, they haven't seemed to preoccupied with it like a fad. Maybe he's not shaved. I'm not shaved for a year, and had flesh peeling off me. I know what depression looks like. He just looks like a but is that not depressed? Some people like that are depressed, but I'm not saying he does look like a lazy motherfucker. Guys, let's stop attacking just his appearance all day. Come on. Come on, guys. That's not big book brain. We're big book brain now. We're big book brain now.
And then I live stream to anywhere from 5
Yeah,
to
but he's
15,000.
counteracting it by meth. Oh, I see. Well, I guess he is, yeah. That was Nelly. Nelly had cheek band-aids. No, that notch is fucking weird as shit, Carl. Okay.
Viewers a day for hopefully around 8 hours a day. Yeah.
I don't like his movements though. They feel like they feel alien, like it's not a human moving, like it's like somebody acting. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like a salesman almost. His physical movements feel like I'm talking to a salesman, not like I'm looking at a salesman.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have quite a substantial reach. And so you said that initially you were...
Maybe that's being online and an online performer a lot. I don't know. You think that causes something weird? Like you don't move normal anymore, like because you're not used to interacting with people that give you body language in real time anymore? You're just like, maybe.
More
that's a concern,
leaning, but that changed. What did it mean that you were more conservative leaning, and how and why did that change?
When I say I was conservative leaning, I mean I was writing articles for my school newspaper.
That's the speed? Oh, that's just meth making him look like that? Oh, you might be right. Yeah, I'm dumb. You're probably right. That probably is just speed. You're probably right. It's just the amphetamines. Yeah, you're probably right.
George Bush in the Iraq War. I was like very much.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
I think it's like
because bro, when I was a teenager and I did speed, I had real problems like regulating my like muscle acuity or whatever, like my control of my like how soft I did something, like what do you call that, how hard I did something, how much pressure I applied. It was all hard, it was all out of whack compared to being sober. I was much worse at it.
An insult now when people say like neocon.
Maybe most body language is involuntary. Fine motor control. Thank you. Fine motor control. I had worse fine motor control. And I think that's common, right? That's a common side effect of those things.
So supported big business, supported...
so, whatever, I suppose.
Traditional, all of the conservative, I guess, like foreign policy, hawkish foreign policy, for whatever that meant. As like a 14-year-old.
Right.
There was the whole Elian Gonzalez incident that was very big for Cuban
Americans. I definitely experienced it when I was younger.
Where there was a Cuban boy that tried to come to the United States with several other people and his mother, and their raft, I guess, crashed or something happened. I think his mom died and some other people died, and there was a huge debate on whether or not to send him back to Cuba, and Clinton ended up sending him back to Cuba. And I know that I
only kind of remember that. You guys remember that thing he's talking about? I only kind of remember that.
Mom was super irritated and all that, to say the least.
And so discretion of being a tweaker?
College,
sure.
I think
sure. The spasming, yeah. Sure. The like twitching and stuff and the jittery, yeah, sure, true. Yeah, they sent him back to his dad. That was such shit.
What did Ron Paul and
I barely remember that. I do kind of remember that, but I barely remember that.
Would have been 2008. So I was a big Ron Paul libertarian guy in high school. When I went to a Catholic Jesuit high school, and I kind of became atheist in that process. I started reading Ayn Rand. So I was very, 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 very conservative.
On the libertarian end, it sounds
I would say so. Yeah. Initially on the
that makes more sense in relationship to your temperament.
Sure, maybe, yeah. Initially,
it'd be more of a libertarian that leans kind of left than a a conservative that went like flat out tanky, like Kavron was saying he's not tanky. Yeah, I guess that does make more sense.
It was like Christian conservative, and then it became like libertarian conservative. Without my life kind of took like a wacky path, and then as I started working, I kind of had to drop out of school. I was working, and then I got into streaming. And once I started streaming, I had a son. Basically, around the first year I started streaming.
I didn't know he was.
As I started to go through life, and I went from.
I didn't know he was a dropout too. I didn't know that.
Kind of being in this like working poor position to making a lot of money, especially through the lens of my child. I saw how different life was when I had more money versus less. And I guess like the differences between
I'm here because it's wobbly, but wobbly rules.
I made wobbly more money,
rules.
While I was really wealthy versus not as wealthy. It kind of started to change the way that I guess.
So you got more attuned to the consequences of inequality.
Basically, I would say, yeah.
Okay, and so how did that lead you to develop more sympathy for left-leaning ideas, particularly?
I guess my core beliefs have
Also,
never really
normally we
changed,
don't
but I think
really
the way that those
we don't really watch this kind of stuff too often, bro. But today is book day, and we're smart and we're philosophy people today.
Become applied kind of change.
We love philosophy and debates, and we're debate bros or whatever, you know.
So much
And we hate everybody that disagrees with us now.
same way that you might think that everybody deserves a shot to go to school and have an education. That might be like a core belief where as a
Oh my God, because that really people's core beliefs? Go to school and get an education? Come on, bro. Who believes that? Ugh.
libertarian or conservative, I might
No, for real, bro. Come on, that's really a core belief. No wonder people get so upset at me about the public school stuff if people have that as a core belief. Ugh.
as long as a school is available, everybody's got the opportunity to go and study.
Ugh.
But maybe now as like a liberal
Gross.
or progressive or whatever you'd call me, I might
Or
say,
shaves
okay, well, we
weird?
need to
Yeah.
make sure that there's enough, you know, maybe like
Bro, is that really a core? How is that a core belief though? It's not like a moral principle. Like it's replacing a. That's not really something you can hold as a core belief, bro. It doesn't really make any sense because it's not a principle. The principle would be that all children are educated, right? But you don't have to send them to school for them to be educated, especially in the modern world. You could send them to like there's all kinds of other models in school that would work. Of course, like 99% of kids go to school. Yeah, but it doesn't really make any sense, though, is what I'm saying. Like, as a core principle, it doesn't function. It doesn't make any sense. Because if your real principle is that you want children to go to get an education, then if you replace that instead with a school one, then at some point, if the school no longer provides an education, you're on the wrong path. That sets you up for failure. You know what I'm saying? If you put school first, you're like school is just a construct we made up. It's not like a real thing. You can't have a belief based on some made up thing like that. It doesn't really make sense. Yeah, a core belief has to be something that is true. Like if you went into like caveman times or another era or something, it would still function, I think. Like you could have a core belief that like people should be learn as much as they can, and that would apply in any time period ever.
food in the household or some kind of funding program to make sure the kid can actually go to school and study.
Destiny is a big socialist commie. I'm wondering about that part. I want to get to the communist part because I don't know what he believes on that, and I know he's got to be like pro it, and like some people tell me he's not a tanky, so I don't know where is he. But if you're any fart communist, bro, in my experience, that means communist. Do you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, what you want is a totalitarian government that does not care about the people, even though you think it does at some level, but that's not how it'll ever work. If you are at all communist, like what else? How else do you do it without central planning? You know? I don't see any way to make communism work without central planning, and to believe in central planning is arrogance, man. Like it's pure hubris. It's like we can do this better than people can do it on their own, and that's ridiculous to me. Like you have to think you're God to think that you can do it better than individual people making choices in their own lives can do it, because that's what central planning means. You take the choice away from the people and you put it into like a computer or a different quote unquote experts in the fields. But the best expert for every decision is the person closest to that decision, which is the person making the decision.
Basically, so like the core drive is the
Bingo,
same,
yeah.
But I think the applied
School's an institution, a social construct, exactly. Yeah.
Principle ends up changing a bit based on what you
Right.
think.
He thinks he is disabled. Does he say that? So he rationalizes with sector he could never do better until he's trained people to feel like him. He says he's disabled in what way? I didn't know that.
So is your concern essentially something like
The guy at the top of exponentially has more and more opportunities for corruption? Exactly, man. I'm with you on this. It's like the more you centralize any power, the more chance for corruption, goes up. So we want it distributed as much as humanly possible, and like the safest way is to make it so almost every choice is done by the people that are making the choice, because then it's their responsibility. It's not the state's. And they're more often going to be able to figure it out than the state will. So just get the state out of their lives, in my opinion.
Observation that if people are bereft enough of substance, let's say.
You said a minute ago they couldn't work, and that's how it got in the stream. Ah, okay, sorry, I missed that. Okay. All right, well, maybe I'll expand more about what the disability is.
That it's difficult for them to take advantage of equal opportunities, even if they are presented.
Well, yeah, what is it? Is it ADD? Is it a real thing? I don't know, bro. It might, like, I know some people do have real things. Is it a real thing, though, or is it... Okay, look, I know people that also fake things, too. Don't you get in your life know some people that are on disability and you're like, okay, or am I crazy? I'm not saying everybody on disability is faking it. I don't think so. But there's definitely people I know who are. Does that make sense? That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is I know people that are 100% faking it.
To them,
he probably has agoraphobia and anxiety.
And,
he omitted the word disabled. Okay.
You have some belief. And
he just is assuming you couldn't work. Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird thing to do. Anxiety is such like a... I don't know, bro. If we have real mental health, it would not bug as many people as it does, in my opinion.
You have some belief that they're...
Like, they should tell you when you first have, like, issues, they should be like, okay. Like, they should just be standard advice. They should be like, okay, listen. First, is there any way you can repair relationship with your family? Is there any way you can fix that? What about your close friends? Is there any way... Are those relationships at all repairable? Do you have an activity you enjoy doing that you like to meet friends at? You should maybe start that. Do you have a skill that you started before and you still have interest in and you'd like to get better at, and maybe that could be a career or a passion or something to make you feel accomplished? How are you physically? Do you need to work? Do you need to be more physically active? Do you need to eat better? All that stuff is way more useful than like going to a therapist. All that stuff, like if you approach just that like checklist there, your life will be so much better. I feel like no matter what the state, like at least for me that was true. You know, I worked in a secure mental health hospital 7 years as a therapist. That's crazy, bro. My multiple members of my direct family were institutionalized. And I have a different perspective from kind of the other side, I suppose.
Is room for state intervention at the level of basic provision to make those opportunities more manifest?
Yeah, to varying degrees, yeah.
Okay.
Balance is always key. Sure.
So let's start talking more broadly then on the political side. So...
And do you think, in your opinion, how about that, a question for you? Was psychology more legitimate then than it is now? Or, like, you know about, like, the replication crisis and stuff like that, right? So would you say, in your time practicing, earlier in your career, was it more reliable, or was it less reliable, or about the same? Was it always kind of depended on, some people would interpret it different ways? What's your opinion from working in there?
How would you characterize the difference, in your opinion, between the left and the conservative political viewpoints?
On a very, very, very broad level, if there's some like good world that we're all aiming for, I think people on the left seem to think that...
Is he describing utopia, you think? Like, I don't know if there is a good world we're aiming for exactly, or if I think that way. Like, now that he brings that up, I'm like, am I aiming for a good world? Isn't that too big of an idea? Like, you can aim for a good self, and I think that's it. Like, obviously, a good self can take care of your friends and family and people you know and care about and build a community or whatever thing. But can you really, is it really for the human mind to aim for the state of the world? Isn't that beyond us in a way? Like, can we even think at that level? And should we even try to think at that level? Like, I'm not saying obviously nations shouldn't like interact with each other and stuff. But I'm saying, like, should we even plan like at that level of of the world from our individual viewpoint, especially when we're not even involved in that kind of like anything. What do you think? The problem, as I see the state of system, is the problem is the courts are ignorant of true mental health issues that caused one person with autism to be state committed, which was stupid. Yeah, that's a horrible idea. Hey, Sam. I mean, state committed is almost always a horrible idea. The state, like, sucks, man. Craggy, she was, hello. Hey, Sam. Metaculture, good to see you all again tonight. Yeah, weird I'm on tonight, but this morning, tonight, whatever it is, wherever you are. But, here we are, and we're watching, the Destiny Peterson thing. We need separation of state and health. Yeah, I'll hell yeah, I agree with that. Hell, in not just mental health, in completely. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I had an idea. Check this out. I had an idea. It might be a ridiculous idea, but I had an idea about how you could replace insurance companies. Okay, just follow me with it real quick. Don't judge it too quickly. Check out this idea. Okay, so here's what you do. First, let's say we could somehow just theoretically rip out all of insurance, everything from the American system of both mental and regular healthcare. I know it's impossible. But just for a thought experiment. Say you can rip that out. Then here's what I was thinking. Instead of an insurance company as the model where you pay monthly, what if instead it's kind of like credit men that instead will pay the fee, will pay your bill right away. And then you have a debt with them, and then those debts are posted on some kind of registry, and other people can go to the registry and pay off debts on there if they want to. They can pay partial, they can set up a payment plan. So what you can have is like, if you get into a thing, you can link all your family and friends like people do now with GoFundMe's and stuff. And first off, the expenses would be way lower because there wouldn't be all the fiddling going on. So first off, the bill wouldn't be crazy anyway. And then you can also have people help you pay it off. And I think a lot of people would just like for charity go through and pay out, like put money in there for their charity. If you didn't have to pay that monthly fee of insurance anymore, everybody would have that money back. And then they'd be able to pay by their choice. So I think that might work, but I don't know. All health, so like a health security bond co-op? Yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah, kind of, yeah. And it would be open to the public to just like just like a GoFundMe kind of website kind of setup. You could have something like that. You could have some kind of GoFundMe website or whatever that people can go and just give money to, and they like. I definitely would, right? Like, if you had good health for like a good while and you had a little bit extra money, why wouldn't you go and pay somebody's thing off, right? Like to feel good. I don't know. Without insurance reimbursements, the procedures would cost less. Right. Sure, yeah. It would cost everything would cost less, and we'd have more money to help each other. Right? If we just rip out insurance, and then somebody, obviously, the credit men would be making money, right? Obviously, they would charge more. Like the debt would go up, obviously, than the original fee they paid, so they make money. But it would still, I think, work out better to where people, aren't paying a dime. Like everybody would have more, and we'd get it taken care of easier, I think.
A collection of taxes from a large population that goes into a government that's able to precisely kind of dole out where that tax money goes.
Sorry, I'll check changed would to world. Okay.
You're able to scrape off
would cost less. Yeah,
not super significant amount of money from people that are
right. So there'd be everything would cost less, and people would have more money. So I don't know, but how would you ever implement such a thing? I don't know. That's why I'm just saying the idea, because I don't know. Craggy, sometimes random rich people just donate money to city halls in Japan. Sure. I think if we have more models for that kind of thing in America, like we lower taxes, but then we put those things out to the community, to like just random people to do. And I think people would do it, man. Like give them some kind of incentive too, if we can, right? Like incentivize it in whatever way to paying off other people's debt. And then I mean, ideally we have as low taxes as possible, I would think. Because, bro, the only reason we even pay taxes is fucking wars, man. Like, before that, we didn't even pay taxes, which is wild. It was just like tariffs.
That can afford to give a lot of money. And then
we could work on a model like that again. I don't. It doesn't have to be the way it is. Like just leave a box of cash and be like, please use this for the community. Random rich guy. Sure. I mean, wouldn't you do that if you had like if everybody was able to save their money from insurance stuff and like we could reduce taxes a bit on different things. Like, come on, man. Don't you think people would be charitable with that money? I'd rather regular people. Here's the other thing. The state, in my opinion, real quick, is stealing the kindness, bro. Like, because here's what happens, okay? Let's say let's say a person handles something with charity. They get a hand a person or send a message or a nice email like, hey, I'm sorry you're going through this. Here's, I paid off your thing. Have a good life. I hope you and your kids are okay. Whatever kind of nice message the person wants to send. And the other person gets it. They feel good. They're like, oh my God, it's a thing of relief. They send an email back or they talk to the person back and like, hey, I'm so grateful. Thank you. I didn't know what I was going to do. That's a load off. They don't have to pay that off now. And then they'll be genuinely thankful and they'll be genuinely like pushing towards like, doing something good for somebody else now because now they feel like somebody did something for them. Or you have a state just handle all of this and rob that whole experience from both parties. Just rip it out of their hands and say, nah, bro. Nah, we do this and we don't even do it with a face or a smile. You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. The more I think about it, the less I think the state is the right way to handle anything. I bet most of the politicians just keep that money for themselves, though. Yeah, it's possible.
Government programs and redistribution, you target those taxes essentially to people that kind of need whatever bare minimum.
But like what Destiny's talking about right now, that takes out all of the human connection of people getting their own money and getting to choose how to help people with their own money. Like, why can't we try a system where people help other people? Because people do like to help other people, but we let them choose who to spend their money on instead of the state doing it. Because that's really the difference. Like when people talk about lowering taxes a bunch and like having like maybe having tariffs instead, if we could somehow get into that world, which is hypothetical. I don't know. People should have their own choice on where they want to help, who they want to help, and get the experience of helping them with, here you go. And then the person, thank you. That should be an experience we have at a human level with each other, I think. Payment plans at hospitals, but they are quick to partner with banks so they can force collection. Here, medical debt can be forced to pay all at once, but they want you to think you have to pay all at once. Yeah, they do all kinds of shady shit with that, yeah. I got $5,000 off a bill once by telling them state laws say I have to make reasonable monthly payments. Yeah, there's stuff about reason. Yeah. When they encourage you to get a personal loan to pay the bill, it changes the nature of the debt. Sure.
To take advantage of opportunities in society, yeah.
Okay.
And then on the conservative end, I guess a conservative would generally think that why would the government take my money? I think from a community point of view, through churches, through community action, through families, we can better allocate our own dollars to our own friends and family to help
he says
them
that
give them
too?
the things that they need so that they can better participate in and thrive in society, basically.
Wait, I'm confused. What was his point then? Let me go back.
We can better allocate I guess a conservative would generally think that why would the government take my money? I think from a community point of view, through churches, through community action, through families, we can better allocate our own dollars to our own friends and family.
Right, that's what conservatives think, yes.
To help them and give them the things that they need so that they can better participate in and thrive in society, basically.
Okay, so one of the things that I've always found a mystery, I think there's an equal mystery on the left and on the right in this regard, is that the more conservative types tend to be very skeptical of big government, and the leftist types tend to be more skeptical of big corporations.
I'm skeptical of both personally, bro. I'm I don't like the corporations as they are now either, because they're backed up by the state in a lot of ways. I don't know if I even agree with the stock market, bro, but obviously I'm not in charge of that. But I don't know if I agree with publicly owned companies. I wonder about it sometimes. I mean, I guess like you can't totally like tell people they couldn't do it, but I don't know, bro. It's pretty shady. Publicly owned companies are pretty shady. It seems like it breeds corruption because it spreads out interest for the company outside of the company in a way that's like a conflict of interest. Like people on like voting on laws for the company can own a part of the company. That sounds questionable to me.
Right. Well,
Now I'll be negative
okay,
Nancy and tell us that all that won't work. Yeah. Been nice chatting. Going to Mob for all that. Have a good day. Have a good day, man. Thanks for hanging out for a while. And tell Wobbly, hey.
Following through the logic that you
Hope he has a good stream too.
Out, you made the suggestion that one of the things that characterizes people on the left is the belief that government can act as an agent of distribution, act as an agent of distribution. Okay, a potential problem for that is the gigantism of the government that does that. Now, the conservatives are skeptical of that gigantism, and likewise, the liberals, the progressives in particular, we'll call them progressives, are skeptical of the reach of gigantic corporations.
Here's the thing, though. How come more people aren't skeptical of both? Like, I can't be the only person that's skeptical of both, because I don't like either one. I don't want a corporate like oligarchy kind of weird thing. I don't want crony capitalism. I don't want any of that stuff, bro. I want individuals and small companies. Even the way Peterson is framing, like, say conservatives, yada yada, but conservatives generally want smaller companies too, right? Nobody really wants neither side wants corporations, but you know, they exist either way. Neither side really wants corporations, though.
And I've always seen a commonality in those two, in that both of them are skeptical of gigantism. And so one of the things that I don't know, how do you get people to see together that collectively we actually are against the same things? When it comes, if that's your issue, like if it's corruption and whatever, then we're actually against the exact same things, whether it's in the state or in the corporate, like, side, or in the any part of it. Concerned about, generally speaking, with regard to the potential for the rise of tyranny, is the emergence of giants.
But that shows that, like, whoever is trying to keep us from being effective is succeeding, I think. What do you guys think? I think gigantism. Yeah, yeah, it's an interesting phrase, right? Yeah.
And
it's a disease.
One potential problem with the view that the
right, but he's using it differently, bro. He's using it a way that makes sense. You hear it, it makes sense. You get what it means. You have to, you know.
Government
Are you sure there's not a version of the definition already that I don't think he's developing it.
And should act as an agent of redistribution, is that there is an incentive put in place.
Well, yeah.
Two kinds of incentives. Number one, a major league incentive towards gigantism and tyranny.
He clearly doesn't mean the disease, bro.
And number two, an incentive for psychopaths.
Unless people that have the disease are generally, you know, also part of a corporation, I guess, and tyrannical.
To justify their grip on power, to take...
That's the scariest one, is that this environment does breed psychopaths, bro. And it rewards psychopaths more than anybody else, I think.
Money, and to claim that they're doing
It's also
good.
a disease or authority.
And
true.
I see that happening everywhere now, in the name of, particularly in the name of compassion. And it's one of the things that's made me very skeptical, in particular.
I'm with you, Jordan, on this.
And at least about the progressive.
I'm with you, and I would wear that suit. I don't care what Cabron says. I wear the half suit. I don't know about the dad jeans. I would wear the suit. I would wear the top though.
The edge of the left. So I'm curious.
I don't know. I think you got to wear like slacks if you're gonna. But I think maybe they talked about it. You know, I bet before they did this, they talked about it and they established a dress code that they both thought of as like casual, right? Like nice casual, because Destiny's wearing a shirt, a button-up shirt, but it's undone. If you look at Peterson, he's wearing dad jeans. He's got the half suit on, but the top of his shirt's undone too, right? I think they talked about this on purpose before they filmed. I don't think this was an accident. They're both like half, like, I mean, a little bit, like a topping, like some flair of legitimacy of nice clothes, but then it's casual and perfect, like over the top casual. I'd wear a full suit or jeans. Sure, Destiny's wearing a front shirt. I'm shocked it's not covered in cat.
What do you think about those two? First of all,
he might have bought the shirt for this, bro.
It's a paradox to me.
He might just buy new shirts for each thing.
That the conservatives,
like, wouldn't you, bro? If you made Destiny money, if you made buku bucks, wouldn't you just put that on? Like, go buy it real quick, have it delivered by Amazon, have shirts delivered every time you go, you know, on a special thing.
And the leftists face off each other with regard to their
Wouldn't
concern
you?
about different forms of gigantism.
It probably hasn't been washed in
and
10
don't seem
years.
to notice that the thing that unites
You really
them
think
is
it's that
some
old?
antipathy. This is especially true for the libertarians. Some antipathy towards gigantic structures per se. And so then I would say, with regards to your antithesis between liberalism and conservatives, the conservatives are pointing to the fact that there are intermediary forms of distribution that can be utilized to solve
That's
the
true.
social problems that you're describing that don't
And we don't have to risk the corruption of government. That's what we're saying.
bring with them the associated problem of gigantism.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's been shocking to me to watch the left, especially in the
Peterson's
last
right.
6 years, ally itself, for example, with pharmaceutical companies, which was something
Yeah, that's wild. That's mind blowing if people do that now. What's up, Magadi? PayPal me beautiful souls. I don't know about that, bro. I'm sorry you need money though.
I'd never thought I would see in my
Or
lifetime.
off a homeless guy.
I mean,
we got one in the chat.
For decades, the only gigantic corporations the left was more skeptical of than the fossil fuel companies were the pharmaceutical companies. And that all seemed to vanish overnight around the COVID time.
That's wild. It is wild, bro. Like in the 80s, well, I guess not the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s, it was still like people were suspicious of big pharma back then, right? And people were like, they're up to no good. And then all of a sudden, when it became about vaccines, because the word vaccine had already been tarnished and whatever because of the like anti-vaxxers talking about the autism, that they were able to just like get everybody back on board big pharma. It's a crazy sleight of hand that happened there. I don't know what to make of that, but there definitely was a sleight of hand, like, haha, these are vaccines. And you're like, wait a second, are they really vaccines like the regular ones? No. They're vaccines. People hate them, just those anti-vaxxers. Remember that Baywatch lady and how dumb she was? They're just like those, right? Like, and people are just like, I love big pharma now. But like, everyone on every political side was against it, you know, a couple of years ago. It's crazy.
I know the story. That's a lot of things to
90s and early aughts, yeah.
It's sort of outlines.
Like everybody was. Leftists were just as against big pharma back then because they saw the problems with it. And somehow people forgot. It's like that we got fucking neuralized and everyone was like, what? Big pharma? They're good, right?
The territory that we could probably investigate.
The Johnson vaccine was a normal one, if I remember. Yeah, one of them was, or maybe a couple of them were. But a lot of them weren't. But also, even that one, you can make a case it wasn't a vaccine because people still got it anyways or whatever, right? But, you know, I don't want to get into that topic too deeply, but even that one, I thought people still got it after they got it. So is it a vaccine?
Yeah, so a couple things. I would say that the current political landscape we have, I think, is less. I understand the concept of conservatives supporting corporations and liberals supporting like large government. I think today the divide we're starting to see more and more is more of like a populist, anti-populist rise, or even like an institutional or
I don't agree with them at all, bro. Populists or anti-populist are not the thing. Because both sides like are fighting for what they think is like the will of the people, kinda. Leftists kind of think that will of the people should be some people's will should be more valuable than others based on their skin color or sexuality, but both sides think they're fighting for the will of the people. Both sides are populist in a way. It's just like the left side thinks that some voices should be worth more because of certain factors.
Anti-institutional rise. So, for instance, I think...
And also, the only reason there's an anti-institutional rise is because the institutions are corrupt. It's not that there's people that support the institutions and people that don't support them. There's people that see the corruption and people that are brainwashed, is what he's describing there. But that's not really the divide exactly either. The divide is more between collectivists and individualists, I think. It's people that don't have self-esteem as narcissists and regular people.
Conservatives today in the United States are largely characterized...
Because here's the thing, like, I'm not a conservative, but in these conversations, I'm not on whatever side Destiny's on, because I don't know what that side is, because he says what some of say he's not a tanky, but he sure. I mean, if his view is that we need big government, then what is he? I don't know, bro. What is big? Who likes big government, and how is that ever a good idea? When was big government ever a good idea? I don't even get it, like, philosophically, as a good idea. How is it a good idea? I don't understand.
With I would say with populism, in that they're supporting like certain figures, namely.
It was still a vaccine, just not a good one. Okay, yeah, true, right. As opposed to the other ones, which were mRNA lipid particle deployment things we hadn't used before.
Right now, Donald
true.
Trump, who they think
mRNA, whatever, yeah.
can kind of like lead them against the corrupt institutions, be them corporate or government. I feel like most conservatives today are not as trustful of big corporations.
He's right on this, though.
As they were back in like the Bush era, where we would, conservatives would champion.
But conservatives now and independents now and whatever now, I think want small companies and small businesses and want to like figure out the law for them. So like small businesses can take big businesses to court and stuff like that, right?
And big corporations.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
That's a strange thing, because it makes the modern conservatives a lot more like the 60s leftists.
Potentially, yeah.
A lot of people
brings us into the issue.
Bro, a lot of people notice that. I've heard people say that before. It seems true. The conservatives now are the last liberals. They're the last of the liberals, I think. And that's why people like me, we go, okay, well, I'm more conservative than I am the other one, and I'm not even conservative, because conservatives are the last liberals. There was a split where it was left and right liberals, kinda, but now that splits that's not a split like that. That's not where the split is. That's not where the divide is anymore. Isn't it? Now one side is trying to get a communist revolution, and the other side, the one side's in a cult, and the other side is what's left of, I don't know, it's a mess. The conservative side or the right side or whatever it is a mess. And then everybody else is a mess. Everything's a fucking mess, kind of, right? Like, it's just like random people that are conservative but realize their government's corrupt. Like, how many people really even on the conservative side are pro-Republican? A lot of conservatives are like, ugh. To a lot of Republicans, I don't know, man. It's all a fucking mess now, is what it is. Yeah, JFK is my guy, sure.
Too, of whether
I'll tell you what side Destiny on. He's on the lopsided shaved side.
The left, right.
But you get what I'm saying? The conservatives now are just the last liberals, is what it is. That's why, and the other side has just gone off, into space somewhere, and wants to take over everything in real life. But they won't tell you that.
Divide.
Oh, they don't even know that. Most people don't even know that. They don't even know what they're pushing.
Reasonable way of construing the current political landscape at all, and I'm not sure it is. But
classical liberals, classical liberals, yeah.
But only because so many conservatives are following Trump. So like your populist, anti-populist thing.
Oh, he's still talking. He thinks Trump. Destiny thinks Trump is the point for a divide, like in the country, like in the culture war. He thinks Trump is when it started, I think. He maybe goes back to Obama, but he sees it as starting under Trump instead of seeing that as the tip of the iceberg it is, right? That's a tip of the iceberg, bro. Trump was not the problem. Trump was a reaction to the problem. The problem started in the 60s and the 70s, and eventually, had fruits as time went on. But I don't see how you can't at least go back to the 60s or the 70s. I don't know how you look at Trump as the start of this divide of beliefs, because it isn't.
It maps on kind of cleanly to the left and right.
Trump broke Republicans easily. Republicans didn't always cobble together. Trump broke Republicans easily. Right, but the reason Trump was what he was is because the cultural landscape had shifted to this like weird place already that like a lot of us didn't even feel like we belonged in, right? Like people that would have been vote. Like I could have been convinced to vote for people, but the political landscape was all never represented me. Do you know what I mean? Like I'd always look at it like, what the fuck is this? You know what I mean? Like nobody was fighting for like actual good education or the things that are important to me, like helping poor kids in poor neighborhoods. Like that's what was important to me from the start, obviously, because that's how I grew up. And I never saw anybody really fighting for that stuff on any side. So I was like, shrug, you know, who do I support then? Because those are my issues. Those are my political issues.
Doesn't work with progressives though, or the far left, because they're also anti-large.
Yeah, he wasn't to blame for the shape of things.
In
Yeah,
a surprising way, on very, very far left people.
but the corporatist, authoritarian politics, yeah, that's true. And there are a lot of those. There's also a lot of like religious guys that are like trying to push now. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's a lot of Christians now kind of pushing like for America to become like a Christian nation again, like force it. And that's wild, bro. That's not what we should be doing. Most certainly not. And now obviously I'm an atheist, so you'd be like, well, of course you don't want to do that. But like I see the value in Christianity and belief in that. That doesn't mean I see the value in like rule, like again, totalitarian. Like I still have the same stance. Nobody should be telling everybody else what to do. Like, let's just go back to that. Liberalism didn't fail like it was unfixable. It failed because liberty is something we have to keep fighting for. And if we get lazy about it, then it slides off. It's not because the experiment of liberalism was a mistake. It's because there's always tyrants in the wings. There's always snakes in the grass. And if you don't keep the thing balanced, it's gonna fall off. That's why. So we have to go back. We have to go back to classical liberalism. We have to go back to you do whatever you want. I'll do whatever I want. I'm not gonna get into your life. You're not gonna get into my life. No, state's not getting into our kids' lives. The end. You know?
People, you might find them having a bit more in common with kind of like a MAGA Trump supporter than
yeah,
like
the morals would be nice, but I say
so
hands
for instance,
off.
Like
yeah,
both of these groups of people on the very far left.
right, exactly. Well, but the thing is, like, those people got to get that too. That the best plan is not to like force your morals down people's throats. Because if your morals are correct, you can just live them, right? Like I'm sure Jesus talks about that at some point. But you know, I'm no big. I know, like Christian. A lot of Christians hate when like non-Christians talk about this stuff. But I think there is a point where, Jesus talks about that, right? Like, I don't know. I know he flipped over all the tables in the thing for people. But like he doesn't want people. I mean, you should stand up when people are being taken advantage of, probably. But that's a whole different concept, I think.
Very dovish on foreign policy.
And not everything Jesus did, I don't think you're supposed to use as like legislative examples, but more like you're supposed to use it to like carry yourself or something, right? Not like you need laws to protect all that stuff.
Policy, probably a little bit more isolationist. They're not a big fan of like a ton of immigration or a ton of trade with other countries. They might think that there's a lot of institutional capture of both government and corporations. So both all of the MAGA.
They might think that, he says.
Supporters and
they might think that.
Far left might think that corporations don't have our best interest at heart and the government is corrupt and capture.
They might think that, maybe.
Lobbyists. Yeah, you'll see a lot of overlap there.
Right.
I think that sometimes there's a couple things. One, this is something I feel like I've discovered. People have no principles. I think that people are largely guided.
What? Okay. Is this the high res philosophy take? People don't have principles? Okay, let's hear them out, I guess.
Guided by whatever is kind of satisfying them or making.
No, bro, that's not how people are. That's how leftists are, bro. That's not how people are. Most certainly not. What you're talking about is people with short time preference, right? People that need to be satisfied in the moment. That's not how all people are. That's a ridiculous claim.
Making them feel good at the time. I think that's a really important thing to understand because...
No, bro, that's not how it works, though. We can objectively prove that's just not true by how some people conduct themselves versus others. That's not how people are, man. That's wild to say. I can't believe that. Whoa. He discovered people with no principles. I'd argue destiny has no principles. Well, he has to. It's implied by shaving principles, sure. But it's implied by his statement that he has no principles, which is scary too. Right? Because he says people have no principles. Like, it's a universal truth, which would mean it's true for him too. He's not talking about other people. He's talking about people, period. So he means he has no principles too. Yeah. That's scary.
People's beliefs will seem to change at
again. You're talking about leftists mostly, bro. You're talking about people that have a short time preference where they don't care about the further out and don't make. You're talking about there's an ant versus grasshopper, bro. This is ancient wisdom, bro. How do you miss this ancient wisdom with that mop head of yours, bro? Sorry, I don't mean to talk about his head like that, but with the Jared curl kind of thing at the end, whatever that is going on there. Did he use like a? No, I'm just kidding. Curly. There's nothing wrong with slightly curly hair like that. It's a wig. I don't think it is a wig. Let's not talk about his looks, chat. You relax.
Random. If you're trying to imagine that a belief is coming from some underlying principle or is.
Well, okay. So what he disagrees is that principles are an underlying part of like we have them. I think here's how he got to his conclusion. He's reasoning that because you can have no principles, that human beings don't have principles. I think is what he reasoned that with, because this is what it sounds like, right? He reasoned human beings have no principles because some have no principles. Shalom, what's up, bro? My mom and I would burn him so hard at a mall. You would set him on fire. He's saying he's found people with no principles, so that proves all people have no principles, because people describe principles as something that's foundational to them and underlying who they are in a way that they can't go against it. And he's saying, no, some people have none, so that means that's false. But he's misunderstanding or purposely misconstruing what principles are. Principles are practiced. You train yourself into principles. I mean, everything, nobody, like Christians and conservatives and yada yada, I don't think they disagree on that. Like, there's lessons you're supposed to learn from Jesus, right? That's to develop your principles. No? Like, what is his logic doesn't really make sense, no. Because principles are something, he's made up a version of principles to debunk it.
Governed by some internal, like moral or reasonable code or whatever. I think generally there are large social groups and people kind of follow them along from things.
Again, he's talking about just the people that are around him, right? This shows how in a bubble he is, because he doesn't know the other people exist, right? And he hasn't observed them enough to see that they exist, the people that are principles exist. He looks easy to rob.
Thing to thing, which is why you end up in strange worlds sometimes where
he looks easy to rob.
Like the position on vaccines and being an anti-vaxxer might have been seen as something, 10 years ago as kind of like a hippie leftist, and now maybe it's more like a conservative, or it's associated more with like MAGA Trump supporters or whatever. I think as a result of how the social groups move around.
He thinks it's all just social maneuvering and tribal conflict, which it is in the public. It is kind of, yeah, but he's missing individuality at all, bro. And the fact that the reason people do go like that is because of tribal, the co-opting of our tribal kind of instincts and forming them into mass formations, right? Which is generally like the cult, and then I don't know what you call the right one, but there's probably more than two. There's probably there's other more mass formations on both sides. There's probably small groupings of them, and they kind of overlap a bit. But the point is, those are crazy people he's describing. Those are people that are functioning with society in a way that's unhealthy, in a way that'll lead to, like depression, anxiety, etc. Like, those are bad ways to live, to be plugged into a tribe that big. You have to have smaller tribes. You have to have family. You have to have friends. You have to have tribes right around you. If you're plugged into, if you think of yourself as like a big community thing, that's doing damage to you. You shouldn't be doing that. You should be an individual. I'm not going to tell you how to live. You can keep doing it, but if you want to avoid that stress and anxiety, Stop it. You know, be you just yourself. You're not anything else.
When it comes to the, you mentioned this like gigantism.
Give me all your magic beans. The hippie anti-vaxxers just got lumped together with the anti-authoritarian, and they merged, but they merged because they got lumped together. Right. Like people like me would align more with the old hippies than with the modern day conservative. Well, with conservatives necessarily, but we would still align on a lot of the issues conservatives are on the other side of today, right? Like I would align, not quite with a hippie, but you know what I'm saying. I probably would line up with a hippie back in the day more than with a conservative. You? I'm just saying. I'm being honest about it. Am I wrong? Wouldn't I line up more with a hippie than a conservative? I line up with a conservative on a fair amount, but I line up with a hippie on a fair amount too. There's some cool hippies, right? I don't know what your problem is, but I would say I am a hippie. I'm saying if between those two, relative to those two, yeah, me too, probably. Yeah, I'm not saying like I am a hippie by any means. By any means am I saying, or I endorse everything hippies believed in. No. I'm just saying when the open to like, you know, people live their own lives, experiment, whatever, I'm more open to it than a lot of conservatives are. And I think some people have to be like that. To test the boundaries of society. There has to be counterculture. There has to be, you know, people experimenting. But that shouldn't be like, I don't know. You get what I'm saying, I think. Like all the non-white white supremacists there now.
That's another thing where I'm not sure if people care about gigantism or if they're using it as a proxy for other things that they...
So Destiny's view of the world is all wackadoo, it seems like so far. It's not that he's dumb. He might be really smart. I don't know, but his view is wackadoo. Is my take so far. Like the idea that people don't have principles is a fundamental weird thing. That's a weird view of the world, I think. Like, I don't know. Then why do people, if he's right, why does anybody have principles and turn away from their friend group or their tribe or whatever sometimes? Like, why do those people ever exist if he's right? They wouldn't. Like I would I would never have like tried to say the truth. Like, why do I do that? Why do I alienate myself from other people by telling the truth if principles aren't real? What am I trying to do that isn't that? No, he's for sure an idiot, but for some reason you guys feel bad for him. Right, he's too dumb to shave. He's not an idiot. Come on, don't judge Riot. You gotta walk the higher path, man. Riot, I'm gonna keep telling you this. You can't just be judgy and mean. Come on, that's how other people. That's how you get stuck in the thought processes they do. The people that are like misunderstand stuff. You gotta not judge. Come on, don't judge him. He's not an idiot. He's just a person in a world that doesn't make sense, trying to make sense of it. And maybe he's wrong. You know, whatever is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be mean. I mean it to be the nice way possible, like a doctor. He's clinically an idiot. No.
I don't like I could totally...
No, I don't take it. But okay, you can type whatever you want, but I'm not agreeing.
Well, I care about it.
Sure. Yeah, you might. Yeah, sorry.
I accidentally leave him near an open flame. Because of his wig, you keep saying? I don't think he's wearing a wig, bro.
Just
That's
in
okay.
general,
That's
yeah.
okay.
Because like I could imagine somebody saying that like they don't trust like a large government, they think there's too much, prone to tyranny or something like that.
His wig, yeah, I know.
Of an institution like the Catholic Church, which is literally, one.
I'm not in support of the bro. What about, this is my thing, bro. Like, his descriptions only include some types of some types of people. Because he's saying that somebody has a contradiction here because they believe in the Roman Church, which abuse kids, and also is against totalitarian state control. Right. Those people do exist, but then there's people like me that see it both as fucked up. And also know that the school system, the school system is abusing people kids at an even higher rate, and nobody cares about that at all. So I don't know. He's not right that people don't have principles, but the people are fighting over stupid shit is definitely right about that.
One guy who has a direct line to God.
But they can't tax.
Well, I mean,
and they don't have a military.
Damn, bro, Peterson's on fire in this thing. It's like he's like, oh yeah, well they don't support the state, but they support the church, and he's like, yeah, but they can't take your money, and they don't have soldiers with guns, and he's just like,
They can't conscript you.
bro, he's on fire,
True.
Right,
Yeah.
and they
bro, he's on fucking fire with this,
can't throw you in jail.
bro.
That is true. Yeah.
They don't own you. The church doesn't own you.
I mean,
Right, well,
The church doesn't own you. Look at that. But Destiny believes in public school. Right, exactly. He looks like a guy who's in way over his head. He doesn't know how he got there. He didn't do anything, but for some reason he's on Jordan Peterson. He owns millions of dollars. Yeah, but that's envy you're feeling, right? Get past that. Don't feel the green envy god. No, don't be a servant of the green envy monster, please. That's a servant of the chaos gods. You don't want to be that. The Pope, that's what you're feeling right now, I'm telling you. I might be wrong, but that seems like envy. I would kill myself if I was him. No, I know, but the money, like that he gets money, it's what you're describing is, it's unfair that he gets money when this is what he is, right? Or am I wrong? That's what it sounded like to me, which sounds like envy. Oh yeah, give me that money. Right. That's what I'm saying. That's envy. Don't give in to envy. Money. Give me that Monet.
those are major.
Give me that Monet, bro. I know you got a
major,
Monet back there. Give me it.
I mean, I get the overlap.
Stick them up. Give me all your Monets. Give me all your Monets. You got Van Gogh in there, huh? You got Give me all of them right now. Right now, you son of a bitch. Right now, you mop wearing son of a bitch. Give me your Monets. Give me them all.
Get me wrong.
Sure. But I'm saying, like, even if you had a local government, like if you had a state government or a tribe, usually they've got some form of enacting punishment. It'll be sometimes more brutal, but they can throw you in jail.
Well, he's talking about primitive forms of government, right? Okay, that exists, yeah.
Conscription hasn't existed in the U.S. since the Vietnam War.
Right, but they could bring it back. Like, the problem is that the state could pretty much just decide it's a thing again. There's still, like, selective service, and you have to sign up for that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Right? Like, just because they haven't done it.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Yeah, true.
Right, exactly. Peterson's on fire here. It's still there, exactly. Yeah. That's like I don't know what that is. Saying that they have the power to do it if they want to. So he's saying can. He's not saying like Peterson said the word can. They can.
So yeah, I think that I guess
they can right now.
When I look at
so this is
that's ignorance. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's ignorance. It's ignorance, but he is a dropout just like me, so I'm gonna give him more leeway now that I learned that. Now that I know he's a dropout, I gained a chunk of respect for him when I found that out.
Let's go back to the
But he still thinks education is a key principle, is a key belief. Oh, he doesn't believe in principles. Now it makes sense. That's why he thinks school can be a key belief, is because he doesn't believe in principles at all. Oh, I connected it back to my earlier thought, right? I thought it was odd that he said for a key belief something like school, but it makes perfect sense now. He doesn't believe in principles. So he doesn't make beliefs match principles because he doesn't believe in them. That's something I do, but he doesn't do because he doesn't believe in them.
Distribution issue.
I get it now.
I mean, we pay.
Dropping out is no excuse. It's a total excuse, bro. You can use dropping out as an excuse all you want. I say that right now. If you ever like, I need an excuse, just say I dropped out. Also, if you need another excuse, we are having a sale on Prop Pills. Prop Pills is a subsidiary of Pretend company on the internet right now. You can go to the internet website at www. I have my mic is fucking hold on. www. I don't know. It keeps cutting out. Anyway, you can go to the website for Prop Pills, and then what you do is you answer the 52,000 item questionnaire, which will give you your astrology sign. You take your astrology sign and you draw it on a piece of paper, and you fold the piece of paper, and you look at it upside down and backwards, and then you turn around 3 times and rub your tummy, and then go back to the website and answer the number floating in your head. Okay? Thank you. That's your code. That's your code. We have to ensure you're a human. That's the CAPTCHA we use on the website. That's the CAPTCHA test. What's up, Claps? Have an awesome stream. You too, bro. Thank you. You too.
Percent of
Carl
our
said
income,
www dot. Carl's a
say
boomer.
upper
Hey, you don't think that could be part of an ad?
middle class to upper middle class level in Canada. It isn't obvious to me at all that that money is well used. In fact,
I agree with that, huh? It does not seem to me in America that our state money is well used. What do you guys think? Do you think it's used well?
quite the contrary. In my country now, our citizens make
Like, it's not just Canada. Also, I saw something earlier today, which I didn't get to watch the whole video on. It was called, it used the word destroy. If we allow Canada to collapse, we win. But it said, like, if we destroy, well, I don't want to say that phrase. I feel like that's, if we allow Canada to collapse, we win is what it said. I wonder what the topic is about. Does it mean, like, if you accelerate Canada because it's the furthest communist, it'll be an example to the rest of the world to be like, whoa, what are we doing?
make 60% of, they produce 60%.
They might be
of
right, though.
what you produce in the U.S.
But that's bad news for me because I have a girlfriend that lives in Canada. Maybe. Or I don't. Carl doesn't. I'm talking to a girl in Canada.
That's plummeted over the last
Can
20
we
years
invade
as
Canada?
state intervention
Let's
has
use a piggy
increased.
bank for narcissists.
I'm not convinced that the
We got to
claim-
annex Saskatchewan, Alberta, and maybe Manitoba. We should do that, yeah. Well, if they do push it, they might have to, right? Some of the Canadian states might try and break off, right? Because don't the Western ones want to or something? I remember that was a thing. Like, that was I don't follow Canadian politics, but from the trucker rally, I remember some of the people were like advocates for that, for like some of the, like, they want their own state or something. They want their own laws. Sorta, yeah. Yeah, it's like there's some kind of independence kind of push. I don't remember the exact details of it, but it definitely seems like those people might want full independence if it goes too crazy. Alberta? Oh, okay. Being a diagonalon or something? A diagonalon? What's that?
That the interests of people who lack opportunity are best served by state intervention. And there's a couple of reasons.
Now, I agree that in my experience, that's not true. The state intervention is not the answer to almost every problem. Are there some problems that maybe state intervention is? Yeah. Crime, I think. Do you guys have other ones? I think crime. I no longer agree with medical. I think you could do better medical privately. Like I was talking about my idea with the thing. I don't think medical anymore. I think crime, though. Crime and maybe the borders and those two. Yeah, crime and borders. Because that's what they're supposed to do, I think. Canada, but not British Columbia, not Quebec or Ontario. Fire? Yeah, but what about real things? What do you think? Wait, what? Oh, you mean putting out fires. Police and fire. Oh, I'm stupid. Sorry. Gio, you know how you always talk about burning stuff? Well, seeing you read type fire, I did not put it together that you meant putting out fires immediately.
For that. I mean, first of all,
I agree. Yeah, fire, general emergency services. Where like, but I mean, maybe some of that should be private too. Is there no way that we could do that privately? Like, think about it. Maybe police too. I'm not saying you do police, but I'm open to the idea of private police, especially with the level of corruption we've seen from non-private police in some states and some places. Because there is corruption. There's a fair amount of corruption in some places. It's not like most police, but there is corruption.
Of the relationship between inequality and social problem. There's a very well developed.
I don't know about private police, and you get corporate armies. Yeah, that could be a problem. But what if they're not allowed to have like more than like maybe they're not allowed to operate beyond state boundaries or something, like so they can't actually be one army. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe it has some kind of limitation on like state boundaries or something. Like the laws might have to be written really carefully around them, but maybe you could do it.
On that, and it essentially shows that the more arbitrary.
Then you get subsidiaries. Yeah, possibly, but I'm saying you could maybe legislate it. Like, I get what you're saying. People will try to get around it. But I'm saying let's be open to the thought and think about it before we say this will fail it. I'm with you. Think about those things, but we could word it in a way, we could make the law in a way, I don't know.
The broader
Can't
the
cross
reach
state
of inequality
boundaries. Yeah, and it sucks, right? True.
in a political institution of any given
That would be
size,
so cool. Imagine
the
it
more
was free.
social unrest.
What, emergencies or what? If I was free, that'd be so cool. Well, from Canada.
So where all people are poor, there isn't much social unrest, and where all people are rich, there isn't much.
Now, Peterson's right. I looked into this myself too. What he's describing is the biggest like agitator isn't the income gap, right? Isn't the gap of money or whatever, wealth gap. It's the people that have the wealth, are on the different sides of the wealth gap, living right next to each other. That's what actually causes more conflict about that stuff. It's if they live right next to each other, right? There's tons of research on that. I remember reading it.
Social unrest, but when there's a big gap between the two, there's plenty, and that's mostly driven by disaffected young men who aren't very happy that they can't climb the hierarchy.
Right. If the hierarchy breaks and it's hard to get up it, then you get a bunch of young guys that are mad and go out and fuck shit up or commit crime or whatever. It makes sense. And it is something we should think about.
There are barriers in their way. And so there is reason to...
I get that. I get how that happens.
Ameliorate relative poverty.
So let's wall it. No, bro. The answer is to try and make it so there's opportunities for those men to do, right? Like there's stuff for them to put their effort towards instead of selling drugs is what you do. No, you don't wall them in. The opposite. You give the people there chances to prove themselves, and then they will eventually, right? Like some people prove themselves right away. If some people have already walked like a path where they need to work on themselves, then they won't pass right away. But if those opportunities are there, they'll eventually avail them. You know what I'm saying?
With that, to some degree, is that most attempts to ameliorate...
Oh, you mean give them fathers? No, I'm saying, how do we fix it now, bro? I'm with you. In long term, we need to remind people that fathers are a big part of it. But what about now? Like right now, what do we got to do? We got to figure out ways to channel their that drive to do something, and figure out a way they can earn stuff and earn a life and earn competency, earn etc. And it doesn't have to be. I'm not saying a state option either, even though I'm saying I think maybe that's best handled at the private level with people starting private things to do that, and then people. I don't know. You could maybe fund it publicly, that kind of project, like a charity. Maybe charity is the best way to do that kind of thing. I don't know.
To poverty tend to increase absolute.
Draft them, invade Canada. Yeah, good idea. Bring on the Pop-Tarts. Lots of angry youth, start a war. That's an option, bro. But I don't like the option where we kill a bunch of people. I don't like those.
Poverty, and they do it dramatically.
I'd rather do it in a way where, even if we had to give people hard jobs or jobs that could kill them, they're already doing that. So it showed like dealing drugs and gang war shit is already a risk of their lives. So if it was hard jobs, but they paid well or something, people might still do it. Or, it took a lot of hard work, but they paid well. People still might do it because they're already risking their lives, bro.
And the only solution that we've ever been able to develop to that.
Because a lot of people think they have no chance and no hope to do anything worthwhile. So they just want to burn out like a moth, like a mayfly or whatever. They just want to what's the kind of bug? A firebug? They want to burn out like a firebug. They want to go into the zapper and get zapped, right? Build dams, bridges, roads. I get you. Yeah. Build ships. Yeah, or maybe modern stuff. Maybe there's other jobs too, though, that are more technical in modern building of those things too, right? There probably are, because they probably use computer assisted this, computer assisted that. The different machines probably need different kind of technical calibrations and
out
things.
as something approximating a free market system. I wouldn't call it a capitalist system because
Yeah, we're
think
not in a
that's
capitalist system. Yeah.
capture of the terminology by the radical leftists. It's a free exchange system. And
Yeah, that's true. I've been starting to think that too. Free market is what I've been going with. But free exchange, I guess, works too. Free market. Because capitalism, calling the thing, bro, haven't I said the exact same thing Pearson just said? Calling it capitalism is conceding to the Marxists. I've said, bro, I swear I said that. Marx made up capitalism. I mean, like, Marx and people purposely tried to paint capital and capitalism as a thing in opposition to communism. But it's not really how anything works, really. And if you call it capitalism, you're accepting that kind of, yeah.
Price you pay for a free exchange system is you still have
We need ship
inequality, but
welders?
the advantage
Sure.
you gain is that the absolute
Well, a lot of people, but people in these neighborhoods don't have the on-ramp to become a ship welder, right? So maybe we need, I don't know, recruiting, like people to go do recruiting agents or whatever. And then they'd have to be charities or something though, right? They have to get incentivized money. But the problem is you can't just start those things now because people's taxes are too fucking high, bro. Right? Like, we have to somehow cut the government like Vivek wanted to do a bunch so we can save people a bunch of money. Then I think people would start charities and shit, and we just have to enable them to do it at the state level. Like, cut down on lobbyists that would get in the way of charity work, actually doing stuff, and laws that do that. Because there are a number of laws that probably make like certain work harder. Like some state laws about like being involved, like I'm trying to think of laws. I know they have them in like China, I think, and other countries where like if you get involved in something, you're like this kind of responsible. And I remember like watching bounty hunter shows. There's some kind of laws that like that make it weird about stuff. Maybe there's laws like that that are in people's way too for some charities. I don't know enough about different state charities to know. But I'm sure there are, right? I'm sure there's some laws that get in the way of doing charity work. They can learn welding, but how do you convince a ganger to go? Well, there's no place to learn welding, Gio. Like, they can't just go to the welder shop. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you. You can learn welding, but you have to have a person there to teach them. Or, like, what are they going to weld on? What are they going to get the equipment to try? You know what I'm saying? Like, how's that going to happen? Somebody has to be that middleman is what we need. I agree with you. People could learn welding, and we do need welders, but we need, like, little shops. Somebody needs to want to do it. Like, you know how we have those gyms? Like, if somebody needs a little shop. And like I said, right now, that kind of thing might need to be funded by, like, local people pitching in. And local people pitching in don't have money right now. Find how many schools in North Vegas? Yeah, there definitely wasn't like that. When I could have done it when I got into the vocational school though, Gio. Not welding, I don't think, but I could have gone into like shop or there were a couple other vocations I could have done that were like close to that.
Privation plummet. And I think the data on that I think they're absolutely conclusive. Especially
But Votech was hard to get into, bro, the vocational school. It wasn't easy to get into it. Yeah, it's not like a lot of like not everybody can get into it. I got into it because of my like whatever, like my national placement in the exams they made us take in Nevada. I forget what it was called. We called it something like one word, but it was a Nevada based exam that I took at the end of middle school that placed me in all the different categories, you know? It was because of my high placement in that is why I even got in. If I didn't have that, I don't think I would have got in. I had to write a letter too, but that's the real reason I got in, I think. And also my aunt tried to pull strings too, because my aunt was in the school system at the time. Probably not many schools. I think my cousin learned in high school. She was looking at being underwater. But some vocational schools probably have it. I don't remember what she ended up doing. Some vocational schools probably have it. They have all kinds of things. Mine had culinary. You could become a chef early. Mine had what's cosmology. You could become a makeup lady. And then it had like two different computers ones. I was in one of the computers ones. And then it had like shop, like working on cars and shit, and then some other one.
Being especially demonstrated in the radical decrease.
It might have had HVAC. That might be the last one I'm not thinking of. They might have had an HVAC department.
in rates of
But that's my point. They have all those kind of, like, vocational schools have all that kind of stuff at different ones.
poverty since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, because we've lifted more people out of poverty in the last 4 decades than we had in the entire course of human history up to that date. And that's not least because the statist interventionist types who argued for a radical state-sponsored redistribution lost the Cold War, right? And that freed up Africa to some degree, and certainly the Southeast Asian countries, to pursue something like a free trade economy. And that instantly made them rich, even China.
I don't remember, yeah.
So that's an argument, let's say, on the side of free exchange, but it's also an argument, a twofold argument, pointing out how we ameliorate absolute poverty, which should be a concern for leftists, but doesn't seem to be anymore, by the way.
That's true.
And also an argument for the...
People always talk about poor people, but, you know, it's like a hypothetical, theoretical, let me say the things I want to say because my thing supposedly helps poor people. Like, it's always like a weapon. Like, same when people bring up any, like, identity thing. It's almost always a weapon just used against you. Like, shut up. This is for black people. This is for gay people. This is for that. Like, it's like, but you're not even any those things half the time. More than half the time. And you're talking to me about it, like, just chill out, bro. Like, we're just having ideas. You don't get to claim all these little stamps on your card and say all these things. No, bro. Just make a point on your own. You know,
the maintenance of a necessary
lip service. Yeah,
I'm not sure that inequality can be decreased beyond a certain degree without that decrease causing other serious problems. And we can talk about that, but it's a complicated problem.
Yeah, for one point of clarification, when you say leftist, what do you mean by that?
Well,
communist.
I was going with your definition, like essentially the core idea being something like the central.
Now, right now they're still talking. Does this get heated? I swear I've seen clips where they were like heated. This does get heated, right? If this gets heated and they're both being genuine, then this is gonna ramp up. That should be hype, maybe.
Problem.
Right? They're gonna get more and more like. I want to see how that part goes. I don't want to skip ahead though. We gotta do the full burn.
Being one of relative inequality.
What, Arcadian? You meant your mix with human and French?
Resources and the central solution
Arcadian?
being something like state-sponsored economic intervention.
Yeah, I heard somebody else say that before too. What was it? Is it what's Arcadian? What's Arcadian?
There's other ways we.
That's during COVID and climate change stuff. This was or what was?
Could define left or right. And
what's up, Koji? What are we talking about? What's during COVID and climate change stuff?
I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
Geo-man?
Stick with the one that you brought forward to begin with.
When they get heated? Oh, okay, got you. Well, I don't want to skip ahead though, bro. I want to watch all the behavior like as an experiment the whole time. I know we're 24 minutes in, bro. I'm trying to do this whole thing. There's no way, right? We're gonna get it like halfway from my my regular stream.
To be clear on that, because
we're gonna get halfway at most.
Because people get mad if I call myself a leftist. Oftentimes online or especially in Europe or
two-parter. Yeah, we might have to do a two-parter.
Leftists will refer exclusively to like socialists or communists, and anybody.
I do mean, when I say leftist, I do mean socialists or communists. But a lot of socialists or communists don't know they're communists, bro. Right? That's my biggest issue. Is a lot of people that are like, "Oh, I'm a queer ally." It's like, yeah, but that means you're a communist, bro. Like, that's communism. That's communism, bro. You know? Like, so Destiny's gonna make this distinction, but is it a distinction that's real and matters? Also, did you know Destiny couldn't work or something, he said? Did he say that? Somebody said he said that earlier. Oh, because she's a half-breed. After she was deported from Canada.
Somebody to the right of that would be considered like a liberal. If you
no, usually a fascist.
Well, depending on who you're
very rapidly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they call you a fascist if you're not communist, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to be clear on that. So I'm absolutely a pro-capitalist, free market guy. I'm never gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, see, this is the part that confuses me too. I think he is, right? So why? What is he left on? What does he even believe? Bro, Koji, he said the wildest thing earlier. There's one thing that I totally, like, I understand Destiny's worldview and how, like, why it's always strikes me as warped as hell now a little bit. Because earlier he said, the thing I've discovered is that people don't have principles. And that instead they just kind of like do these like social circles and they just kind of fight in these social circles. So that means he hasn't observed it any deeper than that. And he thinks that if some people cannot have principles or the large groups cannot have principles, that means principles don't exist. That kind of blew my mind, but it does shed a lot of light on how he thinks. Because I fundamentally disagree with that, of course, the idea that you don't have principles. Yeah, he does think that. That's wild. That explains a lot of why I think is like that might underlie a lot of the reason I don't understand some of his views on things. Because that's like crazy to me. That's clearly, and it's objectively, you can objectively prove that's not the case by the fact that some people like go against their tribe at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would they ever do that if principles aren't real? Principles are rare, is true, but principles not real. I don't know how you can make that case. That's a ridiculous claim to make.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. It's good to get that clear. Why?
Yeah. Because I would argue that when you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union, or you look at the failure of like socialist or communist regimes, I don't know if the issue there was so much redistribution. I think the problem
That was one of many issues.
Oh my god!
I don't think it was an issue at all. Actually, I would say.
Okay. So he's Why is he from? Well, okay. What? I thought didn't a second ago he just say he's pro capitalism and free markets, and now he's like, well, yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with distributive policies, though. Okay, well then why would you pick what? I don't understand. I don't know. My big fat round head is confused.
I think the issue was
He's an idiot.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, no, come on, right? Let's not call him that. But no, that's judging. Yeah, that is judging. Stop calling him an idiot. You're being envious of him, right? I'm telling you. Repent. Look, say, Jesus, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't live up to my Jesusness. This is what you should do as a Christian every time. My bad, Jesus. My bad, bro. And then just repent and stop being judgy.
What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks?
Destiny's brains are leaking down his shirt. Even idiots can have money. I don't think he is an idiot, though. I don't think that's the problem. I think you guys are stopping too short. That's a lazy answer. Is to think the person that you disagree with is dumb. I don't think so. No.
Distribution, it resulted in the death of 6 million people. So maybe I'm not understanding.
You are? Are you talking to me? You should go talking to Jesus in your mirror right now. Right. Go into your bathroom and look in the mirror and go, Jesus, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jesus. And then say it 3 times, turn off the lights, spin around, turn the lights back on, and see what happens.
What you mean, but that was redistribution at its
Jesus
pinnacle. Forced redistribution. And it was brutal.
When I think of the strengths of capitalism, the ability for markets to dynamically respond to shifting consumer demand is like the reason why capitalism and free market.
Well, he's kind of misunderstanding. Well, not misunderstanding. He's saying it weird. I don't want to say he's misunderstanding it. He's viewing it weird. Prices are what does that. Right? Like prices allow for the individual's choice to be reflected on a much bigger scale, which he's describing as the ability to shift resources around. That's not the same thing, and it's like he's making it seem like it's less important than it is. It's less key than it is if you say capitalism's strength is shifting resources. No, it's the prices.
Economies dominate the world. When you've got socialist or communist systems, command economies where a government is trying to say, this is how much this is going to cost, this is how much you're going to produce and make. This is a failed way of managing a state economy. Even in places where they still do it, there are always shadow economies.
Look at his notched face.
And stuff. There were in the Soviet
We don't even know what he thinks about communism yet, okay? Stop, guys, come on. Why are you being so mean to this poor guy? He's not wearing a wig. He's not an idiot. Stop it. Chat, relax.
That prop up where people try to basically ameliorate the conditions that are resulting from
His shirt looks like it's part cardboard from his chronic masturbation. Because he's wearing a wig.
Horrible command economy practices. So I guess in a way you could argue a command economy is kind of like redistribution. It's a form of it.
It's
but
definitely redistribution.
Problem. If
Yeah.
you're
Oh, but you're saying it's worse or better?
pointing to the fact that that's a worse problem, I'm
just redistributing? Yeah. But allowing the government to redistribute anything is on that path, though.
I would say that's
100%.
definitely the reason why these places.
Because then you can't say no anymore. That's the problem. Like if it's a private thing, like a charity, if the charity's not doing what you want, you can say no. You can be like, nope, I'm not giving any more money to this charity. I'm going to give it to this other one. But if the government isn't, you have no choice. You're stuck. That's the difference is lack of choice at any level. You're taking away choice at any level. Anytime you involve the state and have the state handle it, you're taking away choice, which is taking away the mechanism that allows it to balance itself and not be corrupt and not be broken and function. So the second you take away choice and you make it so people now just have to pay money for an unknown thing, then you're going to create something that there's no real reason to make sure it works. Unlike if people have the choice at any time to stop funding it. So even if there is state stuff, it has to be like you could turn off the state funding. You'd say, nope, I'm not giving my money to that anymore. That's not working. Like you need to have that option from the people with the money, or the system isn't fair.
It failed because they just weren't able to respond to changing conditions.
Okay, so what's the
Let's face it, Carl looks smarter than Destiny right now because of all the books on my head.
Going on,
guys, are you ready to get ExpressVPN? Going online without ExpressVPN, keyword code Carl Chats, I guess. Enter that in there. Write in code. It'll give you no percentage. It'll probably tell you an error message, but they'll know we exist. Maybe we'll hear. Actually, put it Carl@craggyreads.com. That's my new email. That's not actually a real email, so it wouldn't really work.
Online without ExpressVPN is like leaving your kids
Oh my
with the
God,
nearest
shut up.
Wi-Fi network can steal your PS on go.
did different to foster equality of opportunity?
Oh, go back to it before he starts talking. Okay.
Okay, so what's the difference between a state that attempts to redistribute to foster equality of?
Yeah, my issue with it doesn't matter why it's happening. My issue is the state doing it requires removing the choice from the individuals paying for the thing, and the second you do that, you're opening the door for corruption, the thing not to work, because now all their incentive is going to be is to justify the expenses for next time, for next year, to justify them to whatever council or whatever, which isn't even the people that are paying the money. It's some council somewhere that isn't even affected by the money that decides it, right? They have some oversight committee or whatever thing, and then that goes, and then they pass the budget, right? And then none of those people are along the whole chain of what happens are like actually, you can email some of them or go maybe to some of their offices, but how many of them can you actually affect? And it should be the people that are paying the money that have the choice to not pay the money. At any time, they should be able to go, no, I don't want to pay for that anymore. It doesn't work.
Of opportunity and a command economy, is it a difference of degree? Like, are you looking at models? Let's say,
like, bro, why can we pay for stuff that doesn't work with the government, but otherwise we don't? Like, it's false advertising. If the government was a corporation, we can all sue them for false advertising, right? Like, if it's ridiculous.
Say like the Scandinavian countries, or I wouldn't use Canada, by the way.
Thanks for the follow. Thank you.
Because Canada is now, what would you call, predicted by economic analysts to have the worst performing economy for the next 4
Damn, is that true? Does anybody know about this? I don't follow Canada like that.
decades of all the developed world. So maybe we'll just leave the example of Canada off the table. Sure. Scandinavian countries are often the polities that are pointed to by, I would say, by people who, at least in part, are putting forward a view of redistribution for purposes of equality of opportunity like you are. But they're a strange analogy because
I just don't think the state is what should handle it, man. I think we should lower what's those Jordan Peterson. I just think we should lower And we need to lower taxes for people to be able to handle those problems on their own. Because they don't have the money to do it, they can't do it. So we need to save people money first, then allow them to make the choices on their own, I think. And let charity and stuff handle it. Most of the stuff that they could. Or private groups or whatever. Because here's my point, bro. Once the state, and I just came to this realization a minute ago from watching this, so I did gain something by watching this. When the state takes over a decision, that's taking away choice from you to not pay for that anymore. Like, I mean, to you no longer, well, I didn't explain it very well. With any other use of money, you can just choose not to pay for it anymore, right? But taxes come either way. Inflation comes either way. You have no say in continually paying for something that doesn't work. Why you would think that model would work long term with no kind of incentive, like where we could cut off our payments for it, I don't see how you would think it would work. Like the state would have to have like an itemized thing, and you could choose what taxes to pay. Or else I don't see how it works. Like, if you don't think the school system works, you shouldn't have to pay the taxes for it. If you don't think the colleges, like land grants and stuff, are worth doing, you should be able to not cover stuff like that. Like, you should be able to choose where your state. If you think the military isn't worth funding, you should be able to not fund that. As long as you don't have that choice, the state is never going to be fair. It's never going to be fair, in my opinion. Am I wrong?
They're very small countries, and up till now they were very ethnically homogenous.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that makes a big difference.
And at some point, we all need to just agree and come to the conclusion the government sucks, and there's only one way. Crank Reed's Base Book Club in Spaceway. Sure. Well, the government does suck, but
flatten out the redistribution. Plus, they are also incredibly wealthy, which makes redistribution, let's say, a lot easier. So why doesn't a government that's bent on redistribution fall prey to the pitfalls of command economy and forced redistribution, for that matter? How do you protect against that?
I think what you have to do is very, very, very difficult. Is people get very ideologically captured by both ends.
Oh, I don't like this already. Now he's gonna say like the problem with why the hang up that's gonna come is because there's ideological capture and not based on anything like about what they're talking about. I don't like any of these kind of things exactly, but I don't know. It seems like a shift. Like the reason we're actually disagreeing here is not because of anything real. It's because of ideological capture that you're under, Jordan Peterson. But I don't know.
And they feel very, I guess, like committed, or they feel very allegiant to pushing certain forms of economic organization. And I think sometimes it blinds them to some of the benefits of what exists when you incorporate kind of multiple models, or, I mean, you'd call them mixed economies, which is really what every capitalist economy today is. It's some form of free market capitalism combined with some form of like government intervention to control for negative externalities. These are the ways that all economies, even in Scandinavia and the world, work. And I think that
so you can never try anything else, also.
Recognizing the benefits of both systems are the best way to make things work. Yeah,
fair enough. And this guy.
And people around the world are known as being free. I think, right? People around the world are generally known as being free too.
Scandinavian countries seem to have done a pretty good job of that. But like I said, they have a simpler problem to solve, let's say, than the Americans have. Negative externalities. That's an interesting rabbit hole to wander down, because the problem I have with negative externalities, you made a case already that, and again, correct me if I've got this wrong, but I think that I understood what you said. A free market, free exchange economy is a gigantic distributed computational device.
Basically, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Who's the Fruit Cave interviewer? Destiny.
Funnily enough, one of the big problems.
This is an interesting debate and talk. It is interesting. Like I have thought of at least one thing from watching this, so it has been valuable.
It's called the computation problem, because no central body can actually compute, the ins and outs of.
Right, exactly. Right. That's not. Yeah, that's a fatal problem, right? Because it doesn't have the computational power. It certainly doesn't have the speed of data recognition. It doesn't have the on-the-ground agents. If all of the perception and decision.
And even if it did, though, I don't know if it'd be the right thing to do. Period. Even if it did, the idea that it would be the right choice, I still think like comes from like I don't know, a desire to not be responsible, like to want the state to handle it so we don't have to. So there's somebody, there's a dad, your parents, to be a child again and to say, hey, mom and dad, can you take over this thing for me, please, so I don't have to be responsible for it. That's what I think it really comes down to with the state stuff. He was like, can I please, can you please handle it for me, please, mom, dad, please?
Making it centralized, right? It's way too low resolution. It's
Are
good.
they talking about AI now? No, they're talking about central planning or redistributive economies versus free ones. And then like Peterson's saying now that it doesn't, redistributive policies don't have the computational power. Redistributive plans don't have the computational power to actually do it well.
Okay, so, and I think that's...
And he's redescribing Destiny's point right now.
Comprehensible technically as well as ideologically. All right, so, but having said that, with regards to externalities, all the externalities that a market economy can't compute are so complex that they can't be determined centrally by the same argument. And
there are ways to account for them, though.
Oh my God, sure there are.
Oh,
really?
That work with...
Tell me.
Yeah.
How?
Yeah, explain it. Logistics of it.
Because I can't see...
Not just conceptually, the logistics of that, because that's wild.
I can't see how that they can be accounted for.
I can't either. He's talking about huge things, which is why local choice is better than central choice.
Without the same computational problem immediately arising.
Yeah, and I understand that. And I think that's a problem sometimes of people very far on the left when they want to deal with certain problems. I think that they want to bring like heavy-handed, you know, like things like price controls in to say, well, we need less of this, so let's just make this cost this particular thing, which ironically enough introduces a whole other set of externalities that will happen when you get a lot of friction between where your price floor or ceiling is set compared to what a market would set it at. But ideally...
Right, you price it wrong is what he's saying. Pricing wrong cause problem. Say in gibberish way.
If you're...
Price wrong, price not fair, doesn't work.
A reasonable person, and you view economies as mixed economies, what you try to do is you
Surprise stream. Yeah, what's up, Rabbi?
Things that are...
we're watching, you might like it, we're watching Destiny and Peterson, because everybody's been talking about this, and I've been going out of my way not to watch any of the clips. And I'm like, I get, maybe we should watch it as a thing.
Aren't accounted for.
And also now I'm a commentary streamer only, and I'm smart with the books, you see? And the books are in my brain.
Your primary system. So in a capitalist system, an externality might be something...
I'm now a philosopher, and I'm into philosophy and like smart big brain stuff now. I'm a smart big brain man now. So, the therapy session of Destiny? Yeah, I guess that's kind of what it is, huh? Yeah, you know, I thought of something maybe not true. If one interprets human nature as good, it in a way can affect it to be good. Well, I don't think it is good though, but I'll finish reading. And vice versa when bad. And if good, one might believe in small government to let humans merge their own, and if bad, then communism. Well, I agree with the second part, but I don't agree with the first part. I don't think it requires believing people are good at all. I do agree with the second one though. The second was Zoop. Your second part is a good insight. Yeah, they do think that people are generally bad and they don't trust other people, and I think that comes from a lack of trust in oneself. And I don't totally know, like individuals, like why they don't trust themselves. They have different reasons, but a lot of the people you're describing that have that issue, that are communists, a lot of them don't trust themselves, which is why they don't believe other people. They know they wouldn't actually have the best interest of other people if they had power, and so they're worried about other people. Do you know what I'm saying? It's a sign of like a broken person, I think, a broken mindset, that they wouldn't do it if they were in power. They would abuse the power. They imagine themselves what they would do and how what revenge they would get. And they're like, well, I'm not letting anybody else in power over me then, you know?
And it caused a negative effect, but it doesn't cost you any money. Pollution would be a good example of that. And rather than saying like, well, no company can pollute this much.
So I'm going to be in power.
or, you know, if you're a company, you have to use these things because the other things are making too much pollution. All you do is.
But the thing is, like I don't believe people are good. And the reason I believe not in communism and in individual stuff is just like, I mean, what other system works besides the individual self-determining what they do? Like nothing else works. And I also don't see where anyone has the right to tell anyone else how to live their life. So it doesn't come from me thinking people are good. It's a lack of hubris, I think. If you think you're smart enough to tell other people how to live, then you're a communist or a fascist or some kind of authoritarian of some type. If you don't think your opinion is law and should be endorsed by other people, but through force if necessary, then you don't believe in communism. That's my view on that.
You say, okay, well, if we've determined that, say, carbon is bad for the atmosphere, well, we're just going to attach a little price to that. The government is going to say that, yeah, if you pollute this much, here's the price, and then if you want to pay for it, you can. But that type of intervention in the economy basically allows the free market to hopefully do its job because the government has tacked on a little bit of a price something that tries to account for the cost of that externality. Yeah.
Great. That's a great example. We can go right down that rabbit hole. Carbon. Okay, so first of all,
here we go. Carbon.
One of the things I've seen, you tell me what you think about this, something that I've seen that actually shocks me, that I was interested in watching over the last 5 or 6 years.
Carbon seems like just an excuse for government to snatch up more money and try and make people like more inconvenienced in general.
I wondered what would happen when the left, the progressives, ran into a conundrum. And the conundrum is quite straightforward. If you pursue carbon pricing and you make energy more expensive, then you hurt the poor. And I don't think you just hurt them. In fact, I know you just don't hurt them. I heard a man 2 days
in some way you kill them, right? You kill some percentage of the poor if you make fuel too expensive.
Days ago, who's fed 350 million people in the course of his life, heading the UN's largest relief agency, make the claim quite straightforwardly that misappropriation on the part of interventionist governments increased the rate of absolute privation dramatically in the world over the last 4 or 5 years.
You kill people.
And that has happened not least because of carbon pricing, not just carbon pricing, but the insistence that carbon per se is an externality that we should control. Now, Germany's paid a radical price for that, for example.
Yeah, I don't know how you even decide that. Like that's crazy. Plus, if this is have big government, they will tend to think humans are more bad and stupid. Yeah, I think that is connected. They think humans are bad and stupid. Yeah, but I don't totally know the cause of that, Zoop. I'm still searching for that. It definitely seems like that's the most persistent message we're taught, and is that humans are evil and a virus on the earth, and they need to be gotten rid of. Like, not just communists believe that. A lot of people believe that, and it's clearly not organic belief. That needs to be told what to do and think, like snobbish Barack Obama, elite pinkos, elite thinks they know best, and vice versa. Sure.
So their power is now 5 times as expensive as it could be.
What's up, bro?
And they pollute more per unit of power than they did 10 years ago before they introduced these policies that were hypothetically there to account for externality. And the externality was carbon dioxide. I don't think that's a computable externality.
We are the experts. It's not opinion. We know the best. Right, exactly.
That it's actually an externality that we should be warping the economic system.
Well, because credentials are something you can game, right? So of course people are going to try and game the credentials
to ameliorate
and make that and be fine with them being the rule of thumb over competency, or if people can't tell if other people around them are confident on their own, then they're going to need credentials. If they don't want to be take on the responsibility of trying to figure out if people are confident on their own, they're going to need to fall back on credentials, and people have taken advantage of that 100%.
The cost of that, and it will be an increase in absolute privation among the world's poor. So, and here's an additional argument on that front with regards to externalities. You get that wrong, and here's something you could get right instead. If you ameliorate absolute poverty among the world's 1 billion poorest, they take a longer view of the future. And that means that
if you that means you would also cut down on the population problem that people are always talking about, is why Peterson, I think, is going to bring this up. Because if the poor, we know it correlates that when a poor country gets more money and more and quality of life raises, that the birth rate goes down. That's that's very strongly, there's lots of evidence supporting that, right? So if we stop taxing stuff like carbon and stuff, and don't hurt the smaller countries, not the smaller countries, the smaller governments, the countries, you know, they have big populations, but the smaller governments, then they'll be able to have more money, and they'll be able to hopefully raise their quality of life, and then have the birth rate problem will go away on its own.
they become environmentally aware. And so the fastest route to a sustainable planet could well be the remediation of absolute poverty. And the best route to that is...
It's a good point, yeah.
...cheap energy. And we're interfering with the development of cheap energy by meddling with the hypothetically detrimental externality of carbon dioxide. And so
it's a good point from Peterson. It's a good point.
I think this is a complete...
I don't know what Destiny's going to say to it. It's a good point.
Bloody travesty, by the way. We are putting the lives of hundreds of millions of people directly at risk right now to hypothetically save people in the future.
That's my problem with it too. I don't know why you plan for a hypothetical and risk people's lives now. I don't agree with that at all.
Depending on the accuracy of our projections, 100 years out, these interventionists, these people who are remediating externalities, they actually believe that they
Sure, we have watchers, and who is watching the watchers? Who watches the Watchmen? From the Watchmen? It doesn't really matter too much who's in charge or whatever. People fixate on that. Like, you're talking about, like, is it conspiracies? No. Who's in charge isn't like one person or one group. It's everybody that's corrupt enough with the power enough to influence things. Like, it's not rocket science, bro. It's who's affecting shit. Well, the people with power, with money, that want to do it. And there's tons of people like that. People act like, oh, it's so crazy to think other people are taking advantage of me. No, you're a sucker. There's a sucker born every minute, and you're one. If you don't see the problems with the institutions and how they're taking advantage of you right now, then you're a sucker, bro. I don't know, you're a sucker. You're unaware. Like, people want to take advantage of you. If you give them the opportunity to do so easily, like we do with the government and corporations, then they're going to, if you incentivize them to do that, they're going to do that. And then everybody's like, what, are you talking about a conspiracy? No, no. You incentivize exploitation, you get exploitation. People are very good at dehumanizing other people and not thinking they're valuable. And so it's very easy for people in different levels of power to go corrupt and to abuse people in different ways, right? There's no priority right now in the world for us to all work for the greater good. Well, they think there is, but even if there was, well, we have a right to do it. Fixing world hunger, stopping pollution, giving everybody housing and medical care. You do this, and that would be the biggest start to changing the world. Right, but maybe just less meddling leads to that, is the point, Sam. Or just the comic book Watchmen that said it? Yeah, Watchmen says that. Who watches the Watchmen? So it was who guards the Quran? I think ancient Rome, so more focus on security and production in ancient Rome. Who guards the Quran? Sure. It's the show Invincible, season 2. It's the story of Vita, the alien group that wants to take over the earth. That they'll fix most of humanity's issues and saving them as well as the planet. Well, yeah, one of the points is probably to roll out a bigger government, just like they did before, by escalating all the issues, to roll out an even stronger government where the current people that do have power get more power. Yeah, of course. That's most certainly what's currently going on. Yeah, I would say. but the humans are like, fuck you, don't do what you tell me. Humans are shit. You shouldn't agree to that, bro. Those aliens are evil, bro. I've read Invincible. The aliens are evil as shit, bro. You should not agree to that. Bro. They don't become better until humans interact with them to make them better, bro. Like, I don't know.
Economic projection.
Those aliens are fucking monsters. I don't know what you're talking about.
Century out. That's utterly delusional.
You should give them the middle finger. Those humans are fucking total. I mean, those aliens are total dickheads.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, the first thing
I would give those fucking aliens a finger, bro.
Just give me an example of how you can use like a government intervention to make a free market track something, which is what cap and trade or like carbon taxes would do. I wasn't necessarily speaking to the strength of that individual thing, but
that's a good thing to focus on.
Yeah, we can focus on that as well.
Externality.
Yeah, we can focus on that as well. So the first thing, this is going to sound mean, but I'm very realistic. There needs to be a better argument than just
saving lives for slavery is not a good choice, man. That's the opposite of everything that we've ever fought for in America, man. Like, and maybe not everywhere, but giving up freedom for security is the worst possible choice.
It disproportionately impacts the poor. That's not always.
Classic
and if we just become babies of some alien state, that's the worst possible situation for humanity to ever be in. They took like, that's crazy, bro. Oh, Space Daddy, come take care of me, please. Like, we'll kill our whole race's impetus for innovation and everything for possibly forever. We'll stagnate. I don't know, man. I don't know why we would ever agree to that.
Just argue.
Sure, it might be, but
right, but it's the same argument you made to justify your swing to the left at the beginning of our discussion. You said that you were looking at economic inequalities that disproportionately affected the poor. So I can't see why, and I'm not trying to be mean about this either. I can't see why you could base your argument that it was morally appropriate for you to swing to the left from your previous position because you saw disproportionate effects on the poor, and I can't use that argument in the situation that I'm presenting it right now.
Well, because it depends on if we think it's a condition that ought to be remedied or not. For instance, if I walk, around and I see homeless people, and I'm like, man, this is really sad. We ought to spend more money on homeless people because it seems like they're disproportionately affected by their living conditions. And then somebody says, oh, well, do you think we should?
You guys want to do a smoke break in a second, then, right? Right. You want to do a smoke break? We need to do a smoke break. I gotta load my bowl though to do one. You want to do a smoke break just so you don't lose it, so you don't flip out, or what? Are you gonna flip out anyway? You just start throwing bowls around, or what?
Proportionally poor.
Yeah, you want to? Okay, we can do that. Let's put on music for a minute. Let's take a quick break from that. What do you guys think so far? Give me your opinion. Is it been interesting? Not interesting? We're gonna go back to it in a minute. Just let me put on some music for a bit. For me, I'm happy because I learned, like, not learned. Start that over. I had at least one thought that was original. Oops, turn it down. That was novel from watching this that I didn't quite think of before. So I'm happy for that. What was that thought? That the state taking away our choice to pay for the thing is always going to corrupt it and fuck it up. If we can't say, no, I don't want to pay for that state service anymore, then why wouldn't it eventually go corrupt? Because that's the balancing factor, is that the people paying for the thing can say, no, I don't want to pay for it anymore. Once you make something just unlimited free, just like the fucking monthly subscriptions, when people, like, we know the mental psychology that when people no longer check it anymore and it's just a charge. Why is our government operating all shady like that, like a monthly subscription, like trying to get you to forget about your gym membership and just keep paying it? That's why gyms suck too, bro, right? That's why those like big gyms suck too. Our forests scrub all the carbon. Hey Ryan, as in Canada, would you agree to carbon tax if it was small? No! So Canada is carbon neutral now? Why does it need to be? Why does anything need to be anything? Like, who's to tell us any of this shit? I'm with people that are like, what the hell, bro? Why are we listening to the world at all? Are we America, bro? Why don't we just give them the middle finger? Hey, mind your own business. Hey world. Mind your own dang business. You know? They're gonna kill rural families? Yeah, of course, because that's like people that hurt the tax, I mean, from the carbon stuff, yeah. It's gonna make their lives, if you're not done killing them, it's gonna make their lives harder and make, you know, different stuff harder to have, because that's how, you know, obviously it's gonna happen. It's an attack. They don't realize a lot of Canada, they do realize it. Right, the mistake is thinking that it works not as intended, I think. You know what I'm saying? The mistake is deciding that it's not as intended. It is as intended. So now think about why they're doing it instead. Because it's not an oversight on that. No, most certainly not. It'll be interesting to see what will come of it. They're gonna try and force, like, am I wrong? Or like isn't the 15-minute city kind of idea? So like a big idea they want to get through? The communists do. They want to get everybody in 15-minute cities. It takes effect today. But don't you think that's designed to encourage that? Now, obviously there won't be enough food and stuff. That's why they're like, well, you'll eat bugs, right? Obviously, if you cut off rural farming, there won't be enough food. That'll be intentional too, though, right? Every step will be intentional. Yes, yeah. I moved out of the city to avoid getting killed. Should I move back in and live in a pod? No. You're better off still, I think. But we're talking about Canada, Gimby. You don't live in rural Canada, right? Don't forget to go to the convoy to get gas. Sure. Sure. They increase the car tax and then all the goods get more expensive? Of course they do. Yeah. Carbon tax is a way to tax everybody. Yeah. If it's not inflation, it's carbon tax. It's another way to gouge every motherfucker out there, right? Give me your money. That's all. That's what they do, bro. They want to chain us down as much as possible so no regular people are ever a threat. That's all, man. That's the plan. That's the gimmick. That's the game. It's not more complicated than that. Now, maybe some of them believe in they want to kill a bunch of the people on Earth too, maybe. I don't know, bro. That does seem like it could be legitimate to me from learning about the Club of Rome. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Let me load my pipe. Bong. What do you guys think about the Club of Rome stuff? I think it's real, right? Which means it means there really are like people that plan for depopulation. Isn't that wild? What do you make of that? Like, you sound like a conspiracy theory nut if you ever say that out loud. It doesn't matter, there's proof. Like, you sound nuts, right? I sound nuts saying that. People be like, what is he talking about? This guy nuts? Is this guy some kind of conspiracy nut job? Nah, bro. Look up the Club of Rome report, man. And then what's the name of the book, Koji? I gotta read well, I don't know if I have to read the book. I don't know if we have. Here's my thing I've been thinking about recently. I don't know if we need to study like everybody. Here's the thing. Everybody's studying the communism and trying to diagram it and shit. But don't some people just have to make something new? Like, okay, here's what I'm thinking. Like, atheists in general don't have flags to rally behind when it comes to this culture war or whatever it is. There's either going Christian or there's nothing. If you're an atheist who is individualist, there's nobody to rally around. That's like a moral atheist, you know what I mean? They don't exist. Well, they do exist, but they're not out there. Maybe the idea is people have to, some atheists and other leftist types have to develop something new that works, that isn't communism, that supplants the plan. For the people, supplants the energy, the momentum. Maybe that's the plan. The population bomb, thank you. I heard a good theory about the immigration stuff is that they want people from non-democratic countries because they won't complain about they take away U.S. freedoms. Yeah, I mean, that could be true. But I don't think it's all that complicated. Oops, I closed Kick Chat. I don't think they I don't think there's that much thought behind it like that exactly. Could be. But that sounds kind of like it's not wrong, but more like, you know, things go together sometimes and work out well, regardless of if it was intentional. Good synergy, you know what I mean? The population bomb, yeah, we're catching up. Ib is a party island, I'm confused. Rally around your family, pack pocket full of shells, sure. But it needs to be bigger than that stuff if we got a real shot. I mean, but I agree with you. Worst case, start from your family. I mean, either way, start from your family. Yeah, 100%. I disagree with you. Don't leave, don't, you know, but start there, but then what? Because it's going to be bigger than that, I think. We'll have more time than that, too. I think. Maybe I'm wrong, though. But you know what I'm saying? Like, we'll have time to build new societies, I think. A secondary society. Before everything falls. Empires don't fall quickly, right? It has been falling for a long time, I understand, but you really think we're at the point it's about to fall? I don't think so. I think public opinion is gonna come against a lot of the rainbow communism stuff, and then I don't know what's gonna happen, but I don't think it's gonna be quick. I could be wrong though. But either way, start with your family, yeah, 100%. Definitely do that. Alright, pack this bowl. Whoever wants to smoke. But yeah, stay around your family is a good idea, bro. Family, friends, if you have them like that. Like ride or die friends that you live around. You know, be ride or die with them. Where's my torch? Whatever, man. We need strong communities is what we need, right? Whatever you can do. What do you give me all this faith for, dude? I don't know about Israel, bro. I don't know the fate of Israel. If I was you, I'd consider leaving, but I don't know. I genuinely would. Like, if I was you, I would generally what was that noise? I would generally... What? You hear that noise? What's up with the thing? Why is everything funky? It's fine now? Weird. Cracks his rage against the machine. Oh. Oh, I didn't recognize the line. Never leave, I like it here. I was joking, we live by the sword. Yeah, but I don't know, bro. I don't know if you guys got a shot, you know what I mean? I hope so. But I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying, Zoo? Like, I'm not trying to be, like... You don't think there's a possibility you guys might be screwed in your situation? Alright, who wants to smoke? I'm gonna... Sure, but what if somebody gets a hold of, like, a dirty bomb or something? Like, I don't wish such a thing. But what if something like that happens, bro? Like, builds a dirty bomb. You know? It's a small place. We are in kind of fragile situation, but we make it. Bro, I hope all in the world with you. But I just don't know, man. The world's so crazy now. And I mean, I don't even know what about like Islam, bro. Like, that's a whole separate thing. We got communism, and then for some reason the communists try to side with Islam, which is a pretty questionable thing. The communists are like, yeah, let's try Islam, which is what Destiny's talking about, people not having principles. Again, he means those people. Yeah, they don't. Like, what are you doing siding with Islam as a rainbow communist? Are you crazy? What are you doing? Good luck with that. Good luck with that, bro. They're gonna... Good luck. It's like in the Hunger Games, they're like, bro, we'll both be the last two surviving, then we'll kill each other, right? Like it's like a fucking Hunger Games, Faustian bargain, where you're like, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll deal with everybody else first, bro, and then we'll take care of each other. You understand? Right? Like it's like what other way is there to think of that? We have holy places for Muslims, and Muslims want to conquer us, not use nuclear on us. Oh, you're saying like, yeah, but what if like they got into belief that removing you was more important than taking the land, like your desecration of it. I'm not saying that but you know they thought that way. Like couldn't you see how they could be like, I don't know, bro. You don't think there could be some kind of like Muslim leader that changes how it works? I mean, it happens all the time with religions, bro, doesn't it? Or somebody like co-ops a religion or a movement and turns it into something else. I mean, didn't Muhammad kind of do that originally? What if there's a new Muhammad? Is what I'm saying. That unites the people under a banner and changes how it works a bit. That's how World War II would have ended if Allies lost, yeah. We have very strong economy for just 9 million. We have very advanced army, smart, difficult. Yeah, but every like land mass around you like hates you, right? In the recent years, we even have gases out. That's true, and I mean America does like you guys, but doesn't it seem like it could go tits up? Is all I'm saying. I don't know. But I understand it's your homeland. I get it. Like I wouldn't want to give up America, but I don't see anywhere else. If my issue with that though is I don't see where you could go and like freedom would last. You know what I mean? Like Yuri Bezmenov said, we have very little time, and I have nowhere else to go. If freedom dies here, I have nowhere to go. There's nowhere else. If America falls for real, that's true, man. There will be no place to go for freedom. We'll be on people. Humanity will possibly never be free again. Like you'd say, are we really free now? That's a conversation to have, but you get what I mean. Like you can make that argument, but that's kind of a separate argument. I'm saying we're pretty close to free right now, and we'd be like, think of like a scale of freedom. We're up there on the freedom scale. If America falls, everybody slides down the freedom scale a lot. Last strong stronghold, I get you. Yeah, exactly. Of the principles that lead to freedom and liberty. Now, America's government's corrupt, sure. Corporations fucked up, sure. But nonetheless, we still have the founding principles that establish enough that are worth holding on to, I think. Yeah, it's a center of liberty, yeah. We might need to refound America though, like remarriage. What do they call that? A second marriage. You might need to get a second marriage with America. We need to renew our vows. That's what you call it. We may need to renew our vows with America though, if you know what I'm saying. We may need to renew our vows with America. Is that how we should word that? Let's get back to the thing once this song's over. We could still swing it back. Yeah, maybe. It's not. I just don't know enough to say for sure. I'm hopeful, just like I'm hopeful, bro. I'm super hopeful. Things don't get, like worst case scenario. I'm super hopeful, but I'm also worried about the swing back. In a way, like if it's overly conservative or like Not conservative. That's not the word. Because it's not conservative is the problem of the swing back. If it's overly like vengeful or spiteful, or it could be really bad for everyone still. And we could still end up with less freedoms in the end, even with the swing back. Authoritarian? Sure, yeah, authoritarian. Yeah, I'm worried about an authoritarian in the from the right. Like, because that's what happened with Hitler, bro. The Weimar Republic was just like we are now, right? And that's what happened with, that's what raised the sentiment that would then allow the Nazis to take power. Was that they were, you know, there was the same kind of weirdness going on, where people were like, what are you doing? You know what I'm talking about? You know about the Weimar Republic a little bit? It was the same kind of place. So, and same kind of culture at the time. And it rose up Hitler. So I'm hoping we don't have a Hitler. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be very easy for a Hitler to sweep up. Like the Hitler that people think Trump is could really win. Like, you know what I mean? Like somebody that is really the man that the left is thinks Trump is, could exist, could sweep in, could win elections, could change all kinds of things easily in this current climate, I feel like. If he was like really Christian and, you know, I don't know, man. It's concerning times. Either way. Because there's definitely going to be some kind of cultural swing soon. They renew the values of America like a marriage renewal? Yeah. I'm thinking maybe we have to, yeah. The liberal experiment of the classical liberals didn't fail, in my opinion. Alright, he's getting another song. We'll stop it here. It just is something that's hard to balance. That's all. Here we go. I'm going to turn it up again,
Well, yeah,
right?
we probably should. I go, well, isn't that hypocritical? Well, no, I think that rapists and murderers should probably be in jail, but we can also help the homeless at the same time. I think that just helping the poor isn't an argument, like a blank check to
I don't remember what he's talking about. We'll try to figure it out as it goes.
thing to satisfy poorer people.
Right,
It's going to depend on from issue to issue.
That's fine.
So, like, for instance,
that's
I think
because the poor, everyone who's poor is not a victim. Some people who
Uh-huh.
are poor are psychopathic perpetrators.
Sure.
And it's very useful to distinguish them. But
Yeah, that's true.
I was making a much more specific argument. My argument was that the fastest way out of absolute privation for the world's bottom billion people is through cheap energy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. Sorry.
Right, saying I'm making this argument. You're making a generic argument against like more general like talking points and has nothing to do with what I'm saying actually. Right, is what Jordan Peterson is saying now. Destiny, you didn't actually respond to what I was talking about at all. You actually changed the subject and kind of obfuscated it a little bit and played a little bit of a game there, where you were talking about like tactics of people and not what I said.
Just working my way towards that.
Yeah.
I just want to say that just because something targets the poor is not necessarily an argument against it.
See, he's just doing it again. Like, bro, but what about what he's talking about, though? What about what he's talking about?
It depends on how hard it targets them, and it depends on whether mass starvation is the outcome.
The outcome is important. That I agree with. So, for instance, like a sin tax.
The outcome will be mass starvation.
Yeah, I'm
in this
getting to it. Okay.
situation.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Okay. Sin taxes on like cigarettes and alcohol are always going to disproportionately impact the poor, or even sugar, we might say, right? But just because that disproportionately impacts the poor, is that a good thing or a bad thing? These are probably the people that suffer.
Well, probably a bad thing, right? Even still.
For the most from those particular afflictions.
Right, but it doesn't stop them. It makes their quality of life worse, right? Like they'll still get cigarettes, they'll still get alcohol, they'll still do whatever it is. They'll just like live a lower quality of life. Everybody, we know, like if you know anybody that's like that, of course, right? They'll still buy packs of cigarettes. They'll take compromises in their quality of life to have cigarettes. So. What's the argument there? That we should tax them still anyway? It doesn't seem to work.
Right.
So,
and that is an immediate versus delayed issue too, right? Because the reason,
I mean, obesity isn't immediate. I don't think alcoholism
the reason for the tax is to stop people from pursuing a certain form of short-term gratification at the
For
cost
sure.
of their longer-term well-being.
Correct. And that exact same idea, if you believe climate models, or if you believe that we're heading in a certain direction in terms of climate, the overall warming of the planet, would be the same argument you would make for climate change.
Only if you believe that you could model economic development 100 years into the future.
Well, we're not trying
Uh-huh, good point. A lot of these arguments are always presented with like presumption of all kinds of knowledge. There's always what bugs me too. A lot of the arguments that feel like Destiny present require all these assumptions and presuppositions that I would never make. Like, and I don't see how a human being even could make them. But they don't like care about that or think about it or whatever, or don't know about it, don't know the unknown unknowns.
to model. We're more concerned with modeling climate development, economic development.
We're
Yes,
equally
absolutely.
Globalists have divided us against ourselves by race, sex, immigrants, influx, and now gender, income. We can't swing it back if we can't agree on which bathroom to use. I don't know. That's the key issue. I think the key issue is, are you responsible for your own decisions? Are you responsible for your own life? I think is the key issue that we have to agree on.
No, well, okay, tell me how I'm wrong. I don't believe that, because what I see happening is two things. We have climate models that purport to explain what's going to happen over a century on the climate side, but we have economic models layered right on top of those that claim that there's going to be various forms of disaster for human beings economically as a consequence of that climate change. And so that's like two towers of Babel stacked on top of one another.
And he's saying the more complex systems we have that are in charge of these things, the more prone to error they're going to be, the more they're going to fuck it up. The bigger the what do you call that earlier? Gigantism. The more gigantism in the structures of the things, the more we should be afraid of it.
Another. And so, because if people were just saying, oh,
because it's going to fuck up. The bigger it is, the more it fucks up. I agree with that.
Climate's going to change, there'd be no moral impetus in that. It's the climate's going to change, and that's going to be disastrous for the biosphere and for humanity. But that's an economic argument as well as a climate-based argument.
It's both, but the worst projections of what would happen if the climate took a disastrous turn are worse than the worst projections of what is our planet going
to. Oh, the new cap. Thank you, Camel. I'm a smart man today. We're smarty pantses today. We know everything. We don't challenge our intuitions. If anybody disagrees, we think they're moral monsters. That's today. We are now debate bros. We're not debate bros. We're smarty pants. We know all the things.
economically if we hardcore police.
Right.
Fossil.
Why would you? Okay, but I don't understand the distinction between the models.
Well, the argument would be that whatever.
Very intellectual. Thank you.
Pain and suffering.
I wasn't gonna say it, but I do have books in my brain.
Poor people might endure right now because of a move towards green energy.
The more complicated a machine is, the more prone to failure. Yeah, it's a similar way to put stuff. Thank you.
Suffering is going to be short term and far less than the long.
And so the more machines we trust to put our hand, put humans underneath, the more machines we have guiding affecting the actual livelihood of humans, the worse it is. That's because it's prone to failure, and we're gambling with human lives. Right.
Long-term pain and suffering.
Right, but that's dependent on the integrity of the economic models and
the climate models as well, right?
Exactly, but in exactly the stacked manner that I described. And there's nobody in 1890 who could have predicted what was going to happen in 1990 economically. Not a bit,
Right.
And if we think we can predict,
I'm trying to be open-minded, but I am agreeing with Peterson a lot more than Destiny so far. But Destiny opened with the most outrageous freaking claim I've ever heard in my dang life, where it goes, I found out that people don't have principles, and he just says that matter-of-factly, like that's true, and people don't have time preferences for when it's the easiest way to describe it is the classic grasshopper and the ant, right? Some people work and compromise for their future long off into the future, and some people are like, well, I'm going to party right now and feel good right now. Destiny's view is that everybody's a grasshopper, which is a skewed view of reality. That's not real. That's just objectively not real. So he's a crazy person in a way, right? He's delusional in a way because his worldview is completely nonsensical. That's completely nonsensical. That doesn't work. He can't understand human beings with a worldview like that. It's too limited. It can only understand people in his weirdo circle that are like that because they've given up their principles.
50 years out now with the current
Whoever is dressing Peterson nowadays needs to go. He's showing like a hype kid. It sucks. I was saying I don't mind it too bad.
Potential impact of climate change on economic flourishing.
Cabron agrees with you though.
Deluded. No one can do that. And then it's.
I agree. It's delusion. Yeah, I agree.
Worse. So imagine that as you do that and you project outward, your margin of error increases. That's absolutely definitely the case. And at some point, you're certainly on the climate side, the margin of error gets rapidly to the point where it subsumes any estimate of the degree to which the climate is going to transform.
Right. I'm saying at some point, if modeling something into the future increases as you model it further into the future, the accuracy gets lower, then eventually they'll reach a point where the accuracy is so low that it's not even worth doing because it's less accurate than it is accurate. So it's basically just smoking cocaine, right? It's just making up nonsense and going, that could be it if you go further enough into the future, because of how the actual accuracy now is like less than 50% or whatever number. So it's basically useless. It's like flipping a coin at this point or making up nonsense and doing coke.
And that happens even more rapidly on the economic side.
Potentially,
so,
but right now, I think
he's slowly transforming into Vermin Supreme.
It's a disagreement on the fact of the matter, though, not the philosophy of what we're talking about in terms of controlling externalities. If we think, I'm curious, let's say that we think we can accurately predict the climate and the economic impact, and we think that the climate impact would be far worse if we don't account for that, both in terms of,
Peterson is basically saying, bro, you are thinking of ridiculous things and you're talking about it way in the future and we can't do that. And he's like, well, what if we do it this way? Right? And that's what's going to be the conversation for a while now.
Human condition.
He's Destiny's not really getting what Peterson is saying. Peterson's like, bro, there's no way to do this accurately at scale, period. So we shouldn't do it, maybe. Well, at least let's have that conversation. And he goes, well, what if we do it this way? Or what if we do it this way? Or what if we do it this way? Or what if we do it this way?
I don't believe any of those presumptions. I
sure,
think
but then if you don't, but I mean, like, obviously, if I agreed with that factual analysis, I would probably agree with you on the prescription here, too.
Destiny isn't even trying to understand. That's true. Now, earlier on, at the start, when it opened Bound, I think Destiny was listening to Peterson, but as it goes on, he's getting more into like debate mode or whatever it feels like, and less into listening to him and more into scoring points now. It feels like he's shifted a bit. It doesn't feel the same anymore.
Right. And I thought that like none of the climate models were accurate or couldn't accurately predict anything, then I'd also say why make them?
Well, they're not sufficiently accurate. That's the first thing. And because they have a margin of error, and it's a large margin of error, they don't even...
I want to get to where they get heated with each other, bro. I'm hyped for that. I'm genuinely hyped to see Peterson and Destiny. Like, now I get why you like the angry parts, bro. I am hype. I am hype as fuck. I don't know when we're going to get to it, bro, but I am so hyped to see Peterson and Destiny mad at each other.
Even model cloud coverage well. That's a big problem. They don't have the resolution... They don't have nearly the resolution to produce the accuracy that's claimed by the climate apocalypse mongers.
People keep saying that, but we just got another one of them.
He says that too. He keeps saying people keep saying that. Like, that fact dismisses it completely because he's going to say, like, here's some other evidence that kind of disagrees. But what's really wrong is that people keep saying it, and it's all these like people that I disagree with. So they're clearly wrong on it already.
The hottest years on record. How many times are...
Right, like, that's not very strong evidence. Like, yeah, it's been the hottest years recently. Yeah, but it's not really all that strong evidence when you really think about it, like climate and all this shit. Now, I'm not saying that it's not affecting anything. No, there is an effect. But like Pearson is saying, every bit you scale it out further into the future and make guesses based on it, the more inaccurate it's going to be. And we should be more careful about going too far out and worrying about it when we don't know what's going to happen at that stage anyway.
Are we going to have another hottest year on record? How many times are we going to have...
Like, this conversation is just missing the point kind of at this point.
An increase of carbon dioxide concentration...
They do also claim you can't base climate on temperature, yeah. Yeah, that's true too. It was the other way they'd say it the other way, yeah.
We're finally like, okay...
I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because It depends. The scientific answer to that question depends.
And then always stay is getting hotter. Yeah, sure.
Precisely on the time frame over which you evaluate the climate
Yeah,
fluctuation.
that's a good point.
And that's
Is the time frame, like I was saying.
actually an intractable scientific problem. So you might say, well, if you take the last 100 years, this variation looks pretty dismal. And I'd say, well, what if you took the last 150,000 years, or the last 10,000, or the last 10 million? You can't specify the damn time frame of analysis.
The time frame is incredibly important. That would be like saying, look at your, let's say somebody developed cancer and they didn't.
The time frame is important, but what Destiny is missing is that in weather and these complex systems that we don't really understand, to say that we know what time frame is completely accurate and we're not missing any part of the picture of the cycles and the different climate things, that we don't know that well enough to say, is what Peterson's saying, kind of, right? Like, we don't know the models well enough to say that the past 1,000 years or the past 100 years or how many years is indicative of the trends as, like, that makes sense without any other interference from other things we're not thinking about, from looking at a further back model like 150,000 years, like you said. So we're missing, and there are things that if we look at the longer models, people have all kinds of things they talk about that. That is true. I don't know. That's a good point. What's up, Ravi? They told us we were headed for global cooling in 1972. Yeah. They did it. They've done like a million. They've done a million like global whatever nonsense. You know about that? We were talking about a little earlier. It's still so fucked up to realize, like, the Club of Rome report and that the population bomb and all that shit, like, definitely made an impact with people, and there probably could really be some kind of agenda to depopulate people. That blows my mind, bro. The fact that there's some legitimacy to that. At least, how much legitimacy, I don't know. But there's at least some. Because the fucking Club of Rome made the report to everybody. And everyone's like, whoa, this is so interesting. Yeah, this is... And then everybody read that goddamn book. I don't know, bro. As far as I know, the whole concept came from Club of Rome. Yeah. That would make total sense. So then, like, all this stuff could be manipulation to, in the long run, kill people off, right? Kill the cattle that aren't good enough or whatever, and then the rich people have like their drones and like their lady robots they have sex with, like they eat babies.
Realize it, and the person has lost 40 or 50
they're bathing
in the
they're bathing in baby blood and that kind of thing. They're bathing in baby blood and just having a good old time, just being regular people, I guess.
6 months, and I'm just like, you look very sickly, and you're like, okay, well, look at my weight fluctuation over the past 10 years. You say, well, that doesn't really matter.
Makes me any of himself. Yeah. Well, I was thinking about that. I feel like anybody that doesn't like value humanity maybe is an enemy of humanity. Like, maybe they're not even, I don't want to say not human, because that's like a classic. We have a problem where we dehumanize people and it lets you hate them easier, so I'm not trying to do that. But it definitely seems like people that don't value humanity are an enemy of humanity, and those people are that, I think. Whoever believes in that stuff.
I'm saying that it is important. Yeah, I'm saying I don't know how to specify it.
Well, you would probably specify.
But have you had baby blood on steak? She was delicious. Yeah, I don't know. I will never eat baby. Sorry, but not. I mean, I don't think so, man. I'm not feeling it. No. So then they convince people to off themselves at age 30 the greater good. Exactly.
That's right, with the beginning of the industrial age, right?
I think so. That part is really sad too, right? Because you tell people like, bro, here's the thing, and people are like, "You shut up, drop out."
Because that's when carbon dioxide, which is a gas that's seen as trapping more heat on the planet,
why is that relevant to the time over which you compute the variability?
Because it seems like as carbon dioxide is increased in the atmosphere, the surface temperatures have risen at a rate that is a departure from what we'd expect over 150,000 year cycles of temperature variations on the planet.
No, not with that time frame. That's just not the case.
It's absolutely the case.
No, what do you mean? You just flipped to 150,000 year time span.
Yeah, he just mixed comparisons in the middle. Yeah.
What I'm saying is that if we expect to see a temperature do this in a 150,000 year time span, in a 100-year time span, seeing it do this.
Anybody that doesn't value humanity becomes more an enemy of humanity. Yeah, I think so, Zoot. I think so, right? Because, like, I mean, those are kind of the two sides, right? There's people that value human life and think people should have their own, like, agency and control their own lives, and that should be how it is. And there's people that think, nope, people are too stupid, they're too dumb, they're wasting resources. I know better. And they should actually, those dumb other ones, they should know I know better, and they should let me actually have charge of everything, because I just know better, man. I just know better. I'm just that much smarter than the regular human. What can I say? I just should rule over them like a king. What should I, it's just how I feel.
That's very worrying. Now,
you mean like Michael Mann's hockey stick, the one that's under attack right now in court?
Large farms have baby player goals. I hope they hook me up, fam. Oh Jesus, they look at gases caught in ice, but they forgot gases escape. They can only really be caught in a vacuum. Right, so we have all kinds of issues with every like analysis of anything, and we don't know what we're missing in the analysis too. So to speak of it so matter-of-factly, like a lot of people do, and then change all this stuff at a global level is like hubris, right? It's like crazy, kind of, because we don't know what we're doing. We're all like, even the people that are in control of stuff have no idea what they're doing. We're all, nobody knows what they're doing.
By a major statistician who claimed that he falsified his data. I mean, that spike?
I'm talking
There's
about
too many unknowns.
There's
too many unknowns. Agreed, exactly, yeah. There's too many unknown unknowns and not known unknowns. There's no way to know the unknown unknowns, and there's probably a bunch of them. Yeah, there's probably a lot of them.
That have been declared for like the past 5 years that have also increased.
It's way too late, this whole discussion between Destiny and Peterson about climate change. No, it's about like everything.
With the
at some point they're supposed to get mad at each other. I'm pretty hyped for that. Also, guys, remember today, from now on, this is real. This stream is now where we pretend we're really smart, and we disagree a lot with, like, people just for emotional reasons, and we get our ego hurt really easily if somebody, because we're know-it-alls. That's how we think from now on, chat. Starting today and forever.
With the concentration of parts per million of carbon.
What is that face? Come on. At least, come on. Nobody's bought into it at all so far. Like, come on. Just, shh. I have books in my brain, bro. I'm smart now.
Carbon dioxide of the atmosphere.
I'm smart now.
I'm not going to tell you that every model is perfect.
I'm here for the echo chamber.
Sure, but right now we're like standing in traffic with our eyes closed, and
sure.
The car hasn't hit me yet, so I don't think there's I think it's pretty undeniable at this point that there is an impact on climate across the planet. I
think that's highly deniable. We have no idea what the impact is from.
Well, I do have a problem. I have been agreeing with Peterson way more than Destiny. But Destiny, bro, he opened, and I'll repeat it again for some people coming in. At the start, way earlier, Destiny made the claim that people don't have principles. Like, he's found that people don't have principles, and that they just like follow around whatever their social circle does, and that's why all this stuff shifts around. Which means, like, he doesn't know about a lot of types of people. What he's describing is like people with low time preference, right? Like they're the people that don't sacrifice to be happy in the future. Now, that's not everybody though, bro. A lot of people do have principles because they have a much further forward time preference. They're willing to make sacrifices for the way future.
We don't know where the carbon dioxide is from. We can't measure the warming of the ocean.
What cracks me up is Destiny takes himself seriously. Me too, bro. There was one time I saw on Twitter, he said, like, bro, he posted, like, I'm the most open guy in this space or something like that. Like, I'm the most open guy in the debate space. If it wasn't for me, yada, yada, yada. And I'm just like, oh my God. The amount of farts you have to huff to think of yourself that way is like, I don't know, man. That's my biggest issue with him. It's not even like anything else. It's just like, yeah, he takes himself really seriously for who knows what reason. right? Like, what do you? Who even? Like, it's like a who talks like that, bro? Who go? I'm the most open guy in this space. If it wasn't for me,
oceans. We have terrible temperature records going back 100 years. Almost all the terrestrial temperature.
at 3 degrees and bullshit I made up. Nice. I am the architect of the chamber in which all discussions echo. Didn't Destiny came from game? Yeah, he was a StarCraft 2 player. That's his expertise. Video StarCraft 2.
Detection sites were first put outside urban areas, and then then you have to correct. Then you have to correct for the movement of the urban areas, and then you introduce an error parameter that's larger than the purported
yeah.
you're planning to measure.
Isn't that funny?
This isn't data. This is guess, and there's something weird underneath it. There's something weird that isn't oriented well towards human beings underneath.
Bro, I'm gonna agree with Peterson again. He's right on this, bro. That's what it feels like to me too. I don't say feel, I say feels like, but if you start digging into this stuff he's talking about, there's some weird stuff, right? And then, like, chaos theory kind of says, any system that big, how are you going to really account for everything? How are you going to account for all the, like, possibilities in a system that complex and really have faith that it works? But we know it doesn't work that well. And the further out in the future you go, like Peterson was saying, the more inaccurate it gets. At a certain point, it's more inaccurate than it is accurate. And then it's like guessing.
It has this guise of compassion. Oh, we're going to save the poor in the future. It's like that's what the bloody communists said. And they killed a lot of people doing it. And we're walking down that same road now with this insistence that, you know, we're so compassionate that we care about the poor 100 years from now. And if we have to wipe out several 100 million of them now, well, that's a small price to pay for the future utopia. And we've heard that sort of thing before. And the alternative to that is to stop having global level elites plot out a utopia.
Yep, I think so too. Let's get rid of those guys. Easy peasy, right? But you know,
or even an anti-dystopian future. And that's exactly...
Destiny took some notes, yeah. I think Destiny is listening to him. I don't want to, like, I don't know. He mostly is listening, but he is kind of getting worked up where, like, I don't know how much he's hearing from Peterson's side. And because a lot of his arguments back, Destiny's arguments back are like, people often say this, like almost everything Destiny said back, and it might keep going this way. He keeps responding with, yeah, a lot of people have said that, but, or people use this tactic, or people generally think this way. Like, he doesn't even address Peterson's point most of the time. He comes at, like, conservative ideas or something. He comes at some side angle that's like just something somebody else said.
Exactly what's happening now with organizations like the WEF. And if this wasn't immediately impacting the poor in a devastating manner, I wouldn't care about it that much, but it is.
Let's drink every time he says it. Okay, I can smoke if you want.
Last 5 years, the estimates of the number of people who were in serious danger of food privation.
I'm down to smoke every time.
About 100 million to about 350 million.
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
For a little bit of what would you say for progress on the climate front that's so narrow it can't even be measured?
I don't think the increase in hungry people on the planet is because of climate policies.
Why not?
Well, how do you know though? And how do you know it's 0%? If it's costing more for gas, if fuel's costing more on the global market, wouldn't that result in issues for poor people? Like, just like, can't we assume that? Or is what Peterson's saying, right? So I guess I'm agreeing with Peterson again. But yeah, right? Like, what else? How do you assume that it's not because of that?
Because I don't think that countries in Africa are being pushed away from fossil fuels. I mean, most developing
nations. Of course they are. Right? They can't even get loans from the World Bank to pursue fossil fuel development. And there's plenty of African leaders who are screeching at the top of their lungs about that.
Please.
Because the
Destiny is talking. Oh, sorry.
Elites in the West have decided that, well, it was okay for us to use fossil fuel so that we wouldn't have to starve to death and our children had some opportunities. But maybe the starving masses that are too...
Well, I don't mean to laugh at starving masses, though. For
the world anyways, shouldn't have that opportunity. And that's direct policy from the UN, fostered by organizations like the WEF. They're going to have to turn to renewables. Yeah, well, good luck with that, because renewables have no energy density. Besides that, they're not renewable and they're not environmentally friendly. And then one more thing.
Well,
There's
Yeah,
one
sure.
more weird thing underneath all of this.
Okay.
Well, let's say if carbon dioxide was actually your bugbear and it was
also, how come we don't just like build more nuclear? How come nuclear isn't talked about more? You guys got any ideas on that? How come? Is it because that's an answer to the? Is it because it's an answer? How come they don't bring up nuclear? I've seen a lot of Peterson's work, but nothing of Destiny's. Is this new to Destiny a transition into an intellectual field, or is he just leveraging an audience to get attention? Does Destiny take these discussions seriously? He has been doing this for a while now. He transitioned his career into it, kind of. He transitioned into it, kind of. I think he does try and take it seriously, but you know, I don't know if that means he does it well or not, right?
genuine, well, then why wouldn't the Greens, for example, in Africa, the progressives,
They don't understand nuclear energy. Communists think it pollutes more. What the? It's coming up. I think it just cause people are misinformed and scared about it. Yeah, nuclear is an answer, though. I don't. Yeah.
be agitating to expand the use of nuclear?
Okay. I was thinking. Oh, I'm thinking like Peterson again. Fuck. I thought I got all these books in my head and I'd be a different man than normal. But I'm agreeing with Peterson the whole time.
Energy, especially because Germany has to import it anyways, especially because France has demonstrated that it's possible. We could drive down the cost of energy with low-cost nuclear.
Of course we could, right? Well, yeah.
And there'd be no carbon production.
Uh-huh.
And then the poor people would have something to eat because
Yeah.
they'd have enough energy. And that isn't what's happening. And that's one of the things that makes me extremely skeptical of the entire narrative. It's like two things. The left will sacrifice the poor to save the planet. And the left will deindustrialize even at the nuclear level, despite the fact that it devastates the poor. And that's even worse because if you devastate the poor and you...
Yeah, like if we adopted nuclear, built a bunch of new reactors, that kind of thing, it would elevate the poor in a way to have the cheaper energy from the nuclear. So, and we'd be developing better reactors or whatever, right? Because I remember reading recently they've been making work on all kinds of new reactor stuff. So it seems like a promising time for all that stuff, but for some reason we're like totally against it, even though like it seems like the obvious answer. When they introduced nuclear energy to the public in the 70s, they told us the energy meter on our houses would barely move. Nuclear is incredibly powerful, but unfortunately has been... Well, I grew up in Nevada, right? Above and below Nevada. And when I remember there was a period of like propaganda from every direction. Like public schools told me it was bad. The Yucca Mountain facility, that it would leak into the water, it would leak into the food for sure. Now, like the reports don't say it, like it is not as dangerous when you really look into it as people told me when I was younger. So I don't know. But I do remember that there was a lot of propaganda here about Yucca Mountain, because remember that was like under vote. And it's like delayed forever. It's like never going to be made. I don't know.
Force them into a short-term orientation. In any given country where starvation beckons, for example, they will cut down all the trees and they will kill down all the animals and they will destroy the ecosphere. And so even by the standards of the people who are pushing the carbon dioxide externality control, all the consequences of that doctrine appear to me to be devastating even by their own measurement principles. We're trying to fix the environment. Well, boys and girls, doesn't look like it's working. All you've managed to do is make energy.
I agree, but that was a promise in the 50s and the 70s. The boomers turned on nuclear power. China syndrome, because China was doing it. And the NRC has been trying to kill it ever since. I saw a nuclear power battery that can last nearly 50 years, albeit it was a button cell. It just seems like they decided to utilize the potential energy for destruction rather than energy. Well, that lines up with everything, right? Let's say the time frames line up. Let's put some pieces together, maybe. Yucca was supposed to be a dump site, right? Yeah, it was supposed to be like the dump site, and it could be. There's enough space down there to store, however many. And like the reactors, I remember were getting better at like having less too. So it seemed they should have finished it. I don't know, but for whatever reason, like development stalled. It's been a while since I looked into it. Development stalled, and they had issues passing some part of it. But yeah, it would have been big enough to house however much spent fuel rods we really needed for a long time. Now I think they still sit in like the Gulf of Mexico or something, if I remember. Is that true? At least they used to. They used to sit in like in the bay or something. All the extra fuel rods sit there until they have a place to go. Unless there's a place to go by now, but I don't think so. I think they just keep them there still. China syndrome is a 70s term for nuclear meltdown because the core melts all the way to China. It's a dated term now, but Jane Fonda. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. But also remember the time frame of people like getting into the Club of Rome, the depopulation, like agenda stuff. Is a similar year to when people turned on it too, right? The 70s. And also that's the same time we transitioned from the colleges doubled in size from the 60s to the 70s. Colleges doubled in size as both students and staff. They double in size from the 60s to the 70s. The American colleges double. And then that's also the time, a little bit after that, I think they would rule that like cognitive batteries are not constitutional because they discriminate. And then jobs are no longer allowed to use that kind of thing. So it went full credentialism from that point onward in America, which has caused in my opinion, the what do you call it? The competency epidemic that caused that. So
5 times as expensive.
Do you think any of that's connected or unrelated coincidences that all kind of happen at around the same time?
Expensive and more polluting. You were wrong. That didn't work. And so and I can't understand. You can help me. That's why you're here today talking to me. I can't understand how the left can support this.
Just one quick thing. Let's say that everything you've said is true. What do you think is the plan then? What is the goal? What is the drive?
I agree, Camel.
Like why push obviously horrible ideas for the planet and the poor?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. That's a good question, bro. Like why do people push minimum wage when that doesn't seem to help? It's a good question.
Well, because you're positing it, right? So what do you think is the driver goal?
Well, I listen to what people say. Here's the most terrible thing they say. There are too many people on the planet. Okay, so
I've heard that too. Yeah.
Who says that? I've heard people say that.
Mass murderers say that.
For 30 years. Perfectly ordinary, compassionate people. Well, there's too many people on the planet. And I think, well, for me, that's like hearing Satan himself take...
Well, man, I'm agreeing with Peterson again. It does sound like Satan. It sounds like something Satan would say.
Take possession of their spine and move their mouth. It's like, okay, who are these excess...
I don't even believe in Satan, but if I did, sure, Satan would say that.
People that you're so concerned about. And exactly who has to go and when and why and how. And who's going to make that decision? And even if you don't...
And how do we have the right even, man? Like, to me, it always bugs me. Like, how do we even think we have the right to do that at all? Like, when people say that, it's like, who are you to say that, man? How can you say we have too many people? Like human life is invaluable, man. Like, we got to figure it out. Like, and if we help, like, we know that if we stop different things that hurt the poorer countries that we do by interfering, they would hopefully be allowed to build up more wealth again. And then if they build up quality of life, then the population goes back down again. People don't need 4 kids to work the farm or whatever it is.
If you're not consciously aiming at that, you are the one who uttered the words. You're the ones who muttered the phrase. What makes you think that the thing that possessed you to make you utter that words isn't aiming at exactly what you just declared? And so that's a terrible vision. But when you look at...
Okay, come on. I like the skull and crossbones on the sleeve. I think that's kind of sick looking. Am I wrong? Is that not sick looking? Okay, say whatever you want about the rest of his jacket. It kind of looks like from the bathroom at Caesar's Palace. Like it kind of looks like the towels they would have at the bathroom at Caesar's Palace. Sure. Okay, sure. Sure, you can say that. But a very big but, the skull and crossbones is cool.
What happens in genocidal
No, come on. Come on.
societies, and they
Come
emerge
on.
with fair regularity, and usually with a utopian vision at hand. The consequence is the mass destruction of millions of people. So
Come
why should
on.
I assume that something horrible isn't lurking like that right now, especially given that we have pushed a few 100 million people back into absolute poverty when we were doing a pretty damn good job of getting rid of that. I just don't understand what's happening in Germany or in the UK. Like, it's insane. Like, look, man, if they would have
fuck no.
gotten rid of nuclear plants and made energy 5 times as expensive, and the consequence would have been they weren't burning lignite coal as a backup, and their unit production of energy, of pollution per unit of energy is plummeted, you could say, well, look, you know, we hurt a lot of poor people, but at least the air is cleaner. It's like, no, air's worse, and everyone's poorer. So, like,
he's taking notes. So he is listening enough to take notes. But I don't know what he's going to say.
Explain to me how the hell the left can be anti-nuclear.
Okay.
I don't understand it at all.
That laugh is condescending a little bit, no? Come on, bro.
Gotcha. All right. This is something that I brought up earlier that is concerning to me.
But maybe he can't help it on the amphetamine or whatever he's on.
I feel like when people get political beliefs, I feel like what happens is, what we think happens, what we'd hope happen is...
Oh, when people, that counts, right? Is it just people? Like, it's you, let's do the spirit of it, because he's going to rephrase the wording. That counts. I have to smoke, right? I have to smoke for that one. Hold on. Let me make sure we agree on these rules, right? Whenever he says people say or whatever, or some kind of like variation of it, people do this, people say this, I gotta smoke.
People get political beliefs. I feel like...
Yep, that's it. That's one there. Yep, smoke up. Yeah, okay. All right, that counts. I'm definitely gonna have to break up some more weed in a second. We're gonna keep doing this game though. But okay, all right, real quick. I got a hit left. Where's my? Hold on. I gotta
Stop it.
listen. It's a good game. It's a good game if I'm gonna get through the rest of this. My hand. Oh, the ring isn't synced. Okay, I can't use my hand. But I'll do the smoke. I can't use my hand right now. I don't know why, bro. It must have been, maybe my Bluetooth adapter was the thing that unplugged earlier. What's the smoke? That one? Okay. Alright, back we go. We're just trying to make Destiny. Crap, we're just trying to make, yeah. Is it? Well, here's the thing, Robbie. I have had one realization through this, which is, here's what it was. So I do thank this thing for one, and it's that if there is to be a fair state, right? I know we both lean towards like more individual ideas, but if there is to be a fair state, we have to be able to stop paying for things when they're not working. We can't, like, once we just get taxed and that money goes anywhere, and we can't say, okay, the school system's not working, I'm going to take my money out. We need to be able to do that if it's ever going to be fair. If the state is ever going to be fair to us, we have to be able to individually say, nope, I don't agree with that program, not paying that. Nope, I don't agree with that program, not paying that. Nope, I don't agree with that. As soon as it makes it, you have to pay a cost, and you don't get any say in what happens with that money, we're fucked, because there's no reason to make sure it works then. There's no reason to make sure that whatever thing actually operates efficiently, because there's no real checks and balances from the people paying the money anymore. So you just stop paying, you don't want permission to not pay? Yeah. So like if there's something, that'd be the only way the state would ever be possible, I think, to actually not be corrupt and like the systems actually kind of work. I think it's the only way. Because whenever they get to just say, okay, we take this much money, too bad, give us, it doesn't work. Like, it's always going to go, there's no repercussions to keep the thing working.
happens is what we think happens, what we'd hope happen is you have some moral or philosophical
I'll get some milk out of
underpinning,
here.
and then from there
I
you
realized
combine
that
this with
from
some epistemic understanding of the world, and then you combine these two things. You engage.
It wasn't anything smart anybody said. No, Peterson has said some smart stuff, but it wasn't. It was just kind of like a realization of a miscommunication they were having that led me to that one.
Engage in some form of analysis, and
Yeah,
through your moral
it'd be
view,
nice if that was
you
true.
yeah, you start to apply like prescriptions. So
Yeah.
maybe I'm religious, maybe I analyze society and I see that particular TV shows lead to premarital sex. So my societal prescription is we should ban these TV shows, right? Ideally, this is how you would imagine this process works. What I
How do you even see that exactly, bro?
find happens, unfortunately, all too often is
Like he's already describing like God or something, right? God's like, oh, I guess people are watching Roseanne too much and having premarital sex. Like what? How do you even know? Like you have to do studies. How do you control for all that? I don't know. That seems like a tough study to do. Small government is the best government. Laissez-faire markets and zero lobbying by Wall Street. Hell yeah. I think so too. I wonder if we should even have Wall Street, guys. Because I feel like once you have a company on the public market, it now puts interest for the company to do well outside of the company itself, which is not normally the case if it's a private company. And then it could even outsource that interest to people that can affect the state of the company through other means. Not just political ones. I don't just mean like it opens it to politicians. It also opens it to like other companies that might have some way to make the company do better. Like somebody got not other companies, but like somebody that owns another company or investors to purposely like try and set up a situation where that company does better through working with some other company they own. You know what I mean? It opens up to all this backdoor kind of interest that's not in a private company. Wall Street needs to be scrapped? Yeah, I wonder. I question Peterson's intellect even engaging with Destiny, so I feel it's more of a circle jerk situation. Yeah, I wondered that too. That's why I didn't watch it for so long. And why I'm watching it today of all days. So we're a political debate stream or whatever we are now for today. But I'm not really. We're just watching the video. But yeah, I don't know. I question that too. I wonder why even do this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you.
what people do is they
Maybe he thought he could reach him, right? Like, and the guy has a big following. So like if reaching Destiny could reach some kind of point for X amount of kids, maybe, you know, like Peterson's thinking, if I can get anything across to Destiny, that could then trickle down. That could then go forward to his audience of kids or whatever.
they join social groups, and then with those social groups, they
Kids, I
inherit some
say. I don't know how old his audience is. I don't
I
know.
call like a constellation of beliefs. And this constellation of beliefs, instead of rationally building on each of these, you basically get this like
I can see that as well. Too often corporations please the shareholders. Right. So I wonder if we should even have public corporations. It feels like maybe not. Or if they are public, we at least have to have more thought into like the checks and balances for such a thing. Because by default, it seems to make conflicts of interest possible that aren't possible otherwise. So I wonder about that. If it, like, that seems like a bad idea, period.
Jenga tower that is like floating over a table, and every block is like.
I know it's not a topic, but fun work drama. Sure, what's up? Remember how I said my boss sucks at doing some things? Well, sure. If I was to have a convo with Destiny, it would be for the views, not because I actually think he has anything worthwhile to say. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, the thing about Destiny that from like my view of Destiny now is deranged. I don't mean to be rude, but he said at the start that he believes people don't have principles. And that's a deranged belief. Like you have to. So if your worldview works that way, you know, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't expect any of his stuff that he thinks to make too much sense. With that belief underlying everything. Like there is a tribal. This is something I've kind of looked into a lot. There is a tribal psychology we all have, of course, right? We want to be like valuable to our tribe, and we don't want to get kicked out of our tribe. And I believe that's why we like fight so hard to not be wrong. It's because we're scared of being kicked out of the tribe, left to die. So like every time like you're challenged in like a public arena, it's like, oh no, like our tribal instincts kick in. Like, oh no, if I'm the wrong one here, I'm gonna get ate by wolves, bro. I don't want to get ate by wolves. I don't want wolves to get me, bro. So, and then I think that's why we fight so hard by default until you like start challenging your intuitions more, which you can train to do. I know a lot of you do that. Until you do that, then I don't know. It's not good. If Destiny was serious intellectually, he wouldn't still be using his narcissistic gaming pseudonym. He's no different than Bosch in that regard. Well, let's not analyze that too much. About the Cracky Reed stream. Let's not analyze that too much, bro. I'm just saying, let's not analyze that too much. You know, I'm kind of in a glass house there. If the customer came back from vacation and he's not happy with the tile job, yeah. And I intentionally tried to get off that job as soon as the tile was being set, which I was successful. So it's off my hands, yeah. Poor guy that got that. Did you read all those books I had? Yeah. It's Harry Potter 1, Harry Potter 2, Harry Potter 3, Harry Potter 4. How many Harry Potters are there? Harry Potter 5, Harry Potter 6. Also, Game of Thrones 1, Game of Thrones 2, Game of Thrones 3, Game of Thrones 4, Game of Thrones 5,
itself, and no
Game
real
of Thrones
part
6.
of the tower can be addressed until one piece it all falls apart. So
Right.
people become like very stuck in all of this combined constellation stuff, and none of it is really given like any analysis, and you can't really push anybody from one way or another in terms of like reevaluating any of the beliefs that are part of this constellation. I wish I would have.
That's good.
No, yep.
That's fine. That's right.
What is he saying? Oh, come
Sleep
on.
is the foundation
No.
and your meal's gonna come out and show up ready to space the needs base bedtime limit count.
That's fine.
Guys, go to Veeam.com, shop Veeam. Hold on. Slash
Peterson.
No, not slash Peterson. Put slash Carl on Cranky Reads. Slash / kick.com. Just type in kick.com/Cracky Reads, honestly, and put that in every computer you can, and then leave it on. And just like if you're ever anywhere with an open browser, just put kick.com/Cracky Reads. You can get up to 40% off on something.
And use code Peterson for 40%
30% off, yeah.
That's good.
But Veeam, yeah.
That's right. Well, you know, there are models now of...
Sure.
Well, it makes you look extremely intellectual. Thank you, guys. I was thinking I gotta be an intellectual today. Today's the day. We throw off the trying to understand our opponents and all that kind of stuff. We just know everything now. We're just really smart and have a big head.
Models now of cognitive processing, belief system processing that make the technical claim.
They're supposed to get really mad at each other still. They're still coming because they've been a little mad. But I swear I saw, like, I haven't watched any of them, but I keep seeing clips going around where they get mad at each other. It's kind of what I want to see. Why? I'm curious how they both handle themselves when it gets heated. Like, that's when people start acting, I don't know. Yeah, I think you see the true person when they get really, like, you really put the pins to the skin, and like you can see who somebody really is in those moments. I think
that what a belief system does is constrain entropy.
Like, who gives grace to the other person? That's a word religious people use, but I like it. Who gives grace? Because it makes sense when you, like, what I'm using it to mean is like, oh hey Ollie, by the way, I'm using it to mean like who doesn't try to like just score points and get the better of the other person. and like talks to them and tries to understand them and doesn't assume the worst and that kind of thing.
Sure, that's not surprising at all.
Okay,
When upset.
Now the signal for released entropy.
Because bro, like when people are upset, people do not want to give anybody else grace usually. You know what I mean? They want to be like, they want to take a piece of flesh, which I do my best to not be like that. Like, because come on, man, that's not a...
Which would be a consequence of, say, violated fundamental beliefs, is a radical increase in anxiety, right? And a
because like that's the worst time to be a dickhead. You know what I mean? Like when people are all worked out, that's like the worst time.
Increase in the possibility of positive emotion, and so people will struggle very hard against that, which is exactly the phenomena that you're describing.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with what you said. Although,
So here's my
So I'm not sure why it's relevant to the issue I was pursuing.
I'm getting.
Fine.
Smartest guys in the room just asked me, yeah.
So when I'm trying to evaluate a situation, I like to think that I have some, I've got some insulation from the effects of what liberals think or what conservatives think, is because I'm...
Bro. Remember again, his expertise is StarCraft 2, right? Okay. Oops, I didn't even go forward. How do I go backwards?
My platform, I don't necessarily have an allegiance to a particular political ideology. Like right now, I'm like center left to progressive, but I break really hard from progressive on certain issues. I think Kyle Rittenhouse is in the right. I think basically everything you guys are doing with indigenous people is insane, including the complete mass grave hoax.
We're gonna sport. Well, it is sporting, right? It's like the new arena or something. I agree. It's like pay-per-view. It's like a new arena. Well, hold on though, Cracks, because that's kind of assuming someone can't grow in certain areas. Which part? Which part was I assuming he can't grow?
Folks, I think that I'm a big supporter of the Second Amendment. I have beliefs where I can break from my side, you know, pretty hardcore because I...
Oh, that I think he's not... That he's not part of a group, but yeah, but right. I believe he could get out of it, but I do think he still is in it. Saying the expertise is just StarCraft 2? Oh. You know, he said that earlier, is why I brought that up. He brought it up as his expertise. That was why I made the joke. I agree, of course. You can expand your you can learn, self-educate, autodidact. I'm a big believer in all that stuff. I'm with you. I get it. But he said it earlier is why I made the joke.
Political ideology. One thing that worries me with this constellation of beliefs thing is that sometimes when it comes to evaluating a particular...
Like he started giving his expertise and it was StarCraft 2 and then he didn't give any others. It was just the StarCraft 2 ones.
Policy or a particular problem.
That's the case. Like it's funny. Yeah. He said at the start he was like... He was listing his expertise and he goes like, I came from my expertise in StarCraft 2 or whatever game I'm playing. I think he did say or whatever game I'm playing now. But that was it. Then he didn't say anything else. And I thought that was pretty funny.
And sometimes inhibits people from like taking a step back and reasonably thinking about the issue. So when we're talking about climate change, you mentioned the WEF sacrificing...
I don't know, the intentional though.
People,
yeah, maybe.
UN, global elites, 5 times energy costs in Germany. Genocidal people. I feel like this is part...
Who actually gives a fuck what either of these non-factors say? Yeah, I agree in that. Who does care about a lot of this? Like really, who's it's going to change? Someone's opinion on something? But yeah, it's because it's like arena battles or whatever. People go like, I like this guy. Okay, let me watch it. Arena time.
Of like a whole thing where it's like, okay, well, let's take a quick step back and let's just like think rationally about this particular issue for one moment. Okay.
Well, you asked me.
I hope my champion wins. I hope my champion slays the other champion.
What the motivation for anti-poor policies might be. So that's why I was.
Well, I did, but I got all.
I manifest in the kick dimension. What's up, Ollie?
That question. Because I think it's totally possible that somebody might say, okay, well, when you put carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it seems to cause an increase in service.
Bro, I'm thinking about stopping the Twitch one soon, the multi-stream. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing it. Because Twitch is like opening a portal to miserable people that are angry all the time. So, I don't know, bro. I'm thinking about closing the portal. I've been thinking about closing the portal recently.
Temperatures. This has been happening from about the 1800s, and as we started...
Because like everybody I hang out with on that finds me on Kick is so much more cool and chill and not like judgmental over every opinion and worried about, and I don't have to walk on eggshells. But everybody on Twitch is deranged, communist.
Track surface temperatures, whether the thermometer is on top of the Empire State Building,
Wants me dead, you know, wants all the people they don't think are good enough dead.
or in the middle of the field. It seems like there's an average rise in temperatures, and people all around the world are observing this. In some places more than others.
But I'm affiliate, you see. Affiliate? Close the portal? Yeah, I think I might. Hey, Cracks, what are hospitals for? What do you mean, what are hospitals for? Kind of a bait tactic bit. I think, what are hospitals for? What's the question? I don't get it. Stop.
If you live in Seattle and 20 years ago, your apartment building wasn't built with air conditioner units, you feel that now.
Therefore, I don't know, rapid response in a city with medical equipment and stuff, I guess, like to help people.
Place in London and you've never had an air conditioner before, now that's not acceptable. I think that
or making duplicate floors below them, like in Snatcher, to make fakes. If you close out Twitch, you shut the doors to an idea hospital. Oh. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not sure if I want to shut it or not. Stop. I know.
people on the ground can see that there are changes, and I think that scientists, when they look in labs, can see.
I know, but but dealing with a lot of Twitch people is, oh yeah. I'm like it's like Charlie Brown.
Changes.
I feel like Charlie Brown whenever I deal with Twitch people.
It might be that some models aren't precise enough, and it might be that
for
reasons we don't even understand now.
Like somebody pulled the fucking football out. I'm like about to kick it, and then somebody pulls the football out from under me. It's a goddamn Twitch person again.
Economic models certainly aren't precise enough.
Sure, maybe that might be true.
Snatcher was some Illuminati shit. I think all the I don't know, all the Kojima games have like Illuminati shit, right? Lale Lule Lo. It's implied there's Illuminati shit for sure. Like every a lot of them are in the same world, I think. Technically. And then some of them aren't. Some of those games aren't. But there's always like a weird Illuminati stuff.
Use them to predict the price
very
of a
red
single
pill,
stock
well
for
researched,
6 months.
very interesting.
The
yeah.
economic
Yeah, I
models
agree.
are not sufficiently accurate to count.
No, Kojima, his love for American stuff and Western stuff obviously led him to read a bunch about like military stuff and trace some of that back and see some of this stuff. Yeah.
Calculate out the
It makes sense if you think about
change
it.
over a century.
And
not in the least.
I like the comparison because economic models can't predict individual stocks, but they do predict the rough rise of the market. If you invest in the S&P
except
500,
for the
you
odd
get
cataclysmic collapse.
Nope, even with the
I agree. Any Kojima game is interesting. Also, I'm talking about Kojima. Any Kojima game is interesting. I do have an issue with his storytelling in that at the end of every game, he plot dumps you. And I don't think he really needs to do that. I think he could space out the pacing better. But Kojima is a smart guy with really deep thoughts and really interesting world building and really cool ideas. Kojima rules and all that. But I just feel like his storytelling sucks a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? Don't come after me. Like it's the flow kind of sucks. It's far from his best element of his design of his games, like Snatcher, Fleece. I haven't played Fleece Knots, but like the different Metal Gear Solids. What's the new one? I play a little bit. The Delivery Baby one, Demon Baby Delivery Service. Snatcher is amazing. Snatcher is really good. Yeah. How do people escape echo chambers, confirmation bias without challenging beliefs? You might say reading books. Well, here's the thing, Camel. I get what you're saying, bro. But if I was looking to challenge it, it wouldn't be these two, though. I don't think, especially not Destiny. I would look at. I don't know, bro. I'd probably find somebody that doesn't seem crazy. To listen to that shares the beliefs, somebody that doesn't seem irrationally. Well, because here's the thing, you can talk to almost anybody that believes in the stuff he says, and you should talk to some of them sometimes. And they all kind of have a lot of the same problems, because a lot of the issues right now with the cult is it can't really think. That's the thing blowing a lot of people's minds, I think. Is people that have gone through the public school system are trained not to be able to think. And that's what's really happening with a lot of people, is they can't think. And so they're just like repeating things they learned. And a lot of people they just end up like calling them dumb or crazy or whatever, because it's so hard to follow that back and realize that's what's going on. So I don't know how much value it really has to talk to the people that have unworking brains. Because at a certain point you get how their brains are broken, and then what do you do with it? How much more can you learn from it? I don't know, bro. I don't know anymore. I asked that question myself. How much more can you learn when you kind of figure out how their brains are broken and you get a pretty good image of it? How isn't there a plateau of that knowledge and like how much you can do with it, how much you can learn from it? Because it's not just like echo chamber, like both sides believe reasonable, real things. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like there's like two sides and both are basically, and the truth is somewhere in the middle. That's not real. That's not true. That's what they want you to believe, but that's not true. There is reality. There is an objective reality. It is a thing, but we are limited in perceiving it. And they've used that to trick us all that we're in like a battle to establish our own reality. And some people buy into that battle and try and fight it. And it's a synthetic war in their minds against each other, and it sucks. And I think the best freedom we can have is stepping out of that synthetic war and like living a normal life and like reading books and etc. I think actually, like, if people didn't watch any of this, they'd be better off. I think so, yeah. Didn't watch any of this, didn't interact with any of this, just like read old books. They'd be so more mentally fit and resilient compared to the modern person, I think. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Is there value to engaging in synthetic warfare? Synthetic mental warfare? And how much? Should you jump in the quicksand just because everybody's doing it? Maybe you just walk past the quicksand. I don't know. Maybe just walk past it. Maybe you just say, no, I'm not getting in the quicksand. I'm walking over there. I don't know what exactly reality is. I don't know, but I can tell it. I'm going to try to find it together with other people that are looking for the truth too. And I'm going to leave you people in the sand that are fighting over stupid fake things and just go on that way. I don't know.
Accounted for, you're going to see about 7% returns on average with inflation over long periods of time.
I wouldn't call an average a very sophisticated model analogous to a climate change.
That's the difference between climate and weather, though, right? Is that climate isn't going to tell you what the temperature is on a given day, but it might tell you the average surface temperature over a period of 1 year.
Debates are always about side versus the other side. Humans need to work together, which requires each side to try and understand the side. Exactly. And I think we should try and understand whoever we're talking to completely and get what is going on with them. Yeah. In a postulative perspective. I have no clue about this simulation stuff. Which simulation stuff? Debate. I wasn't talking about simulation. I was saying that their idea. I wasn't talking about simulation. I was saying that if you believe reality is relative and you can define reality by your actions and your thoughts, then you can see the world as this kind of warfare about establishing your view as the correct view. But that's all a synthetic war that exists just culturally inside a bubble, is what I'm saying.
10 years. And then that's the difference between climate and weather. That's the difference between the market and the stock.
Difference.
It is a hypothetical, but again, we're seeing more and more and more data every single year that things are getting hotter and hotter.
Let's jump out of our cloud of presuppositions for a minute.
Sure.
Now, one of the things that...
no, wait. Before we do that.
You asked if there was any merit to engage in the type of things. If you read back what I said, makes more sense. Okay, sorry, stop. I think so. That's what you're talking about, I think so. Debates are useless. Discussion is where it's at. I'm with you on that. I think so too. Imagine playing that in 1992. Yeah, what I miss, bro. He is definitely in. I hear other people. The Green Dragon stuff. Oh. In a controlled setting. Yeah. Okay. Sure. I agree. There's some value, but when does it plateau? Stop. Is also what I'm wondering. Like I've done it a lot, bro. I've tried to talk to these people a lot that think like Destiny, and eventually, like, I don't know, bro. Eventually, they get mad at you usually, and there's all these like things that stop them from thinking things out. Eventually, it's just like, how much more can you gain from it? I agree, you can gain something, but is there a plateau to that knowledge and that experimentation? Because I feel like I've hit it.
Actually, because I don't want to say, there are some things that we've gotten as a result of investing in green energy that have been good. So, for instance, the power of solar energy has dropped dramatically in the United States.
What is objective reality, though? Well, it doesn't really matter. You don't need to answer that question. Here's my thinking on it. Okay, you can disagree all you want on this. I know these are like, this is like, bro, if you got a different opinion on me than this, there's no problem with me that's true. Or sorry, there is a problem today. But here's how I think of it. So the one thing we can usually be sure of is our own existence, right? So let's say we do accept that and not worry about that too much. So you accept, like, I think, therefore I am, like the card said, right? I think, therefore I am. There's something. So if you exist, I think that implies the circumstances of your existence, the what, when, where, how. It implies they exist. Similar to how the fact that we breathe implies the existence of oxygen and carbon dioxide, if that makes sense. The fact that we exist implies the circumstances for our existence. Now, I'm not saying it answers that. I'm not saying you even have to answer that, but it does imply that. Because, like, just like breathing, why would you breathe if oxygen didn't exist? If carbon dioxide didn't exist, you wouldn't, right? I don't understand. Well, if you exist, there has to be a place you exist. There has to be a time you exist. You can't exist without those things being true. There's no way for you to exist and think and have a thought without there to be a place that thought exists in, without being a time it exists in. There's some kind of, it implies a meeting of the circumstances that for it to exist. You can't have life without the environment for it to exist. It can't just exist in a vacuum, right? That's just like your consciousness. It can't just exist in a vacuum. It exists somewhere, somehow. What that answer is, I don't know. I'm not trying to answer that. I'm not trying to say there is an answer to that even. I don't know. But what I'm saying is it implies that much. And then if you take that a step further, and then are we still, low energy state of the universe. This sounds like hate speech, does it? If you take that one step further, we exist, you exist, I exist. Then another objective thing that I can judge is that I'm communicating with something that's not me, which, like when I'm communicating with you guys. So that implies you guys exist and that we're able to communicate. If we're able to communicate, it implies the same circumstances of existence for both of us, which means a shared reality that has to exist, or else how would we be able to talk to each other? How would we be able to communicate with each other? Now, it can get weirder, and like people can have weirder thoughts after that, but I'm saying that far. Just, I'm not thinking further than that. I don't need the what, I don't need the why, I don't need the how. I exist, other people exist, my relation to them exists. What else is really all that important, kind of, to me? I don't know if anything is, really. Like, what else can you confirm is real? I don't know if you can. If there is anything else you can be for sure is real than that. That's what I'm thinking. It was new to me, and it was refreshing to hear. Maybe it just came at the right time for me in the right medium. I'm not much of a reader, I'm just being honest. Nothing is real. Does that make me no, things are, well, I'm saying that's how you can establish objective reality exists in a form. We share the same thing because we can communicate with each other, right? Because, like, I know that whatever reply I get from you isn't done in my brain as far as I can tell. And there is, like, system one thinking that we're not perceiving. But even still, it'd be pretty ridiculous if I could simulate all you guys in my brain. Maybe it's possible, but it seems like a leap of faith to assume I could do that. It seems more likely that you're a similar being to me and have similar thoughts and a similar thought process to me, because that model is the simplest and it works, right? I don't really understand that bit though. Well, how come? You think, right? So you have to exist, no? What are you saying? If you think, you have to exist. How else do you think? So if you think, then there's a way you think, there's a how you think, there's a where you think. It comes from somewhere. It implies another thing, not just you. It implies another existence, which is which enables you to exist. Like I was saying, just like breathing implies oxygen exists, is what I'm saying. Does that not make sense? What does it mean to exist? To be somewhere, to match those criteria. That's what I'm saying. They imply each other, right? The existence itself implies all of the why, where, when, and hows. So someone that exists somewhere at some time, someone that has a presence, someone that has, or a thing that has a presence in somewhere, sometime, somehow. So it implies the others. I miss my dog. It's too bad, bro. Too bad. If I had a dog, you'll know. Are we really going into philosophy right now? Yeah, we're smarty pants today. Look at all my books, right, bro?
It's faster
You don't
than
like it?
anybody
What do you mean we're really going to philosophy right now? Was that ridiculous?
thought possible.
What am I doing wrong? Come on.
Solar energy is like competitive or beating fossil fuels in certain areas. As long as you can set the solar panels up, you're literally beating fossil fuels.
Yeah, and as long as the sun is shining.
Well, it still is. We're not a nuclear winter yet.
No,
so.
but it isn't when it's cloudy. And
that's why I said depending on where you live. There are places.
Right.
Oil is distracting from where we're headed. Where are we headed? Ollie is?
You might not have as much luck.
Where are we headed?
Or Germany. Or in Germany, true.
Or
there are also,
Europe,
I think
or Canada.
There are also other issues that are coming up that I think are obfuscating our ability to evaluate.
You have to stand this out in Discord? I can try.
When we look at energy increases in
I'll try to explain it again.
Germany, I think there's a similar constellation around nuclear energy, for instance.
What's up, Egg Drop? What's up, Wingwinder?
They think of nukes, and they think of nuclear meltdowns, and they think of Chernobyl, and they think of Fukushima.
We're headed for them to get angry, yeah.
And that's stupid. And I agree with you. But nuclear energy.
It was just on Pluto. Weird, I was watching an episode of TNG where the thoughts became reality.
You think it's just this See, you
for the same reason the right opposes vaccines, because it sounds scary and it's a big thing and they don't trust it.
Good, bro. It's cool as fuck the Kraken is Chaz even here. It's such a nice change from degeneracy. Cheers, bro. Yeah, thank you guys also for being you know, like civil and normal about stuff when you disagree.
By force, and that was a
you get to choose if you have a nuclear power plant. That's imposed by force too, no? You don't get to choose where your energy comes from. If you live in a country, you turn the light switch.
And you offended? What's up, bro?
Chernobyl that melts down in your particular town, right?
Oh yeah, well, I want to see him get angry. Yeah, that's right. That is my mission.
You
there.
Choose it because you can buy it or not.
Look at
choice.
It does, but
nobody had a choice with the vaccine.
That's true. Thanks for the reminder, Rabbi. That is where we're going. Yeah.
Vaccines.
Nobody had a choice whether or not they lived near Chernobyl or not. Nobody's a choice.
Sure,
there's a nuclear power plant.
Away.
Well, how realistic is it to move like 500 miles? That's like telling conservatives when Biden tried to do the OSHA mandate for vaccines, like, well, you can just get a different job, right?
I don't want to debate about whether or not large.
What he's talking about, by the way, all kinds of stuff. Right now, it's Peterson asked about what about nuclear energy, but then the conversation never really seemed to go into that.
Nuclear power plants are frightening. They are.
Sure. Okay.
And there are technologies now where that's not a problem. So,
and
I think that's a counterproductive place for our discussion to go, because I also understand why people are afraid of it. But what I don't understand, for example, is why the Germans shut down their nuclear power plants and the Californians are thinking and doing the same thing when they have to import power from France anyways. Like, it's complete.
Or burn coal, which is a million times worse.
Not just coal, lignite.
Yeah.
Right. And then with regards to these renewable power sources.
So they're agreeing on something there.
They have a number
or
of
half
problems.
A second.
One is they're not energy dense.
It is the business of the future to be dangerous. Are you guys dangerous? What would you scale your dangerousness to?
They require tremendous infrastructure to produce they might be renewable at the energy level, but they're not renewable at the raw materials level. So that's a complete bloody lie.
The medium
They're
is the
insanely
massage.
variable
Oh, it
in
is.
their power production.
I didn't
And
remember
because
that.
of that, you have to have a backup system, and the backup
I aim to
system has to be
misbehave.
reliable without variability.
You know what that's
and
from?
that means if you have a renewable grid, you have to have a parallel fossil fuel or coal grid
Totally
to back it
innocent.
up when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow, which is unfortunately very, very frequently. And so again, and I'm not going to say there's no place for renewable energy like solar and wind, because maybe there are specific niche locales where those are useful. But the logical, what would you say, antidote to the problem of reliability, if we're concerned about carbon, but we're really not, would be to use nuclear. And the Greens haven't been
I agree with that.
flying their bloody flags for 30 years saying, well, we could use fossil fuels for fertilizer and feed people, and we could use nuclear power to drive energy costs down in a carbon dioxide-free manner. That seems pretty bloody self-evident to me. And so then it brings up this other mystery that we were talking about earlier. You know, what's the impetus behind all this? Because the cover story is, oh, we care about carbon dioxide, which I don't think they do, especially given the willingness to sacrifice the poor. It makes no sense to me. And
Now, Peterson's trying to get like an answer to this kind of stuff, because that's what he was asking before he got into the nuclear little thing.
Relevant to the issue you brought up, which is that people have these constellations of ideas, and there's a driving force in the midst of them, so to speak. They're not necessarily aware of what that driving force is.
Isn't it more likely that people are either misinformed or misguided than people are legitimately trying to depopulate the planet?
Oh man, I wish. I wish. Bro, come on. Come on. If only, man. You'll be good, but don't step on me. Okay. Or, you're a jellyfish. If only.
Look, misinformed and ignorant, that's plenty relevant and worth considering. And stupidity is always a better explanation than malevolence. But malevolence is also an explanation. And no, I don't think it's a better explanation, because
why would we waste so much money sending food aid, having Bush do...
Is this whole stream an April Fool's joke? Stop. Don't ask that. Come on. Shut up. Givey, shut up. Givey. Shut up, bro. Givey.
Programs through Africa for AIDS, having other...
No, I'm a smart guy now. I've got my brain now. I'm really smart now.
Invest so much money and anti-malarial stuff. Like,
we've been duped. How have you been duped, guys? Guys, I am like this now. I am, guys. I do. No. I do think I'm right all the time now, chat. I am a debate lord now. I am a react lord now. I am. I promise, chat. I'm not just doing this for. No, oh no. Oh man, what's going on under my desk here? Oh, that's not it. What's going on under my desk here? It's all weird, and I gotta check something over here real quick. I'll see you guys in a minute. I got to check something over here, so Well, I'm here. I just need to grind out weed real quick, and then I'm back. I just used the opportunity. I'll be right back. I'm grinding up weed, bro. What's up with you, bro? Boring put? Come on, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna be right back, chat. I'm not. Come on, give me 1 minute. Like I'm gone for 2 minutes. Bamboozled by what? What are you guys talking about? Okay, guys, I'm back. What's up with all the emotes? What are you guys doing? Welcome back. I'm back. I'm back. Chat, I'm back. Chat, I'm back. Oh, what's wrong with my neck, though? I'm back. Here, turn that. I'm back. Anybody want to smoke? Or should I wait till the game? I packed it for the stupid game I was playing, huh? I gotta wait. I should wait. We should watch more of the thing. Bro, how far are we to done? How far are we to done right now? We are at... We made it over an hour. 1 hour and 1 minute and 6 seconds. Good day, Wex. Why? What's up with the chat? Why are you guys going so crazy right now? Was it because of the whole April Fool's thing? Is that why? Is it the whole April Fool's thing? Chat, I need you to behave right now, okay? Chat. How come because I had to reset the ring. It's not gonna work. Crap. On my hand might work. At least I can leave it here. Okay, guys. I am an intellectual now. So let's go do smart people stuff again. I'm gonna put my bong down. Could have been swimming bamboozle? Why? Huh? What are you talking about? What? Huh?
To be so invested in helping and killing the people here.
Bro, we almost did it.
Okay, well, some of it's confusion.
A real question.
And some of it's the
Craggy Reeves, have you felt your mind melting just a little bit watching this?
fact, many things can be happening simultaneously.
Well, I had one, like I was saying, I had one realization from this video so far, which was that if we pay for stuff for the government, then you should always have the option, no matter, even if it's a state, to stop paying, because that's how we hold people accountable. And if you make a system that doesn't do that, like the state, then it's always going to go corrupt. So if you do want a state, you have to take that into account if you're trying to figure out how to make one work.
With a fair bit of
it's taking 5 hours. No, I know. I said it, bro. I called 9 hours. When I first started, I said it would be like 10 p.m. I said 9 a.m. would be when I finish. I still got an hour and a half. Okay.
Often, but the problem with the argument Okay, so
I still got an hour
you
and a
tell me
half.
what you think about this.
Mm-hmm.
So, Hitler's cover story was
I'm
that he
always trying
wanted
to make a
the
state
glorious
same.
Third Reich and elevate the Germans to the highest possible status for the longest
We're talking about
possible
Nazis
period
now.
of time. Okay, but that wasn't the outcome.
I love
The
Nazis.
outcome was that Hitler shot himself.
No, wait, I don't. Wait. Oh, no. What did I just say? Chat. What did I just say? Chat. Oh, no. Chat, what did I just say? Chat. Oh, no.
The head after he married his wife who died from poison the same day in a bunker underneath.
I believe the real
Berlin
question
while
was,
Europe was in flames.
has your mind been
Well, he
melted
was
watching
insisting
this?
that
And
the
if so,
Germans
maybe add
deserved
more
exactly what they
milk.
got because they weren't the noble people
Yeah.
who thought they were. And then you might say,
You said what you said. Now you have to stick by it. I do not have to stick by
Hitler's
that.
plans collapsed in flames, and wasn't that a catastrophe?
Shut up.
That was exactly what he
Stick
was
by
aiming for
that.
from the beginning, because he was brutally resentful and miserable right from the time he was, a rejected artist at the age of 16.
Damn.
And so he was working, or something was working within him, and something that might well be regarded as demonic.
Right. I
whose end
recently
goal was precisely what it
started selling bottles of
the
water.
devastation of hundreds of millions of people, and Europe left in a smoking ruin. And the cover story was,
I become
the
a
Grand
seller of the
Third
bottles.
Reich.
You just had to
And
pay.
so there's no reason
Yeah.
at all to
It
assume
sounds
that
like a
Germany
good
is
deal. It sounds like a good deal, I think.
exactly the same situation right now.
I think there's a great reason to assume. I think that Hitler's
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm worried about it myself. I've been worried about that since shit started getting crazy, that maybe we might have another not Hitler, but somebody could take up a similar kind of mantle in America, in a country you would think would never happen, if they were like a Christian and they were like really pissed off. I don't know. It could sweep.
motives and everything that he was trying to do wasn't a secret.
It could be a left-wing guy too. It could be any wing, but you know what I'm saying. It could be somebody that's like, no, thank you.
I don't think that anybody had to guess that he was incredibly anti-Semitic, that his Aryan supremacy was going to lead to.
Also, I have a great cabin. I have a great deal on a timeshare for a cabin in Aspen. Oh, I gotta keep listening to make sure. Oh, bro, I'm playing a smoking game now, bro. Now, if Destiny says people say or people do or people often, any kind of variation of that kind of phrase, I have to smoke weed.
The destruction.
Is that stupid?
The murder of like so many different people in concentration camps. Like none of this was a secret. It's not like he was hiding it.
He hid a lot of
I mean, like he tried to maybe hide the death camps.
Oh, sharing something on a fraction of. Watching Carl laughing at BS and Child Peterson is passionately preaching in the background as content. You think so? I hope you guys.
Like, wow, crazy the program.
Okay, no. Do I explain it? No, right? Don't.
Don't. That's
That's bad.
Crazy.
Don't do
Or
that.
wow, they're all being shipped to just mainly the Jews to camps to work. Like that's kind of interesting. Or wow, he talks about this a lot in Mein Kampf, but maybe it's just a coincidence.
Back on the train.
I don't think you can compare like Hitler to people that are worried about climate change.
Get on the train, guys. Guys, chat. It's very important. Get on the train, okay? I'm not telling you where it's going. I'm not telling you you're gonna get there alive, but get on the train, okay? We're going there. Where is the destination? We're seeing the two of them angry at each other at some point tonight. Because at some point they have heated clips that I've seen on YouTube. I didn't watch any of them. I've seen them pass around, people talking about them. I want to see it. That's where we're gonna make it. I want to see it. I need to see it. We're gonna make it. So get on the train. If you die on the way because we don't have enough food, talk to the I don't know. Talk to somebody back there.
The worry that I have here is because if we're
Hours.
applying,
people in Germany thought Hitler
Train's
was
boring, chat. Get the fuck
motivated
on.
by
Yeah,
the
get
highest
on.
of benevolent-
if I were to
aims.
take this standard of evidence and apply this lens of analysis, couldn't I say the exact same thing about the conservative constellation of belief? They don't want to intervene anywhere in the world because they don't care about the problems there. They're anti-immigration because they hate brown people. Trump wants.
He really thinks that's a principle that they hold. They
wanted to ban Muslims from coming to the United States because he's xenophobic. Conservatives.
He really believes the things he's saying right now? Does he really believe the things he's saying right now?
Don't want to have taxes to help the poor. Because
Bro, does he really believe this?
Homeless people to starve and
does he really believe this?
Die in the winter. Like I feel like
some of that's true, and yes, you can adopt that criticism. I think the difference with regards especially to the libertarian side of the conservative enterprise, but also to some degree to the conservative enterprise, is they're not building a central gigantic organization to
It feels
put
more like
forward
talking
this
points. Yeah,
particular
he's making a
utopian
case.
claim. And
He
so
was
even
saying
if
you
the
can't say
conservatives
that,
are
wasn't he?
more
No, yeah, you're right. He's making a case like, couldn't I say this if you say that? Yeah.
addled as the leftists, and to some degree that might be true, they're not organized with the same gigantism in mind.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they're not as dangerous at the moment. Now, they could well be, and they have been in the past, but at the moment they're not. And so, of course, you can be skeptical about people's motivations when they're brandishing the moral flag.
Why would we say that they're not as concerned about the gigantism? I feel like everybody is when it's a particular thing that they care about.
You mean,
you know, if one day Destiny will go to jail like that crypto guy, I think in Waiba. What? Yeah, he really is Cliff Art's skull and crossbones scream for. I told you, bro. I told you. Stop hating on it, okay? Get over it. You stop hating on the Cliff Art crossbones because those are sick, okay? And again, yes, these look like maybe robes you can find at the Venetian, okay? Yeah, all right? Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, it looks like a robe you would put on at the Venetian or Caesar's Palace again. Sure, but the skull and crossbones are cool, bro.
They would be inclined in that direction.
For sure, that conservatives.
Carl needs a JP coat. That's funny. That's a funny bit. Yeah.
Power the government whenever they feel they need to, just as liberals do.
Ironically, people like Destiny are why I wouldn't give a single microfuck at this point to every last woke bot. Yeah, but I feel like we can't. I feel like we gotta you can't like. I don't know, bro. Right? Like we can't do the same thing. I get where you're coming from, and I've been pissed off at him too. But we can't be like that, right? Like we can't be like, well, I hope they go to fucking camps. Cause that's how a horrible situation happens, right? I don't know, man. I feel you though. I get why you feel that way. I definitely do. But I don't know, man. Ed Hart or robes, you might find a Masonic lodge. Yeah, maybe. I wonder if JV wore it ironically as a troll. He gets all these jackets. He's talked about them before. He gets like these suits. He has like different suits for different days and different. Like he has all these freaking suits. I saw him talk about it once.
Right, conservatives were very happy to see, for instance, abortion was brought back as a state-regulated thing.
That's a good objection. I think that
he's into suits now. He's into goofy jackets and weird suits.
You're correct in your assumption that
that's his hobby, bro.
People identify a core area of concern, they're going to be motivated to seek power to implement that.
Where the shit he's talked about it. He's like I forget the details of it, but he likes having all these different suits.
I think cancel culture is a good idea too. I think conservatives prior to the 2000s, if they could censor everything related to
suits are part of his idea. Clean your room and wear a suit. Right, so he wears all these like ridiculous suits now.
LGBT stuff.
He has one coat. It's half red and half blue. Yeah, he has ones with like he does. Yeah, he has a Two-Face kind of looking one. Yeah, like a Harley Quinn kind of look is what that's called, I think.
Or so that they didn't want their kids to watch, conservatives would do it. But now that you see that like liberals and progressives are kind of wielding that corporate
he dresses stupid. I kind of think it's cool, bro. I know I'm the only one. Yeah, I kind of think the suit things. I would wear ridiculous clothes. I think.
Conservatives are very much. Well, hold on. We need freedom.
If I was in his position, I would wear ridiculous clothes too, is what I'm saying. I would do it. I would wear some ridiculous stuff.
Speech, we need to platform everybody, and now progressives are like, well, hold on, maybe we shouldn't platform people.
I've got no disagreement with those things that you
clean
said.
Your room, Carl. It's clean.
And I have no disagreement
except for the books on my head.
Proposition that people will seek power.
Like a Burma Supreme approach, like trying to draw eyes on it and trying to get more attention, just like to stand out, kinda. And who cares if you look a little crazy? Doug Stanhope goes to Goodwill in the town he's performing in to buy bad suits. That's funny too. They'll make you more marketable, sure.
Or to impose their central doctrine.
And the skull and crossbones are just sick, right? We all agree on that. Everyone in chat agrees, right?
Okay, so then you.
Because I haven't read. Bro, that's my stream. How do I click to see this? Hold on. Go back
so we can
to.
Have a very serious conversation about that.
I click something.
Do we have that ameliorates that tendency?
In the
Well,
United States, we've got hopefully a form of
Like
decentralized
Ben Stein
government.
too.
Can't speak to
Sure.
Canada as much, but
Sure,
Yes,
yeah.
Well, yes, that's true. So that's one of the institutional protections
Remember
against
Ben
that, because
Stein?
what that does is put various forms of power striving in conflict.
Was he really rich? Like, why did he have that TV show where he was giving away money, bro? What was that about? Remember that? He had like win money or something. Why was he rich?
With one another, right? And so that's
Why did he have the money to give like that?
a very intelligent solution. But then there are psychological and philosophical solutions as well. And one of them might
Yeah,
be
watch his
that
kid
you
Moist
abjure the use of
Critical.
power,
Is that Ben Stein's kid?
right, as a principle. And so, and this is one of the things that was done very badly during the COVID era, let's say, because the rule should be something like you don't get to
Never got to
impose
see
your
him in
solution on
live.
people using.
Yeah, he's one of my faves. I first heard him. I don't know, but they talk the same. Okay. Yeah, he's one of my faves. I first heard him on XM's comedy channel back in the mid 2000s. Never got to see him perform live. Me either. Doug
Using
Stanhope.
compulsion and force. There's a doctrine there, which is any policy that requires compulsion and force is to be looked upon with extreme skepticism. Now, it's
I agree with that. Like a certain school system.
tricky because now and then you have to deal with psychopaths, and they tend not to respond to anything but force. And so there's an exception there that always has to be made, and it's a very tricky exception. But look, let me.
All right, give us the big mama button. Oh, okay. Oh, that's not right. Sorry. Is it this one?
Did Big Mama
There it
Michelle
is, sorry.
Obama eat up all the ribs?
Sorry, I forgot what button it is. There it is.
Did Big Mama Michelle Obama eat up all the ribs?
There you guys go. Sorry. I got it now.
Did Big Mama Michelle Obama eat up all the ribs?
Tell you a story, and you tell me what you
There
think
you
about
go.
this, because I think it's very relevant to the concern that you just.
You used to work on the Nixon administration. You probably made fat stacks on the military-industrial complex. That's probably true.
You just expressed, and I don't believe that the conservatives are necessarily any
Base
less.
Jesse, yeah. Bro, Jesse Lee Peterson rules. I love watching his stuff. Like I'm not even religious at all. In fact, I'm atheist. But a lot of the stuff he's saying comes from a place of like living and figuring stuff out and like wisdom. Even if it's like in metaphor and religious metaphor, the way he's saying it.
Tempted by the calling of power than the leftists. That's going to vary
You're Wiccan?
from situation
Why,
to
stop calling me Wiccan. I'm not Wiccan.
situation.
I don't believe in that one either, because it was just some guy. You know the origins of Wiccan, right? Some freaking old dude, goes out in the woods and he's like, "Whoa, I saw a naked lady, bro." And then he's like, "Whoa," and then the naked ladies are all dancing or something. He said, "They're all like, listen to this shit, bro." He went into the forest. And he says he sees a bunch of naked ladies just dancing and doing a ritual. What? This is the origin of Wiccan. I'm telling you the truth. The guy's name is what? Something Gardner? I'm not making this up, bro. This is true stuff. Like Gerald Gardner, I think. It's always a friggin' old dude. I think his name is Gerald, maybe. Look, if you want to look it up, feel free. It's something Gardner. I think maybe Gerald Gardner. He goes out. He's the guy that wrote all the original Wiccan books in 1800s that everything else is based on. All the Wiccan stuff is based on. Jared Kushner? No, he's Gary. Gerald. His last name's Gerald, bro. I swear he's real. It's like the New Forest Coven or something like that. Anyways, point is, he goes out to this forest and he says he sees a bunch of dancing ladies. He sees a bunch of dancing ladies and they're like doing Wiccan magic supposedly, and they're naked. And then they kidnap him and they take him to a cave. This is the origin of Wiccan, bro. In modern Wicca, this is where it comes from. They take this old guy's like, oh, and then they kidnap me. No one's ever met these ladies, by the way. Nobody's found these ladies. Nobody else ever saw the ladies. Now, it's possible they're real, sure, but the only person that spoke of them was this old guy that said they were dancing and they were naked and they kidnapped him, and then they taught him all their secrets. They asked if he wanted to join their coven, and he said yes. And they taught him all their secrets, supposedly. That doesn't Gerald Gardner. Yeah, that guy. You trust this guy, don't you? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look at that guy. Why would they do that? So he escaped? No, they taught him everything. They left the all of Wicca for this old guy to take care of, and pass it on. So
I would say probably.
Yeah, look at Koji's thing. I don't know if I want to click it. I don't know what's going to happen to my browser. Here, hold on. I'll hide it and click it. Here, you see his picture there? Zoom in, enhance. Look. This guy. This guy. If you're a Wiccan, this is your Wiccan guy. Now, I'm not saying about looks, bro. There's nothing wrong with looks. But also that story is also what you're believing. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know. But pagan stuff is interesting because that stuff actually goes back. But Wiccan stuff, I don't know. But you know, I'm open to anything. But I just don't know about that. He kind of looks like Peterson. He does a little bit. Maybe they can't. Maybe he's in the club. What the? Did I go back? Where's the play thing? Here.
How's that? Direct death.
The family in high school were all a family of Wiccans? No way. All the girls were okay. Shut up. Wiccans are some of the worst levels of cringe. They're just a bunch of Malgons who believe in magic. Well, you know, I can't drastically disagree, but it reminds me of the Mormon thing, right? About John Smith. He's like, he goes and he looks in some hats, and he looks in a hat, and he's like, okay, yeah, no, there's gold plates in here. Carl, what's up, Carl? There's gold plates in here, bro. Yeah, no, I'll tell you what they say. Just give me a minute.
Of 100 million people.
Did Big Mama Michelle? I don't know. Let's see. Oops, wrong one. This one.
Big Mama Michelle Obama eat up all the ribs?
I don't know, bro. Did she?
So, you know, that's a pretty stark fact. And if we're
My mother loves old gypsy and white witches lore. To me, gypsies are what modern day hippies are. Am I wrong?
going to argue about that, well, then we're really not going to get anywhere.
I don't know. I don't know. They're similar.
I'm not disagreeing.
What are modern day hippies really around anymore? Are there hippies still? Do you think hippies still exist? I guess. I don't know. I don't really follow that. I don't go to Burning Man. So I don't know.
The Holodomor happened as well. The Soviet Union and the
Mike loves
Songwriters.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's a war of.
Here's my issue with the Mike theory. I don't know if I can't dismiss it completely because it's funny and there are some weird videos and stuff. But what I find weird is a lot of the pictures are like low res and obviously like photoshopped. But then there's like that one video with like like in a dress. I don't know. I'm not saying nothing. I don't know. Shrug.
I'm just saying it
Big
for
Mike,
World War II, it depends on how much you attribute the war deaths to Nazi Germany, et cetera. But sure, like largely speaking, I don't think that the left beat the right. Because the right.
And that was, what was their name? That died. The lady that died. The old Hollywood lady. What was her name? I don't mean to call everybody old, bro. What was her name though? She said like they were questioning her, and she goes, first gay president. We already had that with Obama. He said, Phyllis Diller. They were asking her, they're asking her about like the first gay president or something, and it was like, we already had that with Obama, and everyone was like, what'd you just say?
Right wasn't trying.
Yes, people love hallucinics and not showering while hallucinate. Yeah, they love those. And not showering while having inflated self-esteem. Yeah, well, that's true. But you know what? I don't think there's anything wrong with doing some of those drugs. But definitely some people get all kinds of stuck up about all kinds of stuff. Like if anything you can be into, there's somebody that's really stuck up about it, right? And then like that thinks that you have to do it. Like you've talked to those people that say like you gotta do LSD, bro. You know what I'm talking about? That like you'll see the aliens or whatever. You'll see the you'll see the little gremlins that showed me the nature of the universe. You gotta do it, bro. You gotta do it. You don't understand. You gotta do it. And you're like, bro, I don't. Do you want a real awakening? You'll never live in the real world until you do LSD and see the green goblins. I've had multiple people come to me like that about it before, and I'm like, I don't know. But I did do shrooms before when I was way younger. I did. Yeah.
I don't think it's because Hitler's lack of trying.
Joan Rivers. Yeah, it was Joan Rivers. Yeah. It was Joan Rivers. Yeah. Ask any married man if they ever mistakenly called their wife some guy's name twice in the afternoon. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's yeah, true. I just wish they'd admit really they just enjoy getting high, which is fine, but the inflate is that they float above us. Right, I agree. Like people should get over their egos like that for sure.
Led him to kill us people.
It's in everything though, is all I'm saying. You see it in every freaking circle now. Is everybody's all stuck up about everything. It's just how, you know.
Then who ended up dying during the Great Leap Forward or during the industrialization of the
Yes, well, I also think it's
humility is like such an underrated trait now. Like nobody tries to practice it. Everybody would rather be seen as like right or superior or great or, but who cares, kind of, right? I don't know.
It's an open question still to what degree Hitler's policies were right-wing versus left-wing, and no one's done the analysis properly.
Peterson's right on that, bro. I always wonder about that. Why is it obfuscated that some of the Nazi stuff leans to the left, or is rhymes with communism? I always wonder that, and why there's such an effort to obfuscate that. That is weird. And a lot of historians do purposefully avoid looking at that.
Well, what do we
because
consider?
It was a National Socialist movement for a reason, and the socialist part of it wasn't accidental.
Well, because there was no,
much better
cooperatively formed
than you.
businesses that were owned by all the people, for the people, and distributed to the people. And I don't think redistribution was high on Hitler's list of things to do.
That's true. It was a strange mix of totalitarian policy.
I don't think it was a strange mix. I think it was a bid to appeal to mid-left and center-left, the KPD and the German Socialist Party by calling themselves National Socialists. I think it was very much like an authoritarian, ultra-nationalist regime that pretty squarely fits with. People get mad if you call something far right or far left because they have an attachment
well, you know,
to terms,
one of the things I would have done if I would have been able to hang on to my professorship at the University of Toronto would have been to extract out a random sample of Nazi policies and strip them of markers of their origin and present them to a set of people with conservative
that would be an interesting study.
Or leftist beliefs and see
that would be an interesting study. That would definitely be an interesting study.
Who agreed with them more. And that analysis has never been done as far as I know. So we actually
that would
don't
definitely
know.
Be interesting.
And we could know if the social scientists would do their bloody job, which they don't, generally speaking. That's something we could know. We could probably use the AI systems we have now, the large language models, to determine to what degree left and right beliefs intermingled in the rise of National Socialism.
He's right, we probably could.
All technically possible.
Yeah.
So, and it hasn't been done, so it's a matter of opinion.
Sure.
So,
I don't necessarily disagree. That's something you could do.
Okay, so
what part did you say that gave set, Koji? Let's see. Moses in the desert, living in separate realities. This part's the most replayed in a bit. mRNA validity of rollout. Oh, we're getting there. It wasn't just the left weighing the fears of crisis, mass consensus. It's over here somewhere. They start getting mad at each other.
I was going to
fast forward faster.
This has to do with the use of power. So I spent a time with a group of scholars analyzing the Exodus story in the Exodus seminar recently, and so the Exodus story is very interesting.
Yeah, it does like things on Bible stuff, right?
Because it's what would you say? It's an analysis of the central
code mRNA. Okay, I'll fast forward a bit.
That's a good way of thinking about it. So the possibility of tyranny and the possibility of slavery are possibilities that present themselves to everyone within the confines of their life, psychologically and socially. You can be your own tyrant with regards to the imposition of a set of radical doctrines that you have to
how do I
punish
line
yourself
this
brutally
up?
whenever you deviate from them. And we all contend with the issue of tyranny and slavery. And there's an alternative path, and that's what the Exodus story lays out. And Moses is the exemplar of that alternative path, although he has his flaws. And one of his flaws is that he turns too often to the use of force. So he kills an Egyptian, for example, an Egyptian noble who has slayed one of Moses' Hebrew slave brothers, and he has to leave. There's a variety of indications in the text that he uses his...
Well, I haven't read this recent enough
he
to...
uses his rod, and he uses power when he's supposed to use persuasion and legal or verbal invitation and argumentation. And this happens most spectacularly right at the end of the sojourn. So Moses has spent 40 years leading the Israelites through the desert, and he's right on the border of the promised land. And really what that means at a more fundamental basis is that he's at the threshold of attaining what he's been aiming at, what he's devoted his whole life to.
Does this have to do? Did Moses lead Jewish people? Is Zoop here?
The highest order.
Is this where Zoop was? Zoop's ancestors?
And the Israelites are still in the desert, which means they're lost and confused. They don't know which way is up. They're still slaves, and now they're dying of thirst, which is what you die of, spiritual thirst, if you're sufficiently lost. And they go to Moses and ask him to intercede with God, and God tells Moses to speak to the rocks so that they'll reveal the water within. And Moses strikes the rocks with his rod twice instead, right? He uses force. And so God says to him, you'll now die before you enter the promised land. It's Joshua who enters, not Moses. Okay, and you might wonder why I'm telling you that story. I'm telling you that story because those concepts at the center of that cloud of concepts that you described are stories, right? They're stories, and if they're well formed...
I agree with Peterson on this stuff. The stuff where he talks about everything being formatted in story, I think is true.
Archetypal stories. And this is an archetypal story that's...
I do think we do that.
The danger of the use of compulsion and force.
I think so. Moses was Jewish. Yeah, I think so too.
You're obviously obsessed by, and that I'm trying to solve is
let my
what
people
do we
go
do as an alternative to tyranny, whether it's for a utopian purpose in the future or maybe for the purpose of like conservative censoring music lyrics they don't approve of. And one answer is we don't use force. We do the sort of thing that you and I are trying to do right now, which is to have a conversation that's aimed at clarifying things. And so...
Do you think maybe Peterson thinks that's what he's doing, is maybe he's trying to clarify some of the misconceptions that people that watch Destiny think. Maybe. Like maybe that's what he was thinking about.
That's something like the consent of the governed, right? It's something like, but it's also something like you have the right to go to hell in a handbasket if that's what you choose. And as long as you don't, in doing so,
what's up with these,
not
bro?
in everyone's way too much.
Why are you making this dumb face at me? Why are you making Paulo's weird ass and woke face at me?
And so, and you don't get to use power to impose
Chill out,
that.
bro.
That's the other thing that worries me about what's going on the utopian front, because the problem is, once you conjure up a climate apocalypse and you make the case that there's an impending disaster that's delayed. And you might say, well, delayed how long? And the response would be, well, we're not sure, but it's likely to occur in the next 100 or so years, which is pretty inaccurate. You now have a universal get-out-of-jail card that can be utilized extremely well by power-mad psychopaths. And they will absolutely do that. Because power-mad psychopaths use whatever they can to further their cause.
That's the thing, too, yeah.
So
Whenever you make...
issue, I think. This is my issue with a lot of people when it comes to political conversations. I think that everything you've said is true. And I think that all of it is... It's good analysis, but I feel like it just gets wielded sometimes in one direction, and then...
Right, so now, again, he's talking about, like, other people doing other things, and now he's going to debate Peterson without talking about any of it, and say, look at these bad people over here. They're the worst, though, right? That's going to be the conversation. That's all he's been doing, bro. Is he's like, look at how there's other people that aren't you say these things and use these things. So the things you're saying shouldn't be said, because if you look, bad people also say the same things. So, or nearby things. So you probably shouldn't talk. Like, what's the implication?
People kind of miss that it completely and fully describes their entire side as well. And the thing that I feel like the only solution for this is you hinted at it. It's more than just conversation, although that's a good start. We have to go back to inhabiting similar areas. We have to go back to inhabiting similar media landscapes. I think that the issue that we're running into right now more than anything else,
like for example, if you're left, right, center, whatever, you should watch Cracky Reads on kick.com. Right? It doesn't matter what side. If you want a place to hang out where you don't gotta worry about all this nonsense, you should hang out at kick.com/crackyreads. This dude doesn't even have the ball to say these are my opinions. Sure.
People live in completely...
That's true. That's a good point. He doesn't seem to really... That's true.
Separate realities at the moment.
We should all watch this channel, true, yeah. I think no one should watch. No one should watch. Why you don't practice what you preach, bro? Because you watching it, dummy. How about that? Gotcha.
if we were even to describe basic reality, how many illegal immigrants came into the United States last year? That should be a factual number that we can know.
How many do you think?
Somebody,
He does. Bro, look at that. Look, hold on. Look at this scene though, bro. He's like, you bring up a point. He's like, how many do you think? And he's just like, oh, he looked like a dog that like you call out like it just pooped on the floor or something, and it's like, oh crap.
That should be a factual number that we can know.
How many do you think?
Watch this. Watch his head. Watch it. Watch this.
Somebody.
Look at this, bro. He's like, oh crap. Oh no, why'd you ask me that? Oh, I don't know.
I
kind of got uncomfortable, that body like, yeah, that's something. This is something. This is something. This whole movement here is something. This is extreme body language, bro.
The actual number.
He's so lost right now. He's like, what do I say? What argument do I make? What do I go with? What do I face movement?
Probably in the hundreds of thousands. I think some conservatives think it's 3 million per year over the past.
Bro, that was wild. That was wild.
Past 3 years, because they look at like border contacts or they look at asylum seekers, and they're not looking.
But just say it's not important. That's true.
Yeah, I think it's 3.6 million.
Came into the U.S. and stayed.
Yes, through the southern border.
Okay. So
you know the historical. Average is about 1 million.
I understand.
Right. No, you don't understand that if you're just denying it, right? You're saying like we are pretty established on the averages, and it's way more than you're assuming. So how are you assuming? Here's the thing. I saw the stream. I actually tuned in. I talked about it. I saw the stream where he looked up those facts and he did the research for that. It was just Google. Now, Cabrone called me an asshole for that or something. He's like acting like I was wrong on that. He's like, you only watched him for an hour. I saw him do that, bro. And I talked about it on stream. I saw him look up those numbers because I was like, why do people watch Destiny kind of? And I watched his stream for like an hour. And he looked up those numbers while looking up anime guns. He wanted to buy the gun from Trigun while he looked up those numbers, bro. I remember very specifically that he wanted to buy the gun from Trigun. And he was looking it up right while he was also looking up those numbers and half watching videos on it and half not paying attention. I remember his research for that. It was Google. It was just Googling and going like, you know, the first thing you could click.
And a shirt. Well, historically, there's like 13 to 15 million people full stop in the United States illegally. That's like the whole.
It's millions of little economic.
History of illegal immigration to the United States, but some. But hey, maybe I'm wrong there, right? So we can say that.
Because when he opened up, he's like, "Is this a conservative pipe dream that there's a lot of numbers?" And that's why he doesn't know what Peterson is talking about, even though he's nodding his head like, "Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah, millions the average historically. Yeah, okay." He didn't know that. He didn't really research the thing.
That's an example of us living in a fundamentally different reality.
What? That's a crazy claim to make when you just don't know the thing.
Well, the Pew Research.
One person lives in a world where you just buy Trigun guns and Google things and pretend like you're learning about it. And the other one, like, I don't know. Am I wrong?
Group has established quite conclusively that the variability over the last 20 years for illegal migration in the south border is between 300,000 and 1.2 million.
Well, the Pew Research can only establish, I think, the number of people attempting to cross. I don't know if they can know. I don't know if Pew does like census analysis. I'd have to see.
Well, I don't. Well, that's a different issue, right?
Sure.
Because I don't know how you measure how many illegal immigrants there are actually in the country.
I understand. I just want to point out. I agree with you. I listen to a lot of.
But it's how they use the lowball the number is because it's impossible to check, right? Everything's going to be a guess because it has to be a guess because we're talking about illegal immigrants, right? So of course, you have to use other factors and try to figure it out.
I understand the fear of having a government agency.
And Destiny's only willing to look at what the contacts at the border, as if that's going to give you the number.
Agencies say climate change, therefore we have a blank check to do whatever we want.
Much about Destiny, but isn't he a cuck or something? I think he was into like open relationships or whatever, like some kind of new age hippie man. There's some kind of dum-dum. No, no, I'm just kidding. He's like totally against like regular relationships. I think like a lot of people that are like silly are, and so he like he had sex with some guy's wife, and then she left her husband for him, and then she had like sex with other people, and then some other guy she left, because of course that's how it goes. She left Destiny for some other guy. So he got with her though from like sleeping with a dude's wife. that's like their first. She's married when they hook up. And then he marries her, and then she's like, nah, bye. And then he's like, oh no, how'd this happen? You know, and everybody on Earth is like, I don't know, bro. That's a real it's a real mystery there, bro. Miss Blue Shines, yeah, duh. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're gonna mess with somebody that's a wife, and she, you know, like stepping outside, you know, what's gonna happen?
That's a scary.
Which is what they are.
She was married when they met, but she and Destiny married. No, she was definitely in a relationship with the guy that he went to see, and an open relationship. It might not be marriage, but it was an open relationship. I remember for sure. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that, bro. If you look it up, she was in some kind of relationship. But she was in a relationship, yeah.
Doing the conservatives do the same thing, though.
I'm not claiming otherwise.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think people don't talk about it. So, for instance, I heard. So we can pretend now.
Yeah, but they weren't married. Okay, sure.
It was just compulsory vaccines are bad because they infringe on my freedom. That wasn't the conservative argument. The conservative argument was that mass deaths were going to happen, mass side effects were going to happen. There was going to be all this corruption and stuff related to.
But still, bro, if you don't think either like a relationship is like a sacred thing you don't step out on, or it is. I don't know, bro. They're not sacred like religious, but like you trust the other person, they trust you. That's fucked up to, I don't know,
The crazier
to me it seems fucked up, like to do to another to a person. Even if they agree, like to even bring it up and like be like, hey, I'm gonna go, you know, do that is kind of messed up. I feel like if you feel like that, I think break up. But I don't know.
None of that came true. Absolutely none of the conservative fear-mongering related to the mRNA vaccines came to fruition. But now that's all forgotten. And that was used
What do you mean
as an
none of it?
excuse
What do you make of the excess?
Huh? Not another ad. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Pearson, come on, bro. You're breaking my balls here, Pearson.
Check out today.
Okay, again, go to listening.com/Carl at Cracky Reads and see if they will give you any kind of discount, or just come back here and don't go.
Forgotten. And
that back stuff, so that's too spicy for you too. Here we go.
For related to vaccines, there are
Here we
almost
go.
none. The mRNA vaccines have been administered to.
Peterson owes you a cut, yeah.
We don't know. No. We don't know.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Let's call him up, bro. Let's be like, Peterson, I played your video on Kick. Look, I'm just saying, you can give me some money. I know I stole your content, kind of, really, but give me some money. You know, if you should give me some money.
Settled science.
What do we know?
Give me money.
In terms of vaccine.
No. That's not my question.
Oh, I gotta be listening for Destiny say people again. I probably missed a couple times I was supposed to hit.
Excess deaths in Europe are up about 20%, and they have been since the end of the COVID pandemic.
Really.
Ever seen a person I knew got the vax? We're always getting sick. Totally safe and effective, guys. Yeah, I mean, I know my family got the vaccine and then also got it, and then yeah, I don't know, bro. And I didn't get vaxxed, but that was because, like, it wasn't like I was totally against the idea the whole, like, completely. What I was like waiting, and I heard about the UK one coming out and people having allergic reactions, and I have really bad allergies, so I was like kind of worried about that. Like, I'm allergic to all kinds of things, so I was worried about that. Like, maybe there's something they're not telling, you know, like I that would suck. And then so I was waiting for like the results and stuff of the different vaccines, and then of course you look into it and it turns out like the lipid nanoparticle delivery system was not used widely or trialed widely, like the people always try and gaslight you before that. They were not. It was an idea. What they do is they lie and they say it was an idea in the 80s or something. If you look it up, somebody had the idea of doing it to a rabbit in the 80s, and then they're using that as the source of saying it goes back all the way back then. And you're like, okay. You know, I looked at the timeline, yeah. And you're like, sure, okay. But that's a stretch, right? That's not like a tried and tested thing. When the pandemic started, there were only a couple of trials, like in whatever phase for any kind of lipid nanoparticle delivery system at all, right? There were only a couple. Most of them weren't even finished. So like everybody that says it was like a well-established delivery method is just like, I don't know why people lied about that. That's why I didn't take it. Because I'm like, bro, why are people lying about this shit? And then everybody got really mean to you if you didn't take it. And then I was like, I'm sure I'm not going to take it now. Because once people got really mean, I was like, nah, that isn't the right choice. Why are they like that? Why are they getting all mean and like crazy? That ain't right. That ain't making a choice from a rationed place, a reasoned place. So I was like, I'm not taking it then. No way. Waited for Novavax? Yeah, I was waiting, and then people acted mad, like insane, and so I said, no, I'm not taking that. All those mRNA treatments on animals were utter failures up until like 2015. Yeah, exactly, right? And they learned how to turn off the immune response to it. Right, exactly. It didn't work. It was an idea that didn't work for a good while. Yeah. They have vaccine ready quite quickly, whereas it normally takes years. And wasn't there that weird thing, like it was true, about like part of something was patented already about the vaccine, like from 2000, some earlier year? Was that legitimate? I swear it was, but I thought that was really weird, if legitimate. If they had a vaccine, yeah, they tried to correlate anti-vax to being anti-science, which was utter bullshit. Hell yeah, it was. Well, that's because, I mean, the people you're talking about clearly don't care about science or stuff in any real way. They just care about, you know, I mean, it's a cult we're talking about now, right? We're talking about a cult of whatever, the rainbow communists, I don't know. Whatever you want to call them. They tried to, yeah. Take a few months. It takes years to develop a vaccine, yeah. I had a friend, his wife was in the Navy and she was out of the country. One time she was like, we should sleep with other people. Jesus. I had a friend, his wife was in the Navy and she was out of the country. One time she was like, we should sleep with other people. He was like, hell no. So a couple months later, she came back and randomly divorced him. We always told him she was cheating on him while she was over there. Yeah, it must have, right? That's the only reason why she'd tell him could sleep with and then break it off. Yeah, she already was and wanted permission to not feel like a bad person. Yeah, I think so. That's how that goes. Yeah. And then you kept having to get vaccines even though it totally worked. Someone made a huge load of money on it. Yeah, it wasn't that wild. Everybody was like, yeah, keep taking them.
High to me. 20%.
Go look.
I'll check afterwards, but is this including like the Ukrainian war with Russia?
No, it's not including the Ukrainian war.
Okay.
No.
Are you implying that you think it's because of vaccines?
I'm not implying anything. I'm saying what the excess deaths are.
But what is your take on what's causing
the other weird thing about vaccine also was how the flu disappeared or whatever, right? That was kind of weird. Remember that one? There was all that fucking weirdness. Clearly they were rigging the numbers, bro. And you're not supposed to like wonder about that at all. You're not supposed to be like, hey, what's going on at all? They were clearly rigging numbers. I don't know. Yeah, zero flu. Everyone had COVID. Everyone died of COVID. Yeah, that was pretty weird.
Well, you said that, and you said that in a counter to me describing mRNA vaccines. You said, well, the excess deaths are 20%. That makes it seem that the implication is that the vaccines are causing it, or leading to it?
First of all, something is causing it.
Well, that obviously, yeah.
Something is causing it, or some combination of factors.
Sure.
Now, one possibility is that the healthcare systems were so disrupted by our insane focus on the COVID epidemic that we're still mopping up as a consequence of that.
Wait, are these excess deaths tracing back through COVID as well?
Thousands of people die from the common flu every year, and it's the usual suspects. It's always been this way, right?
Post-COVID.
Just post-COVID.
Post-COVID.
Okay.
Right. They're terrifying.
Now, I'm not saying like COVID wasn't like a especially bad kind of flu or anything, right? I'm not claiming that. That was probably true, but still. The fact that like you're not allowed to be like maybe we don't force everyone to take this stuff, and you're some kind, and all of a sudden people are all mad at you, clearly is not right.
Right. They're terrifying, and they're not well publicized. And
I think excess trust, or the fact that you're speaking to them right now seems like...
Yeah, but I ferret down a lot of rabbit holes. It's not like it's front bloody page news on the New York Times.
Sure, but I think excess deaths, that's a metric that you can Google, and I'm pretty sure there are like 3 different huge organizations that track excess deaths around the world. And
There
in
are
different
many more
countries.
than 3, yes,
Sure.
in every single European country. Right. Okay, well, so one relatively straightforward hypothesis
Even though
is
bubonic
that it's a
plague is treatable
consequence
today,
of
is true.
the disruption of the healthcare system, the staving off of cancer treatment, etc., the increase in depression, anxiety, suicidality, and alcoholism that was a consequence of the lockdowns, the economic disruption.
Well, Peterson has a good point on all that stuff. That's all, like, obviously that was going to be a problem, but the question is then, was that a problem? What were those problems intended then? Like, for example, the social damage to people of not seeing other people with their face anymore because of the masks and because of the restrictions and stuff. The social damage to the cohesion of like our society, was even that worth it? Like, if we think about it, was that worth it? And then of course there's the kids that weren't going to school, and it's damaging their education because for some reason we don't push like, you know, self-education that's actually good. I mean, not self-education, but like parent-driven education that's actually good.
There's plenty of reason to believe that some of that is the case. But the other obviously glaring possibility is that injecting billions of people with a vaccine that was not tested by any stretch of the imagination.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Harvard that had a study that found there is correlation between lockdowns and excess deaths.
With the thoroughness that it should have before it was forced upon people also might be a contributing factor, partly because we know that it led to a rise in myocarditis among young men. And we also know that there was
I did see studies establishing that
whatsoever to ever recommend that vaccine was delivered.
I did see studies establishing that back when I was still following it. That like if you got the second booster or however many boosters it was, it did increase your risk for sure. And then it was like more risk of like getting infected too. Like there was some weird thing like that, right? It was something like if you like people after their like second booster were now at like more risk of getting the thing. It showed in like a certain age group. I remember studies saying stuff like that.
Delivered to young children.
So
besides the heart issues,
so close to zero.
Besides the heart issues with young people, I remember that too.
It might as well have been zero.
When you're talking about a disease, the risk of death isn't the only thing that you worry about for the disease. Also,
so you're going to talk about transmission? Because that was another thing that the COVID vaccine pushed. Yeah, but it didn't do anything to transmission.
It absolutely did, because it decreased your chance of getting affected. It didn't destroy. It didn't get rid of transmission, but it reduced transmission.
Yeah, but it was claimed that it would get rid of
only
transmission.
if you take one reading of one single quote. I think that Biden said one time where he said, no, come on. I've heard so many times.
Whoa, listen to the voices raised here, bro. This is getting wild. This is getting amphetamine time, right? Bro, we're almost there. Look, let's go back. Let's listen to this uptick here again.
I think that
Listen to Peterson. He does raise his voice a little bit, but just like a stern kind of voice. And then listen to the high-pitched squeal that happens on the other side.
Biden said one time where he said, no, come on.
It's something.
I've heard so many times.
Ooh, it keeps going.
Say, oh, you can't take anything Trump says seriously. Biden one time on the news says,
oh, it's up there now.
If you get the vaccine, you won't transfer the disease.
Silly.
Which was it? No.
Do you know that?
Bro, it's up there now. The vocal register is up there now. I remember when the hysteria was just starting to begin, the official CDC website condemned lockdowns to explain in detail why it would make things worse. Then the election happened and got memory hold. Right, and then same with masks. Because they were really just trying to, they lied to everybody and said, don't bother with masks. And then they said, the 95 mask specifically, right? Not regular cloth masks. Because only you need a 95 whatever mask for it to work at all. Anyway, so they said, first, masks don't work at all. So nobody got masks was the idea. So they would be saved for the doctors or whatever. And then they're like, well, they do work, and then everybody started buying them. And they're like, everybody wear a mask now. That was wild how that flipped back and forth. They're like, no, it's too small for masks, and you're like, okay. And then they're like, oh, well, actually, these masks work, and you're like, what? Okay, I guess. And then it turns, and they admit, they're like, yeah, we lied about that on purpose. And like, why are we supposed to listen to you, bro? What, can you stop lying to us for 2 seconds?
Our prime minister in Canada deprived.
When's the hospital use yellow is unreal. I already had a bunch of those N95 masks because of my allergies. Like I had them in the closet, just like a stack of them. So, and I already had those before the pandemic happened. And then I don't know. I found that all wild. Yeah, Moses was Jewish, very high level one. What does that mean? He says it all high. Yeah. Anyone who has ever masked sandy drywall knows any mask will not prevent drywall dust from getting in. Right? There's some size of things where it doesn't matter.
Canadians have the right to travel for 6 months because the unvaccinated were going to try.
But yeah.
Transmit COVID with more likelihood than.
And people are still wearing cloth masks, even though when it was established by everybody that only the N95 mask did anything, right? And in fact, the cloth masks probably could have made your situation worse because now you have a bunch of gross like spit in your freaking face.
Than the vaccinated. So this wasn't one bloody statement. This was
hold on.
You have spit and snot in your freaking face. Especially the morons who wore those ridiculous space yeah, right. Or in their car, right? Or in their car. Or just outside in the middle of nowhere. That was so wild to me. I only wore a mask to go like inside a store. Because they were like, they had the rules about it. I was like, whatever. If I got to go in a store, it's private property, then, I'll obey the rules of the property. And that's fine. But I wasn't wearing them. I wasn't wearing them outside. I wasn't just wearing them. That's wild. I don't know why people were doing that. That blew my mind. Nobody in my neighborhood was either. Nobody was wearing them. Like nobody was. Not in the neighborhood, no. At the store, you'd see them. In the neighborhood, no, nobody wore them. The idea that regulation mask works was insane. Right, that was crazy. And tons of people are using them. We're using cloth masks. It did till the end. Like even now, some people use cloth masks thinking they work. Nobody cared about the N95 masks until like months into the thing, and they said they lied about it on purpose just so people didn't buy them up. They said no mask would work, and then they told the truth. I'm getting mad that I wouldn't get respirator parts so I could work. Sure.
What I'm saying is there wasn't a statement given that if you get vaccinated, there is a 0% chance of
we're leveled,
transmitting the
yeah.
disease.
Moses is level 150.
Is that vaccines were supposed to help because
look at this, man.
It reduces your hospital.
And look at this. He's like, I'm going to keep talking over you. I'm going to keep talking over you like this is my stream right now. You in my stream now. You in my stream now, Mr. Peterson. I'm going to keep talking.
Hospitalization reduces.
I am on the amphetamines. You will listen to my random points strung together, or else you will listen.
And it reduces transmission hopefully by making it so that people don't get sick or don't get sick for as long. All three of those things, the vaccine.
You will listen. I can't stop talking. You don't understand. These pills are going. I cannot stop. It's either to act this out right now or to chew on my teeth. Okay?
Did exceedingly well. They continue to do that.
That's my only options in this world right now, Mr. Peterson. You have to understand. I can either keep talking like this or I can grind my teeth out of my head. Okay?
To this day, but especially for the first variant and then the Delta variant, the vaccines helped immensely.
It does not matter if what I'm saying makes any sense. I have to do this.
Here. They were tested. The myocarditis rates are like 7 out of 100,000 injections, and the myocarditis is generally acute, and it's generally not as bad as.
Bro, he won't stop. He just can't stop. It's like we started up a lawnmower or something. It won't stop.
Even getting the coronavirus itself, which will lead you also to having
much worse side effect than side effects that have caused other vaccines.
He's an out of control lawnmower now.
The market before.
A 7 out of 100,000 rate of acute myocarditis or pericarditis is not a worse side effect than.
Look at him go. Look at him go.
Any other vaccine. I think that is a completely acceptable. Given.
Look at him go. Look at him go.
That the disease itself is more likely to cause myocarditis or pericarditis.
Yes, I don't think the data suggests support that presupposition anymore. The latest peer-reviewed studies show that that's simply not true, especially among young men.
So there is an age bracket of young men where the elevated rate of myocarditis, acute myocarditis from the vaccine might have been
There
higher.
was also a dumb fucking my old job who had all his backs and boosters kept showing up to work sick. Somebody in my chat, Snorch, said, wear a mask all the time. He thinks that since he got sick last while he was wearing a mask, that's a good thing. And I'm like, bro, I think what that means is, bro, you're gonna stop. Like, that's true. You avoided people, yada yada, and kept being sick. Now you're gonna run into people, and you're gonna get super sick. You're gonna get sick a bunch.
But we're talking about like 3 or 4 cases per 100,000 people. And again, myocarditis, pericarditis are generally
Because like the flus and stuff other people have by the time you come in contact with them again, when society's normal again, you don't have a resistance to.
Acute conditions.
Well,
They don't last for very
beginning.
long.
I told you at the beginning of this conversation that the progressive leftists were on the side of the pharmaceutical companies.
It's not about being on the side of the pharmaceutical companies. It's about
really,
yeah. It's
yeah,
about,
well, what I see as the unholy part of that alliance with the pharmaceutical companies is that it dovetails with the radical utopians' willingness to use power to impose their utopian vision.
Well, then what do you
because
make of the
otherwise,
fact
how
that-
would you explain it? Because the leftists should have been the ones that were most skeptical about the bloody pharmaceutical companies. And they jumped on the vaccine bandwagon in exactly the
That is true. That is true. Everybody used to be against that kind of thing.
same way that you're doing.
That is
pharmaceutical
strange.
companies have helped us tremendously.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is strange. He's right. Why is Destiny sucking off the company so much? It is true. It is weird.
Right, there we go. Fine. No, I do
Yep. Yeah, bro.
No, I don't think so.
You're just wrong.
I think they're
You're
utterly
completely wrong.
I see. So you don't think that the pharmaceutical companies who dominate the advertising landscape with 75% of the funding are corrupt?
They both feel tired at this point. They should take a break, possibly, huh? If I was gonna talk to either of these people, I would not be like talking about. We would smoke some weed. It'd be like Joe Rogan, maybe, right? We smoke some weed, we hang out, we relax, be cool. But you're just wrong. Dang, bro, hard to beat that one. Who is winning? Well, I don't know. I don't know if there is an objective winning or losing. We all lose, probably, for watching this. But I thank you guys that have been here with me watching it, and I hope you've been having a good time. But we all lose. We're all the losers. The April Fools, I got you. Yeah, the left has such a strong worship for corporations that they don't give a fuck about any of us. Yeah, it's wild. It's because, I mean, here's the thing, Offended. In my view, I think what happens is, that they're conceptual, right? There's studies on this kind of thing, right? Like they're more, if you look at it, leftists in general is more concerned usually. Now, I'm not judging anybody. If you individually, anybody can believe anything. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying the studies reflect this. Leftists probably care more about like a space rock, like nature itself, than they do actual human beings and friends and family and stuff. Like conservatives and leftists have that priority thing backwards, where conservatives care about their family first, then their friends, then their local community, all that kind of shit. Leftists generally go the other way. They care about conceptual things like poor people, whatever ethnicity, minority, whatever minority this, whatever that. It's not real individuals that they can conjure up. They're not thinking from a place of the people in their lives and wanting to help them, like a model that really works. They're thinking from a model of conceptual nonsense, where it's about, they think they're doing good, but none of it's really caring about anyone, because it's just thought constructs. Space rocks are pretty cool, though. Yeah, I don't know. I like people a lot more than space rocks. I like individual human beings a lot more than space rocks. Way more. I care more about individuals than I do any kind of concept like this kind of people or that kind of people. The individuals I know are more important to me, flat out, and I don't mind saying that.
Corrupt is a very broad.
No.
Like, I don't care what you are as an individual for being somebody I care about, because I think that's the way to be. But I do care about the individuals I know or the people I don't know. And I think that's the only honest way to be. Because otherwise, anything else is kind of a lie. Like, there's no way to care about people you don't know. It's like fake.
No, it's.
Do you think that pharmaceutical? Do you think that,
like, you can empathize, you can take time and empathize with people like in a story and care about that, but that's not somebody you don't know anymore. You know what I'm saying? You learned a piece about them through the story you're reading. Same with, like, you know, you hear somebody's story and you care and you feel empathetic to it. I'm not saying not you don't care about that. You can. Of course you can. Like, but you're learning about them, you're getting to know them in that moment. They're no longer a stranger when you empathize with them like that.
The tinge of malevolence, willing to extract money out of people by putting their health on the line. You don't believe that?
Do you think that we get effective drugs from pharmaceutical companies?
Not particularly.
Yeah, well, I mean, Peterson has a point with SSRIs, bro. SSRIs are basically fake, right? You guys know that. SSRIs are basically fake. So I don't know, man. SSRIs are basically just fake. They are a real drug. They do fuck you up, but they don't cure depression. They don't cure anxiety. We have plenty of meta-analysis now that establish that. So they don't work more effective than placebo. So what do you do with that?
Okay.
So, like, does Destiny know that, you think, that or does he not? Like, this is my issue with a lot of, like, leftist ideas, is they focus on one point and then don't think about the bigger picture, kind of, and put different points together. It's all like one focus point, like the vaccine thing, right? But we know it's well established. Like, how could Destiny even deny it, that SSRIs are mostly baloney? Because that's super well established. You can Google that right now and start digging into that. SSRIs are phony baloney. They are a drug. They're a very powerful drug, but they're not more effective. In fact, the theory they're based on, low serotonin causing the issue, is proven wrong. It's based on a bad idea, period. It's not even based on a good idea. Yet they still sell them, yet they still market them, yet there's still things they prescribe. What's up with that? Like, and then Destiny wants to say, trust the pharmaceutical company. I don't know, bro. That's established fact there. Like, how do you even deny that shit?
Do you think that any vaccines work?
Yes.
Do you think that...
Don't they cause high levels of suicide? That cures everything. Well, there's all... I mean, you know, there could be all kinds of things. A lot of mass murderers were on SSRIs, right? There's all a lot of, like, people that did some fucked up murders were on SSRIs. Does that mean anything? I don't know. Do you think it means something? I don't know. I'm just saying.
I don't think 80 of them work at once for babies.
Because, I mean, it could just be a correlation. It could just be that they were already fucked up, and, you know, but it could be different too. It could be that somebody fucked up, given something that doesn't really help them, as a powerful, mind-altering drug, leads them somewhere worse instead of somewhere better. That's possible too.
I think that's a little risky.
But yet we've been on this vaccine schedule for how many decades?
Like
and babies don't...
Like this. Not like this. Not carefully.
He's right. They fast-tracked the approval of the vaccines knowing it was like that. Like Peterson just described it, right? Now the FDA now allows them to do, like, the final stage trial live, as long as they agree to report the results. That's what the FDA changed its regulations during the vaccine thing to allow them to get done quicker. It said that the final, like, they no longer, the final stage of testing can now be done publicly instead of privately. They can do it on the whole population as long as they promise to report their results.
A lot of vaccines when I was a child.
Like, was Destiny not paying attention to any of that? That they fundamentally changed the restrictions now, the testing restrictions on medicine now? That's scary to me.
I'm pretty sure that was the norm for people. There were a ton of vaccines.
Money is pretty cool, though. I don't think it is. I think money is just a means to an end, like an IOU to get what you actually want. I think if you value money, like, as a thing to hold on to, I don't know, bro. Like saving for something else, yeah. But just to have money, I don't know. First you get the money, then you get the power.
Well, you can understand why. I mean, look, part of it, no doubt, no doubt part of it is a consequence of the genuine,
They are getting mad at each other.
willingness to protect children. But the moral hazard is quite clear, and people on the left used to be aware of this.
What do you make of the fact? What do you think the mRNA?
That is the scary part too, is that people aren't scared about it anymore. Same reason it freaks me out about the schools. People on the left don't care about the results of what happens to school children anymore. Like, for example, I'll bring up the higher rates of assault in the schools now, and people will say there's always been perverts. Like we just should have our kids go to a place where they can be abused by perverts because they've always been there. That's the excuse I get when I bring up the school system stuff. They're like, well, you can't get rid of those people. Well, can we get them out of the school system? Why isn't that a question? You know, like, can we not have them around children maybe then?
Vaccine, the speeding up.
We're living in a time where cowardice is rewarded. That's true, yeah. And bravery gets you, like, bro, it sucks. Like speaking the truth kind of sucks a little bit, but I like doing it because, you know, it's otherwise you feel like a fake person. Like, I do recommend telling the truth for everyone, but sometimes it sucks though, right? Because, like, people just kind of like try and beat you up for your ideas and try and get you to stop talking. And that kind of sucks. But I don't know. I definitely feel better like telling the truth than I would if I lied to myself and accepted the kind of stuff they're accepting. I think I'd be depressed if I bought into that stuff. I think I'd be depressed and hate myself instead of, you know, how I am now. Freaking leftists ruining everything. I don't like thinking of it as just leftists, like, but what really exists of the left is what I wonder. What's real there? Is any of it real? Because you can trace it back to, I bring up this book a lot, The Opium of the Intellectuals, where you have this French guy talking about the left in France and how he's making the case that the left to begin with, which is where we got the concept of left and right, is baloney. And he makes a pretty strong argument. He could, like, I think the left is baloney. But just saying that, like, people are like, you know, like, will freak out about that. I think it is. I think it's fake. I think the left is completely fake. And then the right is all messed up. The left is fake and the right is all messed up. And that's the situation we're in.
It came from.
Because almost nothing the left believes in is, like, real. Like, it's all baloney. It's all, like, lies and baloney. And, like, paper pushing stuff like the minimum wage, like raising the minimum wage. What's up? Oh, it's a Chaos Guy. What's up, Chaos Guy? Pretty accurate, yeah. There should be a lot of better waiting for anyone who's in charge of children. Well, and we should, why don't we, like, check the, why don't we, like, we're talking about, when we find out about, like, cops, well, I mean, when cops are the big issue, we're talking about like drug testing them and having them pass psychological evaluations. Why don't we have teachers pass psychological evaluations? Why doesn't that ever come up? If we're going to be paying them and the state is going to be paying them, they're going to be state employees. Shouldn't they have to pass psychological evaluations to be around children? And I'm not even saying I buy into modern psychology, but I'm saying, isn't that weird that that's not even brought up or considered? Or, you know, like, if they believe in their realm of psychology, the leftists do, then why don't they check teachers to make sure they're sane when they're around children? Why don't they do that? Why does nobody bring that up? Why does nobody even contemplate that? And if you bring it up, you're some kind of asshole. I don't know. Long live casino bot followers. Yeah, it's something, I guess. Have you looked into Japan education system? Not really, no.
Make for the fact that it was Donald Trump that did.
Well, what do you think? I might be won over by an education system in Japan? I don't know if I would be, bro. I think there's better ways to do stuff than the public education system. I think technology has enabled new models that could totally, like, uplift poor children and everybody, like, because for less resources you could educate kids now than 100 years ago when they developed the public, like 200, well, how many years ago are we talking about? 100 years ago and change, when they were, like, rolling out the public school system. You think that model is more efficient than something we come up with now with the internet, with, like, AI, with like it's wild that people don't question more of this. Like, You don't think we could have a much... In fact, the school system actively ignores modern research on learning, on teaching people things, on memory. It's an archaic dinosaur system that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. There's no reason to keep it around at any level that I can see. But people are always like, well, what about fixing it? If you think it should be fixed, I don't know, bro. We're already on different wavelengths, kinda. I don't know how to show you the nature of the thing, but it doesn't seem like the nature of the thing can be saved. I understand Japan has a working model, but I don't know if it's good to have a model at all of public school system. I don't think so.
Warp speed.
Terror.
So
foolish panicking, just like we're doing with the climate.
It's such a huge monster.
So
Yeah.
you think Trump was?
Yeah. I also can't stand the bootlickers on the right. I think the police and military will save us. Yeah.
Panicking.
Was he in bed with the pharmaceuticals? Was he
I'm with
working
you.
with the left, or was it just a dumb? That was the only panicky thing he made. He didn't try to push for the mass lockdowns like other far left people would have wanted him to do. That was just the one mistake he made, was the pushing for the vaccine.
No, I think Trump undoubtedly made all sorts of mistakes.
Now, Destiny is like trying to get Peterson as like a MAGA guy now or whatever, right? Is now what he's doing. He's like, you like Trump for everything else, bro? Do you? Like he's gonna get him in like a Trump trap or something. Like, do you like Trump for everything? Because you know what Destiny thinks of Trump.
And lots, and it certainly wasn't only the left that stampeded.
I've noticed that people do that kind of stuff to me. Those kind of questions to me. Like I was talking about how not too long ago, like last week, I was talking about how some communist on Twitch, how communism reminds me of Hitler more than the right does. And he's like, what are you defending Hitler? Like, what? Like, they're wild, bro.
Forced COVID vaccine debacle. But it was most surprising to me that it emerged on the left, because
very
the left
see-through,
at
yeah.
least had been protected against the depredations of gigantic.
We don't go full woke. Yeah, well, they have to think that way, right? Because that's where they're going. That like they're okay. If you don't have principles, as Destiny said earlier, that people don't, then how do you map yourself? Right? Because we know Destiny doesn't have any principles, because he said people don't have principles earlier on. So let's say that's true. We'll accept his belief in that. And to have that belief, he can't have principles himself. Otherwise, that would disprove his own belief in that. So you don't have principles. Where are you thinking from? What do you map to? Just other people, right? That's what he does, and that's what a lot of these people do. You map to the crowd, then. You map to the flow, the tide. You are floatsome. You become floatsome, emotional floatsome, pulled and tossed around by your emotional reactions, and you just float through life getting tossed and turned and who knows what.
Corporations, by their skepticism of
idealism, subtraction. Politics is a game of addition, not subtraction, and that makes them more into losers. The idealism, subtraction. Well, I think politics suck as a game because it's like a social status game, right? And social status games are zero-sum games. There's only X amount of power to go around. So I kind of think don't play them. Don't play politics at all, I think. Don't ever play politics, I think. Fuck it. Because why? Because politics are downstream from culture. So if you really want to affect things, and Destiny's existence actually signals this, but he doesn't realize it because he chooses to be into politics, which is he's pushing himself further downstream from where he could be. Culture influences the politics. So if you could influence culture, you could cut off the stream before it even gets to the political mess that's later down the stream. But he chooses to push himself further downstream. He already has a following. He could be into influencing culture instead. He could be not about politics, and he'd influence the world more than he does now. That's also why I think, that's a sign of, I don't know, a sign of something. I don't know, it's a sign of something. I don't know what. But the fact that he doesn't realize he's choosing to have less influence, is it for his ego to do these like debates or whatever? Is that why he chooses to have less actual influence in the world? Because if he chose culture, he would have more influence on the world later downstream when it gets to politics. Instead of choosing politics, which are this quicksand that doesn't really get anywhere ever, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why he does it? It shows something up with his way of thinking. Either it's his ego and he likes like these kind of conversations more than he likes like the feeling he gets from talking to like Jordan Peterson and saying he's wrong. Is that why he does it?
Enterprises that can engage in regulatory capture, and that just vanished.
Is it not possible that maybe people look
The timeline? Oh, totally. I was learning about that recently. The Weimar Republic was very similar to the culture we have today that is propped up as the future, as progressive, as yada yada. The sexual nature of it, the focus on these like society having all these social constructs that you tear down, all of it, every part of it that's now was in the Weimar Republic before and seeded the ground for what happened. It's like that's what people were disagreeing with that wanted to restore Germany's greater glory or whatever. That's what they were reacting to, was what we're seeing now. So it's very scary time to be in, I think, because there could be something else like that again.
and they said, hey, if all the governments...
Property owners too, sure.
To me, that
Fucked by greedy banks and progressive idealism until they hit a breaking point. Yeah. Oh, that's true. The banks were like it too. Yeah.
Had been
correct. Then he is also people. It is. You're right.
Depredations of gigantic.
He would also be talking about himself. Bro, I can't say that word. Stop. Syllogism. 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 It can't be syllogism. 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 It can't be jism. Syllogism. Should I just say it that way?
Predatory corporations.
That can't be right.
Skepticism.
Can't be syllogism.
Of the
this time it could be a woke. It could be a woke. It could be the other side too. It could be it could be a Christian like Christ is King type too. Either way could be how it goes. Because we're the pendulum is definitely going to swing back next. So I don't know where we're going. But there's a lot. If you're just an individual person that's like, I just want people to leave other people alone in the state to get the hell out of our lives, like a lot of people are. I don't know, it's a scary time then.
Enterprises that can engage in regulatory capture, and that just vanished.
Is it not possible that maybe people looked and they said, hey, if all the governments,
or Islamic,
all the
sure.
institutions...
Syllogism,
all the schools, all the private companies,
no, it's a word,
all the countries
right?
around the world are saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it is the case that this vaccine just helps. Is that not possible?
Oh, sure. That's sure. Of course, it's possible, but that didn't mean it was right.
Well,
they used force. They used force.
We use force for all sorts.
Now he's justifying. Now he's fine. He's smiling like we use force all the time. Like it's a little deal. Bro, how does that not disgust you that we used force together? Like the government used force on people. We use force on people. That should disgust you, no?
Sorts of things in terms of public health.
We don't generally use force to invade people's bodies.
How long have vaccine mandates been a thing in Canada, the United States, and the entire world?
I don't think they should have been a thing.
That's great if you don't think they should.
And part of them are connected to the public school system.
But when you say we don't generally use
how about that?
Force, we
this is crazy.
Use
yeah,
force. We've enforced vaccines for a long time.
Also listen to how his voice goes. No matter what Destiny says, he can't take back his speech here, and like the voice sounds like no matter how much he tries to hide and act calm and collected, the truth you can hear, right? You can hear the truth.
Generally use force. We absolutely use force. We've enforced vaccines for a long time.
Listen to that. It's breaking microphones. Microphones and dishes are exploding right now. People are watching this, and every dish in their house just blew up, and all their crystal vibrated and blew up.
Generally use force. We absolutely use force. We've enforced vaccines for a long time.
A sonic boom just went off.
It's an important part of public health.
Fair.
It's still going there. It's still, his voice is still up there.
Enough. We did it on a scale and at a...
Listen, I mean, compare their two postures, bro. Compare like like what Peterson is doing and how he's trying to calm down and be collected, and then how much Destiny is getting worked up. Now, I'm not trying to take sides, bro, but just compare this, man. It's like a wild comparison here. Like it's a total opposites. One person is trying to be like calm, collected, but also stern in what they're talking about, and the other person is like freaking out, kind of, but trying to seem calm.
Pandemic, so-called pandemic, that was unparalleled, and the consequence of that was that we injected
Oh damn it! No more
billions of
frozen
people
burritos for
with an
me.
experimental. It wasn't a bloody vaccine. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Well, he has a point. What Peterson is saying is there's not really a vaccine. At least the first, like only the Johnson & Johnson one was, right? Now, the way he's acting is like a kid, bro. This is how a kid acts when he thinks he's right. I don't want to say that exactly because it feels judgy, but is it not? Is this not like the posture and body language of a child that thinks they're right and their parents are disagreeing with them? That's what it looks like to me and what it sounds like to me. Like, it reminds me of talking to like my niece or something, and she's sure of something, and I'm trying to convince her otherwise, and she's like, no, it was right.
It's not. Because it have a 100% success rate. You think it's a definition of vaccine? The whole point of the vaccine is to give your body a protein to train on so that your immune system.
I just feel all the time you're fine.
Technology.
Solipsis is the quality of being very self-centered or selfish. Philosophy, the view or theory that the self is all that can be known to exist. This?
Who cares if it's not the same?
No, it was if what he said was right. If what we're talking about, let's not get too confused. What we were talking about was if Destiny said that people don't have principles, and we're saying that if he really believes that, then that he also is part of the people. So he would also mean he doesn't have principles. He's telling us he doesn't have principles.
There's plenty. There's
they
different
used
types
the word
of
vaccine so that they didn't have.
Which is wild. Like, why even have conversations? If you think people don't have principles, what do they have? You think they just have social moras, whatever, however you say any word, morais, and it just pulls them along. Then what's the point of this?
Have to contend with the fact that it wasn't the same technology.
There are different types of vaccines.
There certainly are
that are different.
Like what?
Technologies.
Fine.
The mRNA vaccines is a
morals, mate. They're the same thing, man. It's synonyms for the same thing.
Vaccine technology.
Morals and principles are the same thing.
Now this is vaccines.
No, it was like this, and now it's like this.
No. It was like
unless you can give me like how you would distinguish the two and what he thinks versus.
And now it's like this. The mRNA technology was a radical, qualitative leap forward in technology.
That's true.
You can call it a vaccine if you want to, but it bears very little resemblance to any vaccine that went before that. And the reason it was called a vaccine was because vaccine was a brand name that had a track record of safety, and shoehorning it in that was one of the ways to make sure that people weren't terrified of the technology. And
I think the reason it's called a vaccine is because they're injecting something that's inoculating you against something in the future because it has proteins that.
Yeah, but it wasn't, right?
Resemble a virus that infects your immune system.
There are overlaps between the mRNA.
But one vaccine was real, the Johnson & Johnson or whatever it was.
Technologies and vaccines, to be sure. But they wouldn't have been put forward with the rate that they were put forward if they weren't a radical new technology. And it's bad in principle to inject billions of people with an untested new technology.
Isn't it also bad in principle for billions of people to get infected with a worldwide pandemic that initially was causing a decent number of deaths, a ton of complications, shutting down world economies?
Maybe it was.
So shouldn't we be able to engage in that analysis and figure out, like, if we look at the
we're not engaging in the analysis.
No, because now we're talking about whether or not vaccines are even vaccines or not instead.
No, don't play that game. That is not what I was.
Damn, bro. I've been right here where Peterson is before. Where I'm like, there's somebody in chat, like, don't even. Haven't I been in the same spot, bro, that Peterson's in right now with somebody in chat?
I was making a very specific and careful case.
Mm-hmm.
The mRNA technology, by wide recognition, is an extraordinarily novel technology.
Maybe real estate.
And that doesn't make it not a vaccine, though.
Well,
many times, yeah.
It's a radically transformed form of vaccine. I don't give a damn. That still makes it something so new.
Yeah, he's making a point that it's new. And Destiny is just like, no, it's not. Here's technicality nonsense, why the word is the same word even though we get what Peter, like, you have to ignore what Peterson is saying. The nanolipid particle delivery thing and the mRNA vaccines working like that was new. Like just skip this debate here about this, about the wording of it, and get what he's saying, right? Like, that's what Peterson keeps trying to say. And Destiny just refusing to, like, even give ground on that.
That the potential danger of its mass administration was highly probable to be at least or more dangerous than the thing that it was supposed to protect against. And we are seeing that in the excess deaths.
Absolutely not saying. So are you?
Well, they don't move to China because they don't really believe in that kind of stuff. Like, they don't think. I don't know. I don't think they really believe in it. Like, they'd have a good life in China. Maybe they do though. But I think they're just like, you know, like they need a government daddy. Because, you know, people say like religious people, like they shit on religious people and go, you need a sky daddy. Well, statists need a government daddy. They need a government daddy and mommy to give them milk, right? And to take care of them and put them in a little bed and pat them on their head. Good. It's almost like a state master, really, and you're a dog, but, you know.
You implying now that the excess deaths were caused by the vaccines, or
it's because it's based on Pavlovian conditioning, which started on dogs and was then tested on children. You can look up Pavlov's kids if you don't believe me. Operant conditioning, right? That's what they use in schools. That's how they control people. Is operant conditioning. They train people like dogs, bro. If you buy into what the status quo is, you're trained like a dog, not like a person, like a dog, like an actual dog. Whoa, Peterson's yelling now. Let me go back.
Absolutely not saying. So are you implying now that the excess deaths were caused by the vaccines, or
I don't bloody well know what they're
that's what you're implying now.
But he's still trying to calm down. You hear that when he like takes a breath? That's still him kind of like trying to keep his cool, right? He realizes his voice is raising. Peterson there. You see that? He realizes his voice is raising, and while he's taking a breath, he's like,
caused by the vaccines, or
you know, trying to calm down.
I don't bloody well know what they're
that's what you're implying now.
Look.
See, and then he doubles down on it and stops and takes another breath and goes, look. He's trying to reestablish calmness in the conversation. Right? That's what he's doing.
If you're going to use Occam's razor, you're kind of stuck in an awkward place here.
I'm absolutely not stuck in it. This is the most.
And again, Destiny works himself up every time he responds without any attempt to calm himself down like that, it seems like. God, Destiny is so fucking smug. Yeah, because he thinks he's right, so he doesn't think he needs to calm down. I think it's part of it too. That arrogance is the thing, bro. That's what makes a communist. That's why they're all bastards. Is that right there, offended? It's that, bro. It really is. That's why there's, like, despite what he says about capitalism, yada yada, but he still takes the side of the communists in almost everything. Why? Because it requires that arrogance that keeps you from learning. Because that's instilled in you by the public education system, bro. They train you in that. And I'm surprised he dropped out and he's still like this. It's too bad. It's too bad he hasn't learned how to think yet, independently. But I don't know, it's too bad.
Administered vaccine of or inoculation, or whatever you prefer to call it, the history of all of mankind.
You think it's the drugs? You think being on amphetamines makes it harder to think calmly? It has to, right? Bro, do you think that's intentional? Hold on. That couldn't be intentional, right? All the overprescription of ADD meds, of stimulants, could be to keep us from being able to think too. Besides the public education system, maybe the dropping out was good, but he still is on his prescription stimulants most of his life, so he can't really think still.
Every single organization around the world is motivated to call this out if it was a bad thing.
Is that a wild idea? Is that crazy? You try to take down my Bo Jontron, which is unforgivable. I don't follow that enough to know. I don't know Jontron. I don't have anything against him. I just don't really know. I think I've seen him in something before, but I'm not really super familiar. I'm not super familiar with all kinds of stuff online. You know, I missed all kinds of stuff. He probably oh yeah.
I think Russia or China would be screaming if Donald Trump or the United States warp sped through a vaccine that was having deleterious
We're at
effects on
9 a.m.
populations
now.
all around the world. You don't think there wouldn't be some academic institution? You didn't think there'd be more than a handful of doctors and Joe Rogan and some conservatives saying this vaccine might have been bad if it was the case that American companies working with companies
You
in
think
Europe?
Spooky Ghost was like Destiny? Maybe. Maybe he was, huh? Maybe he was.
In Germany, especially.
That's not a bad twist. We've had that thought before, right? Like, that's not a bad twist. Maybe Sweet Ghost was communist.
Why?
Because he was diagnosed with like ADD and dyslexia and stuff, and they put him on amphetamines. Yeah, maybe.
Where biotech is from.
I'm keeping that idea in mind. That's possible.
In order to create a manufacture.
He has ex-wives. Yeah, maybe he was on Adderall and it broke his brain like this, and then he ended up with all these ex-wives and shit. I don't know. I think I kind of just picture him like an old romantic, like a musician, but he's a magician. Like he just falls in love, and then, you know, like goes with it for X amount of time, and then falls out of love. Like, you know, there's a lot of dudes like that, in the world. You know what I'm talking about? Like, they don't put the effort to stay in the relationship. They kind of fall out of love, and then just kind of like let themselves wander, and then, you know, end up, you know, breaking up.
That was causing excess deaths all around the world.
He fell in love, turned commie, and then divorced.
There are so many different.
What if that's it? What if Linda's not commie? What if the Lindo CEO, bro? That's not a bad idea. Maybe he was temporarily communist when he was dating the first Linda, right? Because then that would make sense. She's capitalist, and he was communist, and now he's not anymore. But that was the breakup, and that's why she's the CEO.
People that we motivate.
You're welcome. It's good. Yeah, that's good, Rabbi.
It's a handful of people.
Thank you.
Where are the governments calling it? Where are the academic institutions calling it?
That definitely makes sense. Yeah, we could definitely bring that up in the storyline. Yeah.
Where are the other private companies calling it out? Wouldn't you stand to make a killing if you were a private?
I had ADD meds. He was visibly more obnoxious at the beginning of our shifts when they started kicking in. Yeah, I mean, they make you obnoxious.
Company in Europe, and you could say, look, the mRNA vaccines for sure are causing.
Like, they don't bring that up, right? They're like, okay, this kid has ADD. Okay, make him really annoying. So anybody that has to talk to him has to deal with this guy like ranting at them all the time, like Hitler. Make him really annoying. That'll make him fit in school, right? This kid can't stay still. Okay, well, make him really annoying when he talks, right? Like, how is that a solution? How about we make him super obnoxious? He's going to think he knows everything all the time because his mind is racing, and he's going to rant at people like Hitler, because Hitler was on amphetamines too. How about we do that to a kid, to a child, and see who he fits in school, right?
All of these issues. Why wouldn't
That's
Putin,
wild.
Why wouldn't Xi Jinping? Why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out if it was as horrible as it was?
There are plenty of people attempting to call.
Ain't that wild?
And no huge institution.
What do you make of the excess deaths? You haven't come up with a bloody hypothesis.
I don't even know if there are 20% at the excess deaths.
He doesn't believe Peterson, right? He's not even contemplating what Peterson says as if it's possibly true.
That's in Europe right now. If I had to guess off the top of my head, it's going to be like.
He doesn't even want to do the thought experiment. Isn't that wild? It was also very obvious that he idolized Ben Shapiro and tried to talk like him. It was seriously cringe. He did? Ugh. Ew. I cooked eggplants today, just sharing. Hitler had coke poured into his eyeballs later on. Did he really? I know they made a drug for him. They made a super amphetamine that was like, it was called something X. I've talked about it before, but it was like a super, it wasn't an amphetamine, it was a methamphetamine, because that's what they had, were methamphetamines, not amphetamines. And you could buy them at the drugstore, right? You guys know that? In Germany, you could buy them at the drugstore at the time. And so the Nazis were definitely on meth, but Hitler had super meth. Hitler had some kind of like special stuff they made, something X. It was part meth, part like heroin, part something else. It was like it was this crazy concoction. If you look it up, if anyone wants to look it up, feel free. I don't remember the name right now.
You said one might be lingering effects of an overall.
Or what exactly the parts are in it, how much they are.
Another one might be.
There's 3 things in it. I remember there's 3 things in it.
related to the war in Ukraine. Another one might be rising
Resident
energy costs
Evil?
that
But
have
it's
happened for a couple
absolutely
reasons.
impossible that
Loofah Loofah, like Ben Shapiro?
any of it could be unintended consequences of a novel technology injected into billions of people.
I think that if excess, first of all, there aren't billions of people in Europe. So if there were
didn't say
excess
there
deaths,
were.
I understand, but you're talking about excess deaths in Europe. I'm not aware of excess deaths that exist in other places that are completely and totally unaccounted for, where the only explanation could be the vaccine. I think if there were, I think more people would be talking about it.
Well, first of all, the number of people.
Well, it's not the only explanation of the vaccine, right? That's not what he's saying. He's just saying excess deaths. He's saying, well, can we talk about this? What if some are the vaccine? Can we even say that's possible? And Destiny's like, no, right? Unless there's 100% proof. That's the thing too that bugs me about leftist types sometimes, is that they want the proof to be spelled out for them. If it requires them like putting together a couple ideas from different places, they don't follow you. They get lost. If it's one, it has to be one thing that says this one thing. And it has to clearly say that. Otherwise, they can't follow you. If you want them to think, if you want them to follow you through a thought experiment, it doesn't work, in my opinion. It doesn't work. And now, I don't mean to be picking on left stuff still, but, bro, I don't know how else to phrase what I'm talking about. I could just say the cult.
People talking about something is not an indication of the scientific validity of a claim.
But I mean, who cares anyways, bro? People are going to call me like a right-wing extremist because I say left, because I have any issue with the left at all, and I'm not a full-on Marxist, right? So I guess fuck it anyway. I don't know.
Agree with that, but for a vaccine,
then why are you using mass consensus as the determinative of what constitutes
because
truth?
I think for
That's
something
never been the case.
Peterson's onto it, bro. Destiny needs mass consensus for what is truth. Why does he need that? And Peterson's confused, bro, but I got it, maybe. Right? Chat, we got it. We know. It's because he doesn't have principles, bro. And if you don't have principles, what guides you? Mass consensus. It makes perfect sense. Destiny makes perfect sense. He's not guided by facts and principles. He's guided by mass consensus. Because what else is real? If you don't believe in principles, nothing but mass consensus.
Because I think for something that was given to billions and billions of people, if this was something that was having a measurable
That's
effect,
what I've thought for a decade, if not more.
It would be.
Peterson's like the father Destiny needed growing up. Yeah, science is never determined through consensus. Exactly, of course it isn't. It's by reproducibility. It's by reproducibility, which is why psychology is so phony.
Possible to cover it up or ignore it.
Well,
we wouldn't have to look at the one case brought up on a documentary. We would have to look at the one thing being.
Well, it's about the pursuit of knowledge is what science is about. But I didn't mean to like simplify it as just that. But the results are about reproducing it, right? We want to keep checking and make sure we can keep reproducing it and narrow it down. Look at all the great scientists. Nobody believed them at first. That's true. Well, like Norm Macdonald kind of brings up in that one thing that Akira the Don made a song out of. Maybe I'll play that at the end. That a lot of like the great thinkers had an intuition about what was true. Like what they like Einstein or whoever. They thought a lot about stuff. They put a lot of stuff in their head about like the world, and then they thought they had an intuition that something else was true, like special relativity and general relativity. He had like some intuition that we're not getting it right. Gravity's not quite right. He had an intuition about that. That comes from somewhere. That comes from an idea. It doesn't come from nowhere. You have to test the ideas. After you have the ideas, you have to test the ideas. And some of Einstein's ideas weren't even tested, able to be tested well until after he was dead. Like some of the stuff with like time dilation kind of stuff. But it turned out to be right. And he was right on almost everything. But it doesn't quite work with the quantum stuff, right? But his model works. And he had to come up with that. That was an intuition. He had to think about it. He had to ask. And when in his life, not all of his ideas were proven yet still. But he was still pushing them because he had the intuition that they were true. And he reasoned they were true. Galileo Galilei, is that his name? He told everybody, hey, hey, look at this, the sun. I think that is the center. And everybody's like, what? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? What are you saying to me right now? Huh? Get the fuck out of here. You go to hell, bro. You son of a bitch. You're going to hell. You know, like that's the ironic thing is the story of Galileo. It doesn't seem to be something they internalized because you can't go by mass consensus because then you're kicking Galileo out and you're calling him a heretic. Yeah, he was excommunicated, right? The lesson of Galileo is not learned by them. That you should still ponder the things. If you know, it doesn't mean just because it disagrees with your assumptions of the world doesn't mean the idea is wrong. And you should maybe contemplate it. You should maybe think about it, and maybe you can help figure it out too, like the later scientists that are testing things. You know.
And what do you make of the VAERS data? There's more negative side effects reported from the mRNA vaccines than there were reported for
I remember that. What was it?
every single vaccine ever created since the dawn of time, and not by a small margin. So it's
discovery is accomplished through adversity. That seems true. Yeah, it seems like almost everybody that had like a real like breakthroughs, a lot of people didn't believe them when they were trying it, and they were even considered like insane, right? Like what's his name out there with a kite or whatever, like they were seen as insane, if anything.
Not just the excess deaths.
I agree.
It's the VAERS data.
What is VAERS data?
It's the data
VAERS.
until the COVID-19 pandemic.
You didn't know about that? Was he not following it?
Emerged, and we had the unfortunate consequence that there were so many side effects being reported. It was the gold standard for determining whether or not vaccines were safe. And now as soon as it started to misbehave on the mRNA vaccine front.
It's fucking tragic. Yeah, it was, and they didn't learn the lesson.
We decided that we were going to doubt the validity of the VAERS reporting system.
Okay, the VAERS reporting system never been the gold standard for anything. VAERS reporting is just if you want to report that there is some issue that you have after getting a vaccine. That's it. I think it's vaccine adverse.
What the hell do you think it was set up for?
To report adverse events that happen after a vaccine.
Why?
To track and see if something was related to the vaccine.
Right.
So
why?
most people didn't even know VAERS
Because it was a test, is what Peterson's getting at.
existed.
Because it was a test, is why, right? It was a trial. Peterson's trying to get Destiny to understand it was a public trial, which the FDA said as much, man. I don't know. When they fast-tracked it, they said as much. They were changing the rules. It was a public trial. As long as the company agrees to to report on it, you can do the trial publicly.
Until after the COVID vaccine. Once people know that it exists, of course more
But then they also tried to seal the data for like 90 years or something wild like that, didn't they?
people are going to engage with it. But what happens
so
when
it's
you submit
all
a
noise.
report? No, well, it could be or it couldn't be. So what do you do when a bunch of stuff?
Well, first of all,
the scary thing of how many truly great scientists never made the history books for not towing the line of the elites. Bro, that bugs me all the time, Offended. I talk about that sometimes. Like, my issue is school, right? It's public school system. The thought of how many like genius kids, how many Einsteins, how many Galileos, how many actual genius kids are being crushed out of the school system, probably dropouts, probably like the assumption is that a genius kid would do well in school, but they're designed for that not to be the case. They're designed for that not to be the case at all, bro. And a lot of like the characteristics of a gifted child overlap with the characteristics of a child with ADD or dyslexia or ADHD or any of these kind of like developmental issues that they find with kids and then get them medicated or doing other things. A lot of those have symptoms that overlap with just being gifted, with just being a high creative kid with an overactive like imagination or something, with an overactive mind. All the stuff that would line up with that also lines up with the other stuff, and they over medicate them. So many kids have like dropped out in like poor neighborhoods, right? They could have a ticket out if people knew, like, if they were able to like use their creativity and their genius in some way that got them out, but the system was designed to make them fail. and to make them get crushed up and ground up by the system itself. So I don't know, man. It sucks. Yeah. Yeah, Einstein's teachers thought he was mentally disabled. Yeah, his teacher said he would never amount to anything. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that too. His teacher said he would never amount to anything. Isn't that wild? And he had a Prussian, it was a Prussian style school just like we have. And his teacher told him, you'll never amount. I don't think that kid's ever going to amount to anything. You'll never amount to anything. Told him to his face, at least that's what he says, I think. He said, you'll never amount to anything. And then, eventually leaves. And then he goes to makeup school. A lot of people don't know this, I don't think. He first goes to sign up for this like special university because his exam scores are so high in math and like physics or whatever it is, right? Math and physics. And then so they want him, but his other scores are bad, so he has to go to this like catch-up school, like a school you'd go to that's like a hyper fast curriculum, and he clears that really quickly and then goes to the university. So he did graduate. Like a lot of people say he didn't graduate, but he did technically go back and graduate, kind of like getting a GED or something. He did go back but he didn't go like to a regular public school. He went to this like this weird program that was designed for people like him to just get through really quick.
I might begin by suggesting that maybe it's not all noise.
Correct. So
I thought this because he asked too many questions, right? Yeah. The most accomplished people are usually dropouts, right? That's true too. You notice that also, which means how many of them didn't make it though? Because like everything's against you, right? Bro, if you're a smart kid, everything is against you. Other kids don't like you usually. Like let's say you grow up in a poor neighborhood, just for example. Other kids won't like you if you're smart. If they do like you, it'll be to take advantage of you. So you probably have to end up like hiding you're smart, and then you just don't fit in. And then, the school system isn't rewarding you in any way for anything you do in a way that makes sense. So, you just end up like tuning out of school. None of it challenges you. None of it matters to you. And so you just tune out. And then you're also avoiding like you try to fit in some other way because being smart ain't it. So you do something else, and then hopefully you make it through and you graduate somehow in that pattern, which is already pretty hard because you don't give a shit about any of it. Like most kids probably drop out somewhere along that path or go sell, go start stealing or selling drugs or whatever. Like I'm using these examples, but it's true. They go start stealing stuff, start their own, like if they're at all entrepreneurial and they're a young kid without like a well-developed sense of, even if they have some morals, they might be fine with stealing, for example, from Toys R Us or some other corporation because they think that there isn't a face to it. They're not stealing from people's homes, so they feel like it's okay, and they try and do stuff like that, and then they end up like, and then maybe there's they get at work, like they get involved with the wrong people, and maybe guns get involved, then maybe drugs get involved, then maybe who knows if they live, who knows if they die, right? That's how it all happens, bro. Who knows what happens to those kids? How many of those kids died? I don't know, bro.
All of these things are admitted to theirs. What they do is, from there, they investigate. All you can do, all theirs is I might go and get a vaccine, and maybe in 3 days ago, I got a headache. I'm gonna go ahead and like call my doctor and make this report. And they'll say, okay, well, it's an adverse event after vaccine. Doesn't mean the vaccine caused the headache. And now that more people know about this system than ever,
I'm just saying that
theirs is not the gold standard of determining if a vaccine is working or not.
What?
Compared to actual.
Yeah, what's the gold standard then?
Longitudinal perspective randomized control trial studies.
You mean like the ones they should have done to the goddamn vaccines?
Like the ones that they did do for the vaccines and they continue to do to this day. Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
Oh my god, they are worked up, bro. They are going.
Yes,
you really think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility?
What do you think the posture of the two of them says right here? Peterson's leaning back. I hate having to side with Peterson all the time, but I like his posture more. The like somewhat relaxed, somewhat not relaxed, versus completely unrelaxed, pins on needles, sitting forward, on the edge of your chair, kind of, in a way. Not quite on the edge, but like clearly sitting up. Now, there's also always the drug effect in play. So, you know, how much can you determine is drug induced? I don't know.
The trials for the vaccines.
Because he's like so impatiently moving and stuff. That might just be that.
Do you?
No,
Really?
I don't. So I have to trust.
Then what are you
what
doing?
I have to do. What I
don't trust
I
them.
have to
I looked
trust
at the bloody
I have
data.
To, you have. First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent. When you go outside,
I don't have to trust.
You don't have to. Yeah, I like this. How he goes, you have to trust third parties. Like, hell no, you don't. Now, these are the same freaking kind of statements that piss me off when people tells me I have to do this or I have to do that, and there's no actual authority like that makes that true. But you know, they will tell you it anyways. Anybody that speaks like that, I think, is an authoritarian. I think. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe I've spoken like that, but I don't think so.
Of course you do. You do every day. When you turn the keys in your car, you hope your engine doesn't explode. When you're drinking water, you hope that the public water or whatever tap or bottled water you got it out of isn't contaminated or poison.
But that's not just trusting a third-party source, right? Like if those cars, if the car manufacturer said there was no issue with it, right, and the car started exploding, you know, like a Pinto or something or whatever thing, you'd be like, wait a second, you know what I'm saying? Like he's not really making a point. You do kind of trust them. But there's also secondary corroboration that happens with other data, like the other things that you're checking out too. Like the car has a history of a good track record, like the car manufacturer has a good track record, and you know there's no reason you wouldn't assume that they would make a bad car all of a sudden. But if there's evidence to suggest otherwise, maybe you listen to it. You shouldn't just keep trusting the manufacturer at that point, right?
With cholera,
I don't
when
do
you
that as a consequence of consensus.
No, you of course you do.
No, I don't. I do that as a consequence of observing multiple times that when I put the goddamn key in the ignition, the truck started.
Why do you know it's going to start the 50th or the 100th time? How many times do you wear
Hume
the...
with me.
I'm
You know
not
perfectly
playing
well
Hume.
why.
You don't know if the denim in those jeans isn't leaking into your bloodstream to some extent.
What is he even saying, bro? This is like conspiracy stuff.
We have
what is he even talking about?
to trust third-party...
Oh, there's ontological beliefs or something, right? This is like nerdland, where you have to speak about this way about things, or you're like, you know, they don't consider you smart in midwitland.
Institutions to make
Except when they
determination.
use
Right? Is that what that is?
force.
Ontological beliefs and stuff, where you have to speak about the things you believe in, like really technical, and explain them really technical, or you know, you're some kind of dummy.
When they use force, we trust the police officers, we trust the judicial system.
Of course, Einstein said that if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it. But we hardly hold people that principle anymore. I try to, because I think it's true. As a Japanese to English technical translator, I think that's true, and I think I have some credibility there to say that. You can doubt it if you want. That's fine. You know, feel free to. I'm just saying that's my objective, like a thing, like my area of expertise. You can use to judge and also like the stream you can use, but you can use that to judge if I would know anything about understanding things and explaining them. You know what I mean? Like, you would think would my technical field know anything about understanding and explaining? Do you think so? But I think Einstein was totally right on that, and that's I definitely do. I think you can understand, if you understand stuff well, you can explain it to anyone, even somebody that's like other people call dumb. I've done it tons of times, bro. Like if I understand it well, I can rephrase it a bunch if I need to. I can try and you know, like use different words, use different concepts, use analogies, use metaphors. The sound of the rain needs no translation. Smart in Midwitland could be a good book title. Finally, someone's speaking out about big denim.
Do we on the left trust the police?
To some extent, do we? If somebody's breaking into your
That's why
house,
we
who do you
defund
call?
them.
I'm not a defunder, but if somebody's breaking into your house, you can be the most defund person in the world. Who are you going to call? Are you going to call your neighbor? Are you going to call Joe Biden? Are you going to call Obama? Are you going to call the Black Panthers? You're going to call the cops.
So tell me this.
What does that have to do with anything, bro? I don't quite get Destiny's point. Does anybody get it? If we were to Iron Man it, it is maybe that we do all these other things that require a leap of faith, and so it's not weird in itself to take a leap of faith. But Peterson is taking issue with the leap of faith itself, not the concept of taking any kind of leap of faith. And he's disagreeing that there's similar types of leaps of faith that are being described, and that they're based on a third party, which he doesn't think he has to trust. And Destiny's saying, when you take a leap, sometimes it is a third party that's telling you that. Okay.
Tell me this then, because the core issue here is use of force.
I'm going to call Big Mike. Hold on. Who's not this one? This one.
Did Big Mama Michelle Obama eat up all the ribs? Did Big Mama Michelle Obama eat up all the ribs?
We examined some of the weeds around.
Bro, I think I'm going to stand by my analysis of Destiny. Now, I know I don't really know and yada yada, and I don't, I don't take it with a grain of salt, and bro, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think the fact that he doesn't have principles actually dovetails with his mass consensus thing 100%, makes perfect sense. He thinks mass consensus, you need mass consensus because he doesn't believe in principles, so he doesn't have an underlying guidance, like he doesn't have a compass guiding his ship besides mass consensus. He doesn't have anything else. Whereas like a lot of other people, a lot of the rest of us have principles that we guide our North Star that we aim towards, or that underline our compasses or whatever. So we have those, but he doesn't have that. So he has to go off mass consensus. Like Peterson, for example, definitely has principles that that's why he doesn't have a license anymore. Thanks for the follow. Thank you.
The world, and this would be
he is trying to save Peterson as a conspiracy theorist. I think so. Yeah, I think he is trying to do that.
True on the conservative side now in the aftermath of the COVID tyranny, because it was more a tyranny than a pandemic.
Okay,
are now saying that we actually didn't force anybody to take the vaccine.
He always laughs when he thinks Peterson is just like full of shit. You notice that? He like laughs, does a little like condescending laugh thing.
See. So what do you
they
think
actually took his lick?
So let's define force.
I think it's technically true, but I think it's
what thing? What lick?
What do you mean it's technically true? Define
technically
force,
true,
then.
and that in the United States, at least, I think the idea.
His hair.
Yeah, what they tried to do, they weren't able to do it because the Supreme Court shot it down, was Biden tried to make it so that OSHA, who's the body that regulates job safety, could make it so that employees had to get vaccinated. Now, eventually, that it was
license. Oh yeah, they did. Yeah. Well, they had. Well, he has to go through the thing or whatever. He's not currently. He currently can't practice.
Okay, does that qualify as force?
Oh, look at those toes tapping. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I'm. It's a serious.
I know they got ordered to do the like re-education thing, and then he was like doing it and like posting tweets while he was doing it. I don't know since then, but I know he can't practice right now because he mentioned it earlier.
Question. I mean,
he said if I was still practicing.
We need to define what constitutes force before we can. It seems to me.
You could argue it's a type of force, sure. I mean, I think it'd be silly to say it's nothing. It is a type of force. It's the same as a cop telling you how to do something to kill. No, but it's on the spectrum. Sure, of course, yeah.
It's as much force as the mRNA vaccines are vaccines.
Sure. It is a type of force, and the mRNA vaccines are a type of vaccine, so sure.
Now, Peterson, bro, I don't know. Maybe they're both kind of having fun in this moment. It'd be nice if they were both having more fun in general, but Destiny's getting too worked up for the conversation to be fun. It doesn't have to be the way it is right now, though. So don't you guys agree? We could have this conversation and not have it be this like tense that it is now.
I really think
and weird and awkward laughter and yada yada. He's trying to calm down now though. Look at his posture. He's doing he's like, okay, I realize I'm hunched over like this and I'm freaking out and I need to calm down, and he made a funny joke, so act like it was funny. Use the moment to calm down, to get a better position, right?
With the COVID response.
I don't know, bro. You think Destiny's like legit, or do you think he's always worried about optics?
So I really think the problem.
Well, I don't know.
Was the use of force. I mean, I can understand to some degree, although I'm very skeptical of the.
He had to go through re-education to go to get his license back. Okay.
Pharmaceutical companies, and far more skeptical.
So he did get it back, but he said earlier in this one that he wasn't practicing.
Insistence upon the utility of consensus might lead me to believe you're skeptical of them, which is surprising.
And he's covering his genitals, his commentary and body language when someone isn't comfortable. I've heard that. My only thing with body language is I don't doubt body language reading is real. In fact, I think some people are obviously really good at it. But I do doubt like the kind of like science quote unquote around it. I think a lot of people don't even know why like certain tells tell them something. I think a lot of the like I agree there's tells for sure. But I don't, because like a lot of when they look at like try to study it, people usually don't really show like real reading that's accurate until the other person talks. Like without speech, the accuracy is almost not noteworthy when they do like kind of like studies on it and have somebody watch somebody, and the person doesn't talk, the accuracy is very low. But I do believe that a lot of people can read, but these are people that said they're body language experts, not just like, I don't know how you tell who's really good at it and not, because I think reading body language is largely system one for most people. It's largely intuitive. It's largely like you just get a feeling. You're just like, and if you're good at it, the feeling's often right. But a lot of people can't explain why, really, in a way that's, you know. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of think he's breaking away and trying to be legit. I think maybe he is too stumped. I think he refused. This was his license for a psychology practice, but I assume he needed to be a professor at the university. Okay. Yeah, it's far off from exact science, yeah. I think he realizes more legit once he changes his name from Destiny, right? That is kind of a dumb name.
Would say, given
I'm
that
very skeptical of him. That's why I'm glad there's more.
It sounds like a stripper, like everybody says. Like Jesse Peterson says that. It sounds like a stripper's name or a hooker or something.
Multiple companies, multiple countries.
Now, my name's Cracky Reads on the channel, so I can't fire too many shots at him on this. I am aware that people will say, well, if I don't look too hard at your name, I read crackhead. And that's true. That's true. So
multiple academic institutions that do research, and the FDA. I'm very skeptical. You should be in any private system. You should be skeptical of every private company, of course, whether we're talking media, pharmaceuticals, or auto.
There was interest on Nixon-Kennedy debate. Nixon was more popular among radio listeners, but he appeared weak to TV viewers. Interesting, yeah.
Automobile manufacturers, yeah. But skepticism doesn't mean a blind adherence to the complete total opposite of whatever it is they're saying, right? They're undoubtedly like
now he's leaning back. Now he's leaning back forward again. Now he's given up. For 1 minute he leaned back. I do think Destiny's kind of legit. I think he believes the things he's saying. But if that's true, that's kind of wild too, right? Because he really believes people don't have principles, man. That's depressing to think about. Like he's in such a bubble with people that are like that. Like he's so far deep in that world that he doesn't know people with principles exist. Right? He's so far in that world is what that means. That everyone around him reflects that. Everyone he interacts with. I mean, he does interact with like personalities and things, so of course that's true, I guess. It'd be like being in Hollywood or something. Like, of course, everybody he interacts with doesn't have principles. Because he's a like big-headed streamer. Everybody in that space that he talks to is huffing their own farts. They have a tube from their butt to their mouth. You know, like their pants all have a tube that has that goes up from their butt into their mouth, and every time they fart, you know, they just suck it up and then they take it out and they huff it like, you know, I love that one, you know, and that's I think how they live. I think not from an external sense, but he would change it in a way to disassociate himself from an old pattern of behavior. Oh, I see. Sure, I get that. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, one of the reasons I keep my screen name into streaming is because I was thinking about like the conceptual idea of merging like my persona with my creative thing a little bit, and like no longer being separate things, like having an online persona that's different from my creative thing. Now I'm this is my creative thing. I'm putting everything into it, and that involves who I used to be online too. And it's not too hard to find my real name for that reason also. Anyway.
Research. There's been groundbreaking improvements on drugs to treat Alzheimer's research over the past 3 years that 5 years ago, none of these drugs even existed. And now, yeah, so I mean...
How about if you're skeptical of anyone who's willing to use force to put their doctrine forward?
Then you're skeptical of literally every single...
Bro, this is the stuff they always tell you. This is the way they always reason, bro. You go, okay, teachers are molesting kids. They go, there's always going to be teachers molesting kids, just like every time. Everyone has teachers molesting kids. And you're like, bro, come on. And they're like, no, it's always a thing. And you're just like, bro, come on. And they're like, no, you can't. Every country uses force. Every country, like everywhere uses force. Because nowhere is truly free.
Single person political ideology ever.
Right, political ideologies are bad, bro. You got a good point there. Good point. Good point. Do you realize the point you made? No. Right? No.
Have existed in all of humankind.
Mm-hmm.
Some degree.
Good point. Good point.
Force. You would.
Good point. Good point. Good point. Where do you continue that? Nowhere.
Undoubtedly believe this, right? Some degree of force is probably necessary for any kind of cohesive society, right?
No, I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
Of course there is.
No,
even if you had a tribe of 100, 120...
What a shocker that pedos gravitate towards careers that involve children. And if you give them blanket passes where you don't... like you don't allow people to question what's going on there, and you get mad about it, and you're like, don't look into that, that it gets worse, right? That giving a blank check to pedophiles is a bad idea, maybe. You know, they don't even contemplate that one. I actually do believe that. Which thing? That there is, I do think some element of force is needed. Oh, you do believe in that? I don't think I am. But we might be disagreeing. I might agree with you, Stunt, depending on your definition of force. Implied retaliation, maybe, like force's existence as a possible retaliation for the thing. Yeah, I do believe in that, but I don't know if that's the same concept. I do think where, when, and how is a whole different topic. Like I believe in, for example, self-defense, right? But I don't think that's exerting force preemptively. You know, that's responding to force used against you to protect yourself.
20 people. If somebody was stealing something, right? You have to punish that person.
I said earlier that becomes complicated when you're dealing with the psychopathic types. Right, so that's a complication. But I would say generally...
What was that? What was that, bro?
With the psychopathic types. Right, so that's a complication. But I would say generally...
Bro.
With the
you guys hearing this?
Types. Right, so that's a complication. But I would say... Generally speaking, psychopathic types. Right, so that's a complication. Generally speaking, that the necessity...
What is that? Is your rocket? He's going to take off? That's an engine warming up?
Force is a sign of bad
That's
policy.
the StarCraft speak? That's how they talk in StarCraft?
No, I don't think... See, I'm not particularly Hobbesian. I don't think that the only reason people comport themselves with a certain degree of civility in civilized society is because
people learn it's okay to sound... I don't know.
Terrified by the fact that the government has a monopoly on force that can be brought against them at any moment. I think that keeps the psychopaths in line to some degree. But I think that most people are enticed into a cooperative relationship, and that formulating the structures that make those relationships possible is a sign of good
Bro, we've
policy.
made it 1 hour. We've made it 1 hour, 30 minutes. The end of the hour is the end of the stream. Okay, guys, however far we get, we will record and remember for the ages. We got until the end of 10 for I turn into a pumpkin, and the April Fool stream is over, okay?
Because I have watched a lot of your stuff in the past. I remember you speaking very distinctly on this, that, for instance, when two men are communicating with each other...
We poof into a pumpkin and disappear.
There is an underlying threat of force that kind of puts on the guardrails those particular social interactions. For instance,
the threat of force is don't be psychopathic.
What is it? How broad is psychopathic here? Are we defining?
Well, I can define it. I mean,
Sure, yeah, go for it.
Well, a psychopath will gain short-term advantage at the cost of long-term relationship.
Okay.
That's really the core issue. Well,
That is the core issue. Is he going to bring up the principles thing?
you made it.
Bro, is he going to bring up the principles thing? Is Peterson going to connect it to you? That's hype.
To something like that earlier in your discussion, when you pointed out that people claim to be motivated, let's say, by principle.
Bro,
But
I called it.
Default to short-term gratification, more or less at the drop of.
Yeah, it's about time preferences. Destiny's totally misunderstanding that. Destiny's finally, Peterson's finally telling him.
Yeah.
Bro.
Exactly. Well, the exaggerated proclivity to do that is at the essence of psychopathy.
Yeah, you're a psychopath. Yeah, you're a deranged lunatic, Destiny. No, that's true. Peterson's right. Yeah, you're a deranged lunatic, bro. Yeah. That's why you're buying a Trigun gun right after your wife leaves you for another dude, bro. Yeah, that's true, bro. How are you gonna, what are you gonna say?
With this definition of psychopathy,
You don't believe people have principles. You're a psychopath.
It's the definition of psychopathy. It's not an ad. It's not mine.
You're insane, Destiny. Yeah, you're insane, bro.
That's
bro,
the core of psychopathy.
you got him.
okay, I'm not in the United States. I think we call it all ASPD now.
No.
Now he's going to talk about DSM nonsense instead of anything about the real condition or anything, or what it's like or how people are. He's not going to talk about the DSM whatever number.
It's separate from that's antisocial personality.
Start there. He says,
I thought that subsumed psychopathy and sociopathy.
Psychopathy is more like it's more the pathological core of antisocial personality disorder.
Okay, maybe that might be true. Okay,
that's a better way.
Right, he's describing more complex terms that Destiny doesn't really know about, and and Destiny's trying to correct him. That's what's happening there. Can you imagine being a StarCraft 2 player and they're like, hold on, let me correct Jordan Peterson? I mean, I'm just saying, wasn't he talking about trusting third-party sources? We always do that, but he doesn't trust them when his objective is against them, right? Because Peterson clearly knows what he's talking about on this, but he still thinks he can correct him. Isn't that interesting? It's an example of being a psychopath.
A small number of criminals are responsible.
That's psychopath behavior.
Responsible for the vast majority of crimes. It's 1% commit 65%, something like that.
Wild.
Is psychopathy something that can be environmentally?
He's just a perpetual teenager. Well, I think that's the point, bro. With public school, because that was the one they said they were proud that they delayed. They extended childhood 4 years when they first rolled out compulsory public school. They were proud that they extended childhood 4 to 6 years. That's intentional, bro. That's intentional to make everybody a teenager forever, so we never grow up and we never learn how to be mature or anything. Now, a lot of you guys already figured out all the answers about that stuff, but that's why it's so fucking you're on your own, right? We're all on our own, kind of, unless you have a good dad or family or something. I didn't really, but if you do, maybe they put you on the right path and you're good and you're fine. But my path was a miserable one of learning this stuff. My path was straight into the ground, and then I kind of it was different a little bit.
Or do you think this is core to a person?
It's both.
You want to kill grandma, do you?
For
Sure.
example, if you're disagreeable, like you are, by the way, one of the...
Look at Peterson smile. He's happy to tell Destiny that in a way. He's I'm revealing something about your personality, and it's cool. And Destiny's just ugh, whatever, Gramps. Whatever, Gramps, your stupid ass jacket from Caesar's Palace. Oh, real cool dad jeans, Mr. Leather Suede boots, dad jeans, socks.
If you went...
everything he's wearing, belt, buckle. Oh, he doesn't have belt buckle, belt, leather belt.
Wrong would be to go wrong in an antisocial and psychopathic direction. And that's more true of men, for example, than it is for women. That's why men are more likely to be in prison by a lot. I think it's 10 to 1 or 20 to 1 generally, depends on the particular crime.
I'm just gonna smoke because I missed a bunch of
higher
Destiny's
proportion
things and
as the
we're
violence of the
ending now
crime
soon.
mounts. So you can imagine
And
on
I
the
meant to
genetic
earlier.
versus environment side. So imagine that
If anybody here
when
wants
you're
to.
delivered your temperamental hand of cards, you're going to have a certain set of advantages that go along with them that are part and parcel of that genetic determination. And there's going to be a certain set of temptations as well. So, for example, if you're high in trait neuroticism, you're going to be quite sensitive to the suffering of others and be able to detect that. That's useful for infant care. But the cost you'll pay is that you'll be more likely to develop depression and anxiety. And if you're disagreeable,
That's interesting to me.
if you're disagreeable,
I do get a little bit higher in neuroticism when I take those Big 5 tests. I do. I've taken them before. I forget what my results were. Didn't we compare them in the Discord one time? I swear we did. I swear we compared them just for fun in the Discord one time.
extroverted and
I
unconscientious,
have to find them. I don't know where they would be. But I swear we took one way back when.
then you're the tilt.
Oh, we did. And Mira got like insane scores, like a psychopath. Oh, it was the Dark Triad test, I think. Wasn't it? It was the Dark Triad one. We've done a lot of tests. I think it was the Dark Triad one. Well, I'm just trying to think of if I can find it. It was the Dark Triad one, I think. What did I get? Let me see. Deleted user. What was a deleted user here? Mira got 65% narcissism, 60% Machiavellianism, 48% psychopath, 58% average. I should have known then, huh? I should have known then that guy was going to snap on me. My results were 52% narcissism. Shut up. 23% Machiavellianism, 42% psychopath, 39% average. This makes you 5.83% darker than the average person, according to that one. That's what I got. Wow.
The place you'll go if you go badly is in the psychopathic or antisocial direction.
Right, I think you took it too. Hold on. Right, didn't you take it or no? Maybe not. I guess you didn't take it. I swear you did. You must have taken one of the later things we did. Oh, you did take it. You faked your scores. Riot, you're a cheater. Riot scores are 15% narcissism, 13% Machiavellianism, 70% psychopath, 15% average. Riot cheated her scores. Those aren't real. This makes you 18.17% lighter than the average. She's full of shit. Those aren't real.
And there are environmental determinants.
No, I did. You faker.
Sure, genes express themselves in an environment. I agree.
You faker. I'm just kidding.
I'm just curious for the definition of psychopath.
That's wild. Why did I get so high? Am I a psychopath?
Relationship, really. That's probably the best bit. Yeah.
Ryan had a shaman lady fill in. That tracks. You think I'm crazy? I'm only 5.8% darker than the average person. The population average, I'm lower in Machiavellianism than the average. I'm 23%. Average is like 30%. The average person. In narcissism, I'm 52%. The average is like 40-something%. Psychopath, I'm 42%. The average is like, it looks like 25%. I'm a little higher on the psychopath one.
At least like obesity. Is that like a type of psychopath?
Kind of.
Or is that like something different? Or how do you define
Ryan had a shaman lady filled in.
How do you view that type of thing?
Well, no, there is an overlap in that addictive
10 minutes
processes, one of which might lead to obesity, do have this problem of prioritization of the short term. But so that overlaps with the.
But what Peterson is saying is choosing that like as the standard default, like if that's your core personality where you have a short time preference, where you pick the immediate gratification all the time, then you're a psychopath, is what he's saying, right? That's psychopath or whatever, psychopatho, whatever he said.
Short-term orientation of the psychopath, but a psychopath is, an obese person isn't gaining anything from your demise to facilitate their obesity, right? So there's a predatory and parasitical element to psychopathy that's not there in other.
Oh, because I enjoy like fighting with people kind of sometimes is why, even though I only do it with people I think deserve it or whatever, That's possibly why I got higher on that. If I'm thinking about it, on the psychopath part, I guess that makes sense. I do try to be kinder now, though, but I do enjoy it, kinda, and that's probably tracks there then.
Addictive short-term processes.
Do you think, is it possible that there are
Kind
things,
of.
because then to
No, you're right. That tracks kinda, yeah. But yeah, I guess that makes sense.
go back to the tribal example I gave, isn't it possible that people can commit harms against other people where they're not necessarily gaining from their demise, but it's just some other sort of gain that they're doing about it? So for instance, I'm talking to some friends and I'm just gossiping or shit talking another person. I'm not necessarily feeling good.
Gotta remember that all that is within normal limits too. Right, sure. I'm not I'm not way off on the curve somewhere. That's true too, yeah.
I'm trashing them per se. I'm feeling good because this group of friends might be.
I'm not at the end of the bell curve, right? I'm somewhere in the middle, sure.
More favorably because I have like a gossip or something to share with them.
Well, but that's the gain right there. And you are contributing to the demise of the people that you're gossiping about.
But I think.
But it does make sense though, but yeah, also to consider, and a lot of men might score that kind of way, anyways. Because I think Koji took it and he had similar scores to me too. And maybe I don't know, and maybe women cheat their scores, to fit in. So
I feel like there's fundamentally different.
I'm just kidding. Women don't cheat their scores. I'm just kidding. Type
of thought process between I want to tell you something juicy about this
Tourette's guy upload a new video. Which Tourette's guy?
I want to tell you something juicy about this guy because I hate this guy and I want him to have a worse reputation among people. I feel like there's different drivers for that.
I would say that's an interesting distinction. I would say
probably. Well, no, I'm not a psychopath. I'm barely above average. I'm only I'm 10. How many points above average am I? 25 points above average? No, my psychopath is 42. Average looks like 25. I'm not that high above it, right? Come on. And it says I'm 5.8.3% darker than the average person. Those results aren't crazy.
Probably
they make sense.
The hatred.
I probably am that way. I probably am a little bit more of a psychopath than average. That's probably true. Yeah, but that's still within the normal average. People in Stump saying, that's still within the range of in the average bell curve. If you see the the big bump, I'm in the big bump still.
Induced malevolence
is
a worse form of malevolence than the popularity.
Maybe men are just tards. Just being mean.
Yeah, the only reason
it's a tough one, but
the only reason I bring that up is because I feel like a lot of malevolence that we have social guardrails for is that type of selfish malevolence where you're not.
You said women cheat.
The majority of malevolence in the world is usually people being selfishly or being inconsiderate, not necessarily I hate this.
Yeah,
person,
I think that's right. Sure. I think that that's why Dante outlined levels of hell.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, well, exactly that. And I mean, that book was an investigation.
Do you think Destiny's really trying to listen to him right now? It kind of seems like he is, but am I misreading him? It kind of seems like to me, Destiny now, I think, Nosy, they kind of blew up fighting each other. And the conversation will be better. He'd rather have Peterson respect him, I think, than think he's a angry lunatic hopped up on methamphetamines. And so now he's let me show him listening to him. Let me listen to him. He does kind of seem like he's listening now, bro. Am I wrong? What do you think? He does. Credit where credit's due. He does seem like now he's trying to kind of listen.
Malevolence, right? He put betrayal at the bottom, which I think is right. I think that's right because people who develop post-traumatic stress disorder, for example, which almost only accompanies an encounter with malevolence rather than tragic circumstances, they are often betrayed, sometimes by other people, but often by themselves.
So I think this topic he knows less about, so he's more inclined to listen. That makes sense. But it does still show a bit of humility or something, right? To be I could learn something from Peterson right now if I listen. After disagreeing with him so much, it does show a little bit of humility, right? He's not totally deranged. He's not 100% psychopath. He's not on the final level of hell. He's on. Hey Levy, welcome. We're watching the end of this. I'm leaving soonish, but we got like 5 minutes plus a little bit, somewhere around there left. We're watching this because I'm an intellectual now. As you can see, I have books in my head, and I know everything now. And if I get really, I huff my own farts, and I think I'm really smart now. You can see the books. You can tell I'm smart now. Maybe this guy with a fucking PhD knows what he's talking about. Right, exactly. But still, doesn't that show some humility for Destiny? Like, I want to give Destiny points now because I feel like I think he is trying to be legit. I think this conversation he wanted to have with Peterson. I think he did. Like, I don't think it was like just like a thing for views or whatever. Maybe it is. Maybe he's that cynical. But it seems like from the listening that maybe not.
And yes, there are levels of hell, you know, and you outlined a couple there.
So I guess then my question is just that if you have people, so the kid that steals an orange from a stand, not because he hates the shop owner, but because he wants the orange or he's hungry, without some type of societal, it doesn't have to be the government, it could be family, religious, without some type of use of force. Do you think that society ever exists without
use force on your wife?
Whoa.
Whoa. But I mean,
go back.
Suspected reward is a punishment.
Bro, what is he saying? Bro. What about that Trigun? I saw you buy that Trigun gun. Very interesting, Destiny. I saw... Let me see here. Your wife breaks up with you... Sorry, my voice is still kind of recovering. My voice breaks up... My wife breaks up with... Your wife... I got this time. Your wife breaks up with you... And then you buy a gun from Trigun? Mr. Destiny. Very interesting. Very interesting. You buy the gun from Trigun. Ah, I see. The gun from Trigun. The smoking gun from Trigun. I see, Mr. Destiny. I see. The smoking gun from Trigun. I see.
You know, saying we're going to cancel a vacation.
Deprivation of an expected reward is a punishment. So you could... Well, no, but I mean, this is a serious question. I mean, look.
That is a punishment, right? Hold on. Go back to the start so I clearly understand this part, because I'm not sure. And this will be the last part.
Companies an encounter with malevolence
so we don't need to read
tragic circumstances.
They
are often betrayed, sometimes by other people, but often by themselves. And yes, there are levels of hell, you know, and you outlined a couple there.
So I guess then
you thought it was Vash the Stampede.
So the kid that steals an orange from a stand.
Bro, I'm not really hating on buying the Vash the Stampede gun, to be honest with you. I have to say some part of me would do it too. But some part of me would buy the Vash the Stampede gun. Yeah, I have to admit that. I have to come clean with you. I would buy, if I was a millionaire like Destiny, I have to come clean with you. I would also buy the Vash the Stampede gun. I would. Yeah. I would do it. I would buy the Vash the Stampede gun. Not Vash, Vosh. Oh, Vosh the Stampede. Oh, I just read his... Oh, I see the joke. Right, Vosh is the guy that he had a porn window up and it was like horses and little girls, right? That guy? Yeah, okay. Right. Vosh the Stampede. And the Stampede is the horse penises. Or the horses. With the horse penises. The Stampede is of horse penises in his mind. Got it.
And not because he hates the shop owner, but because he wants the orange or he's hungry.
So many words are happening. Horse porn? You don't know what I'm talking about, right? I posted a video in the Discord that shows it. I did, well, I'm not trying to show explicit things, but I did post a video that goes over that screenshot from Vosh. Yeah. Oh, it's one of the Kangaroo Atheism is Unstoppable did a video on that. It's something. It's something, bro. It's something. Oh, that guy. Yeah, that guy. Did you see the video I'm talking about? Like, he opened porn and he was like looking at some Japanese guy in a suit, and then he right clicks and saves, and then he opens his porn folder with his taxes. Bro, that's one of the wildest things that's happened. Like, it seems silly, but it is pretty wild. And then especially if you see what was in the thumbnails, right? You're like, oh my God, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Right? You're like, what the fuck? This man should be in jail. This man should be, this man should be in jail, not on the internet talking to people. This man should be in jail. And then you like learn about Vosh, and it like turns out he started as a Destiny orbiter that like apparently a girl said he came on creepy to her, and he did. Like, the evidence is he was creepy. He came on all weird and creepy to her, and that's how he blew up from that controversy of sexually harassing a girl on Destiny's Discord. And that's how Vosh grew to fame. Isn't that wild? And then people are like, what do you mean these guys are degenerates and stuff? What are you talking about? Ooh. But on Destiny's credit, Destiny gave him shit about that. But he still like talks to him, I think. So I don't know. But he gave him shit about that from what I understand. Not the porn thing. I don't know if he gave him shit about that. But he gave him shit about sexually harassing the girl thing.
Of societal, it doesn't have to be the government. It could be.
He did. Like, if you consider like somebody being a total creep to you, like repeatedly and not getting the hint, as like, what do you call that? If it's not, I mean, I'm not trying to say you should like everybody should freak out about whenever that happens, but he did do that, and like there's the logs and shit, and he didn't even deny it. Pretty skeezy. I don't respect anybody that does that, if I'm being honest. Like, if a girl, I'm not saying, like, in no way in real life ever make the first move on a girl. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, like, if you're making moves and you're clearly getting no over and over again, and not like, you know, you're getting for real no's. No, I'm just kidding on that part. Then, you know, you're a creepo. No, and you're still like, can you give me nudes, please? You're a creepo. No, you're some kind of creepo. Yeah, just a creepy fuck. Yeah, I don't know if it's sexual harassment or not, but it's not somebody I would respect. Like, what are acceptable first moves? I don't know. It depends on you and the girl, right? Like, that's not. I'm not telling anybody how to live. That's on you and the girl. Like different people are okay with different things. You guys talk that out. You know, don't like people try to have a universal standard for it. Just talk to the other person, bro. And I'm not saying like get consent forms. I'm saying get a general idea of what the person thinks is okay about these kind of things. Get a general fucking idea. Am I crazy? Just get a general idea. Have a conversation about it at some point. A little bit, and it can even be not in like a weird way. Just have some kind of conversation about, you know, what the boundaries are, what you're looking for in a relationship, when you're looking to get it, and because otherwise a relationship can be fucked up anyways. If you're like, hey, I'm looking for sex right away, they're looking for sex in a relationship. You guys need to know that, bro, or else that's a relationship ain't gonna work. Just sending dick is mild compared to this. Nobody knows what they want. You must impose. I don't think so. I think you get a general impression and calibrate. Oh, you mean just like test the waters? Is what you're saying?
Force. Do you think that society ever exists without
use force on your wife?
Well, what do we consider?
Well, what do we consider a wife? Right? That's what he's really thinking. Yeah, sure. Well, what do you consider a wife?
Considering force is withholding.
What do you consider a wife?
Holding sex, for instance.
Is an ex-wife still a wife? Huh? Is a lady I'm sleeping with that's sleeping with other guys a wife? Huh? What do you consider a wife, Mr. Peterson?
That considered force, or is saying we're going to cancel a vacation?
Deprivation of an expected reward is a punishment. So you could. Well, no, but I mean, this is a serious question. I mean, look, if we're thinking about the optimization of social structures, we might as well start from the base level of social structure and scaffold up.
Sure. So right? Like if a wife is upset at a husband, for instance, would that be considered use of force? I think a negative punishment.
Which thing?
moving a stimulus to
What's the stimulus you're moving? Is it sex?
punish a person for something. Yeah, would you consider that like a use of force? Or
What did he say? She just said she's mad at you. What is the use? Hold on. Am I missing it? Did he say what the lady's doing? She's just mad?
We might as well start from the base level of
What if a woman's mad at your wife's mad at you? Well, it's every day then.
social structure and scaffold up.
Sure.
Is it Tuesday? That's kind of better, right? Is it Tuesday again? What is your wife always? What if your wife's mad at you? Is it Tuesday? That's pretty good. I've never heard of Vosh, but I just watched the video. That's fucking wild, dude. There's all the pics of yeah, no, it's that's what I was saying, bro. It's clearly you know, bro, gross. You maybe have a guy come and sit down and be like, Vosh, we need to talk. You and I, we need to talk, bro, about these pictures, and we need to talk about maybe. Have you thought about puberty blockers? Have you thought about puberty blockers, sir? Vosh? You maybe want to consider puberty blockers, if you understand what I'm saying.
It's like if a wife is upset at a husband for
Maybe we'll try. Have you tried puberty blockers on the on-label usage? Have you tried puberty blockers used for their intended purpose? Have you tried that? Have you tried puberty blockers used for their on-label practice, sir? Have you thought about that?
For instance,
Maybe.
Would that
maybe try some on-label puberty blocker use?
be considered use of force? I think a negative punishment.
You guys get the joke? You guys get it? Do you feel you really watch 1 hour and 49 minutes? Bro, yeah, we're almost done. What's up, Hivo? It's been fun though. It's been a fun stream. Taxes. It's been a fun stream, I think.
Moving a stimulus to punish a person.
It's kind of torture, but sometimes the most fun is suffering. You know what I mean? Suffer to have fun to suffer. Life is a roller coaster. Ride the roller coaster.
Yeah, would you consider that like a use of force, or
I would say it would depend.
Did he say what the wife is doing? Hold on, I wanted to hear this again.
Force, or is saying we're going to cancel a vacation?
Deprivation of an expected reward is a punishment.
Okay, from here.
So you could
Listen, Destiny, from here. What am I missing?
This is a serious question. I mean, look. If we're thinking about the optimization of social structures, we might as well start from the base.
The sounds of the rain needs no translation. Some rain, rain. The sound of the rain needs no translation. I stole it from Alan Watts. Sound of the rain. Sound of the rain needs no translation. I stole it from Alan Watts.
Said it a husband, for instance.
That was not one of my phrases.
Would that be considered use of force?
I didn't come
like
up
a
with
negative punishment. You're removing a stimulus to punish a person for something. Yeah, would you consider that like a use of force, or
I would say it would depend to some degree on the.
Bro, I missed it again talking about that. Sorry.
Sure. So
okay, here we go. Go.
It's like if a wife is upset at a husband.
A wife is upset at a husband, and
for instance.
What does that mean? What do we know from a wife is upset at a husband? Is that punishment for what? Being mad? What is she denying him? You didn't say like anything else. Is she denying him something? Is she not feeding him? Is she stabbing him? She's mad at him. Is that a punishment? Is being mad a punishment? How does that make sense?
Would that be considered use of force? I think a negative.
How would it be a use of force to be mad? I'm so confused on what Destiny's question is. If your wife is mad at you, is that a use of force? Like what, her death gaze on Tuesday? The death gaze she has all Tuesday looking at me? No. Was that force?
Punishment. You're removing
the death gaze
to punish a person for something. Yeah.
What stimulus? The non-death gaze?
Would you consider that like
is he implying sex? Why doesn't he say it? Did he forget?
Use of force, or
I would say it would depend to some degree on the intent.
The intent is to
death gaze. Is that what I said?
Well, if the intent is to punish, then it's starting to move into the domain of force. I mean, look.
No, death gaze, like GAZE, like evil eye, like giving you the evil eye, like like she's shooting daggers at you. That's what I mean.
Well, we've been talking, there's been bursts of emotion, right? Yeah. And that's because we're freeing entropy and trying to close and to enclose it again.
Bro, Is It Tuesday one's good, right? I bet that joke isn't even original, though. I bet somebody said that exact same joke before. Maybe use a different day though.
And so that's going to produce.
Real quick, chat. What's the difference between a hysterical woman and a terrorist? Chat. Real quick. Let's ask a quick question. I'm stealing this one from JB Garfield. What is the difference between a hysterical woman and a terrorist? Chat. Go ahead. What do you think? Give up. At least a terrorist has a reason. At least a terrorist. I got that joke from a Japanese game, and it's my favorite joke I've read in a game ever.
This is negative emotion, fundamentally. Most fundamentally, anxiety.
It was from Jinguji Saburo. Innocent Black, I believe the name of the game is. If you want to play it yourself in Japanese, feel free. Jinguji Saburo, Innocent Black, and you will see that wonderful joke.
Anxiety and pain, and
in Japanese, though.
Secondarily, something like anger, because those emotions are quite tightly linked.
Sure.
And so, within the confines of a marriage, because we might as well make it concrete, there are going to be times when disagreements result in.
Unlike your marriage, bro, is what he meant to say when he points at him. Peterson's like, to make the marriage concrete as opposed to yours, right? Is what it's a subversive jab. Watch.
Something like anger, because those emotions are quite.
Look, do you think
linked.
bro? Do you think I'm right? Wouldn't that be wild?
So, within the confines of a marriage, because we might as well make it concrete,
he's like pointing at him a little bit. Look at
bursts
that.
of emotion, and those bursts of emotion don't necessarily have
Look
to
at that,
have
bro.
an instrumental quality, right? It's when the
I like it,
emotion
yeah.
is used manipulatively to gain an advantage that's short term for the person, and then maybe that's at the expense of the other person, or even at the expense of the person who benefits future self.
Yeah, that's
then it
true.
starts to tilt into the manipulative. There's a tetrad of
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. The tetrad. Yeah.
traits. So-
Narcissism. We just talked about it, right? 2 seconds ago. Narcissism, psychopath. What was the third one? Machiavellianism.
Narcissism, Machiavellianism, that's manipulativeness. Narcissism
The dark triad
is
he's
the
talking
desire
about.
for unearned social status. That's what you'd gain, for example, if you were gossiping and elevating your social status. Machiavellianism, narcissism, psychopathy, that's
Yep.
predatory parasitism, and those culminate in
Predatoriness. So it is like me enjoying like people getting angry at me sometimes. Cause I used to like that online. Yeah, that's predatoriness, isn't it? Yup. Huh.
sadism.
Like I used to like just love like messing with people online. I don't like to now, but I used to. Like when people act like people are trolling me, I'm like rolling my eyes, bro. Even if they are, I don't care really. Like, bro, trust me, I get trolling people. I used to do it as much as I could. I used to mess with people all the time. I don't know. I used to do it a lot. I used to really like it.
And that cloud of negative emotion that's released.
But I feel bad about it now, bro. Don't look at me like that. I feel bad about hurting, like messing with people like that now. Now I try not to, unless they're rude to me first. Used to? Well, if they... Look, I still... Look. Brad. Now it's if they deserve it, okay? It's if they deserve it now. It's no longer... I'm no longer a wild sword. I'm a sheathed sword. You know what I'm saying? I'm now I'm no longer a wild sword that just swings around. I'm now a sheathed sword. Does that make sense?
The aftermath of disagreement can be tilted in the direction of those traits, and that's when it becomes malevolent, and that's when the cosmic force starts to become paramount. Because I think that your fundamental presupposition was both Hobbesian
Sounds pretty phallic. Yeah, I thought that too while I was saying it, but I didn't think of like off the top of my head another easy way to describe it. Like a tool of destruction, a weapon, anything would work. Like just anything out of control that's disastrous or dangerous would work, I think.
Formed. I do not believe.
Tell
that
me
the
about your
basis for the
childhood.
civilized
No, I ain't buying into that Freudian nonsense. No, thank you.
polity is force. Now you're saying that you can't abjure the use of force entirely. And I would say, unfortunately, that's true.
I would agree with you.
But if the policy isn't invitational, if I can't make a case that's powerful enough for you to go there voluntarily, then the policy is flawed. Now, it may be that we have some cases where we can't do better than a flawed policy.
He's still talking about the pandemic. He's saying if the logic behind the policy, if I can't make a good enough argument that you could follow it to get to doing the policy, then we shouldn't do the policy because there's a flaw there. That's whatever reason you don't want to do it.
Because we're not smart enough, and maybe the incarceration of criminals with a long-term history of violence,
or why you can't explain it rationally and reasonably. Sure.
This is a good example of that. We don't know how to invite those people to play. They have a history, generally from the time they're very young children, from the age of 2, of not being able to play well with others. And it's a very, very intractable
Oh, that's
problem.
interesting.
There's no evidence in the social science literature.
So there's some people that play well with others, but who are the people he's talking about? What are they high at? What was he discussing exactly?
Maybe the incarceration of
just like criminals?
That's powerful enough for you to go there voluntarily, then the policy is flawed. Now, it may be that we have some cases where we can't do better than a flawed policy because we're not smart enough. And maybe the incarceration of criminals with a long-term history of violent offenses is a good example.
Okay, criminals with long-term history of violent offenses, what he's talking about.
We don't know how to invite those people to play. They have a history, generally from the time they're very young children, from the age of 2, of not being able to play well with others. And it's a very, very intractable problem. There's no evidence in the social science literature at all that hyper-aggressive boys by the age of 4 can ever be socialized in the course of their life.
Well, I think I was a hyper-aggressive kid, by what his definition is.
The penological evidence suggests that if you have multiple offenders, your best bet is to keep them in prison till they're 30. And the reason for that is it might be delayed maturation, biologically speaking, but most criminals start to burn out at around 27. So it spikes.
I burned out way before then, though.
It's a big spike when puberty hits. And then stability among the hyper-aggressive types.
I got in trouble is what happened, and then I stopped.
So actually what happens is the aggressives at 4
do I exist? No.
their whole life, and then they decline after 27. The normal boys are not aggressive. They spike at puberty and
at like
go back
16.
down the baseline. Right, and so you don't really rehabilitate people in prison for obvious reasons.
But I didn't get
bloody places. They're great schools for crime in large, but if you keep them there until they're old enough,
I was hyper-aggressive until the age of 6. I was too, kinda. But then after that, I don't think I was too bad for a while until I moved like with just my mother in North Las Vegas again. Then I was like super hyper-aggressive again, kinda. Like at first I wasn't, and then I was, and then it kept getting worse over time. Until like I was like 16-ish or something. And then there was this SWAT raid that happened and stuff like that. It was risk versus reward realization. Sure. My mother knocked it out of me. I gave it up to try to do better. You guys too? Nice. I gave it up to try to do better. Me too. Well, I've said it before, but it was like my mom saying, take him out of here. The kind of like, I was like, man, that sucks. Like, I'm not being a good example for my siblings. And I was still kind of responsible. Like, I would take care of them. But I was still, like, I said one time I like tried to strangle a kid over Mortal Kombat. I had anger issues, bro. I was can't lie, I think about going back to crime, but I have family now. I can't lie, and I've thought about that too. Yeah. But I also like
to mature.
I don't have that kind of family, but I have family I need to be here for.
Predatory, short-term oriented lifestyle. So
and
that's the force issue.
Yeah, I agree. So I fundamentally
but if you don't have that, if you're a young kid and you don't realize it, then why not? We should just cook meth. No, don't do that. Stop it. No. I felt confident I could do some real damage for a lot of money. Me too. Well, I've been confident of that since I was younger, and I don't think I should talk about. Not today. We're not going to talk about that today.
My
we're not going to talk about. Don't say anything. We're not going to talk about that. I need to get a lawyer first, and then talk to my lawyer about that.
I guess my stance. I agree that fundamentally you're not building society on force. If for no other reason, because there'd be so much friction, it would fly apart at the seams. You can't force.
You get resistance if you use force.
Fundamentally, we're building off of cooperation. You want to invite people to participate in society. I agree with that. I feel like once you start to hit certain thresholds, or
statute limitations. Yeah, I think so too. I'm just kidding around. I think so too. I just don't want to get too into it right now. But I've told a lot of the stuff already. I told a lot, so I will tell you again if you don't know the stories. But tonight I want to get out here already. I should just stop this, right? Who cares, kinda, the end. Who cares the end? Vote. Who cares the end? Yeah. Yeah. Let's just find somebody to host, bro. Let's get out of here. Thank you guys for coming by our April Fool's stream. You're all dummies, I'm sorry to say. But this was a trick. You were right. This was a trick. Yep. You were right. It was a trick. We'll be back Tuesday with Far East of Eden, and then I'll be back in the morning on Wednesday morning with, I don't know, maybe Tales, maybe something else. I don't remember what I'm doing game wise. We tried Saints Row 3, maybe some Saints Row 3. That was kind of fun, right? Maybe Saints Row 3. Thanks, Carl. No problem, guys. It was fun. It doesn't help the government legalize crime by imposing taxes. Yeah, it's all stupid. World's stupid. But I don't know, bro. The stream, the people I met here on the stream give me hope. So, and then there's a lot of young people out there too that I see, and old people, all kinds of ages, bro. Of people out there like speaking the truth now. It's gonna go back the other way, one way or the other. I feel like we're in a great time, honestly. Because have we ever had more of a chance to upset the balance between like the people, the regular people, and the elite types more than we have right now? Like, who knows what the next industries are going to be to prop up? Who knows what AI is going to do? Who knows what fucking anything's going to do, bro? We live in the craziest time imaginable. It's pretty exciting. Like, when I was a kid, I never knew everything's gonna change. You know? Isn't that wild to realize? Everything's gonna change, bro. Nothing, by the time we die probably, the world's not gonna be the same as we knew it. Crazy. Nice emote. There's never somebody to host. I'm hyped for the future. I know I sound like, you know, we're doomed. We are kinda. Like, a lot of stuff is possibly doomed. Maybe not though. I don't know. Who knows? That's what I'm saying. Anything's possible. Because if people, in my opinion, are waking up, and we have a bunch of people with potential out there. Every person has unlimited potential. Nobody knows anything about the actual potential of people. Everybody puts limits on them that aren't real. So who knows? If people actually realize what's going on, who knows what free agents can do? Let's host Leafy. Leafy's cool. I like Leafy. Host her. Alright guys, have a good day. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. If not, too bad. You know? If not, too bad. We'll be back on whatever day. If not, too bad. Whatever. How do I see her on the thing? Her name must be like weird. Hold on, I could just leave the full list and find it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing. Have a good day, guys. See ya. Turn that off. Go see the thing. Turn sound on. Later, guys.